So guys, what if Akame and Naruto were brother? Part 1. Naruto, please bring peace to our world, the bloody raven-haired boy said to the bright blonde boy. Sasuke, the blonde said sadly, as a tear went down the side of his face. The artificial dimension slowly began to collapse around the two. I am already dead, we've already undone the infinite Tsukuyomi, our world should be safe, that women will never return, now go. Sasuke yelled to the blonde with the last of his strength. The blonde was hesitate for a second, and then he reluctantly nodded his head. Naruto started to run towards the open portal they led back to their dimension. As the blonde ran, the entire dimension began to collapse around him, and more portals could be seen opening at random. Naruto, hurry! A pink-haired girl called from a far-off portal. I am almost there. Naruto shouted, as he picked up speed. The dimension was now quickly dissipating, and even more portals were opening up all around the blonde. Naruto, look out! Sakura called out, as a portal appeared under the blonde's feet, leaving him no time to react. Shit! The blonde muttered under his breath as he began to fall through. Luckily he barely grabbed the edge of the portal with his hand. Naruto! Sakura yelled, as she ran to the edge of the portal trying to help the blonde up. Sakura, I can't hold on, my chakra, it's gone, leave me, Naruto told his friend, as his grip loosened in her hands. I can't do that, I've already lost one teammate, I won't lose another, Sakura said, trying to pull the blonde up. Please Sakura, pass on me, and Sasuke's wishes to the world, Naruto said, looking up at the girl. No, Sakura said, knowing well what the Jinchuriki was about to do. Please bring peace, I am entrusting this to you, Naruto said, with a sad smile. Naruto, don't! Sakura shouted, as he finally lost his grip. Goodbye, Naruto said, as he fell through the portal. No! Sakura screamed, trying to reach down and catch him. Naruto was quickly sucked into another dimension, that was opened by the rabbit princess. At first everything was black, and nothing could be heard. Naruto oddly felt at peace. The blonde had been fighting a terribly long war for the past week. LT had relieved him to finally have a moment of silence. Suddenly the quietness got to him, and the blonde's facial expression changed. This is so boring. Naruto shouted. The shinobi was about to say something else, but suddenly a bright light appeared under him. A second later he was falling through a bright blue sky. This is gonna hurt, he sighed, approaching the snow-covered ground. Story start. Arc title: A Second Chance, ch 1-5, opening, Skyreach, by Amamiya Sora. Prominent characters: Naruto, Esdeath, Akame, and Tatsumi. Ending: Cascade, by Unlimit Zao. My head, Naruto said, coming to, and realizing he was not covered in snow, but instead in a nice warm bed. The blonde quickly felt for Kurama presence. He was greeted by a small grumble. Yeah, he's okay. The blonde thought to himself. The shinobi quickly looked around to see that he was in a small cabin. Ah, I see you're awake, my boy, a voice said. Naruto spun his head to see a small old man, with a short beard, and blue eyes that were covered by glasses. What? Where? Who are you? Where am I? Naruto asked, looking at the man trying to get out of bed, but then quickly winced from a sharp pain in his side. You're in the northern tribes, my boy, far north of the empire. I am simply an old man, who found you unconscious outside in the snow. Also be careful, you're still injured, the man said with a smile, as he cleaned an end table next to Naruto's bed. The man picked a picture frame to reveal a small girl in the picture. Northern tribe? Empire? Naruto asked, looking over to the man. He had never heard of any of these places. Yes, the great empire to the south that has existed for over 1,000 years. Now, if I may, who are you, my boy? The old man asked, walking over to the side of the bed. Oh, me? I am Naruto Uzumaki, shinobi from the Leaf Village. How long was I out? Naruto asked. About 2 days. I've never heard of that village, and a shinobi? The old man said, walking away from the bed, and over to a fireplace. Yes, we're amazing warriors, that can use the power of chakra, Naruto said with a large smile. Oh, I see. Well, we might need some shinobi soon then, the old man laughed, as he warmed up by the fireplace. What do you mean? Naruto asked, slightly confused. The Imperial Army is invading the northern tribes, the old man said with a grim face. What? Naruto asked. The old man was about to answer, but was interrupted by a loud banging at the door. The old man slowly walked over to the door, and slowly opened it. Not even a second later 2 men barged into the cabin, knocking the man onto the floor. What can I do for you fine Imperial soldiers today? The old man asked, struggling to get up. Save it. General Esdeath ordered us investigate this house, one of the soldiers said, as he walked into the room, and immediately spotted Naruto. Who are you? The soldier yelled, as he pointed his rifle at the blonde. I am Naruto, and I have no idea what's going on, Naruto said, putting both his hands up in the air. You stay there, private search the house, the soldier ordered the other man. Understood, sir. The man said, saluting, and walking into a back room. You could soon hear crashes from furniture, and other objects. Naruto soon realized that one was an officer, and the other was a simple soldier. Now hey, you just can't go looking through my things, the old man said, as he approached the officer. Shut it. The man yelled, hitting the old man with the butt of his gun, striking the old man down. Naruto's temper quickly rose. He didn't like when people treated others like dirt. Naruto quickly spotted his weapons pouch on the end table. He was about to get up, when suddenly the other soldier came back from the back room with what looked like a few pieces of paper in his hands. I found these, sir, the soldier said, quickly holding up a piece of paper that had a drawing of a woman on it. It read, wanted dead or alive, night raid, Akame. Well, we have a night raid sympathizer here, kill him, the officer said, taking the paper and beginning to walk out the door. Now wait, the old man said, trying to reach for the man as he left. Get down now, the other soldier yelled, pointing the gun at the man's face. Please, I beg of you, don't do this. My granddaughter will be back soon. Can you at least let me say goodbye? The old man pleaded. Down now, the soldier said, knocking the man down onto the ground. Naruto tried to reach for his weapons pouch, but the sharp pain every few seconds in his side made it difficult. Grandpa. A voice yelled from the door. Not a second later, a small little girl came running through the door, and bumped into the officer as he was leaving the cabin. The little girl had long flowing black hair, with what looked like ear-like flaps of hair on each side. She had big bright blue eyes, and was wearing a small jacket with a red scarf around her neck. She couldn't have been no more than 6 or 7. No, Yukari, run. The old man screamed at what appeared to be his granddaughter. Huh? The little girl asked, looking up at the soldier with a confused expression. The officer had a sadistic expression on his face, as he grabbed the girl, and threw her into the house. She thankfully landed softly onto Naruto's bed. The blonde, however, was trying desperately to reach his weapons pouch. Suddenly a gunshot was heard in the room, and the old man dropped down on the ground dead. Naruto froze at the sight. He had just witnessed a defenseless civilian murdered in cold blood. This enraged the blonde. Gee, Grandpa? The little asked, looking up from the bed to see her grandfather with a huge hole in his chest. Now for you, you little bitch, the soldier said with a laugh, pointing the rifle at her. No. The little girl screamed, as she closed her eyes. Die. The soldier yelled, as he fired his gun. The shot echoed across the room, but the bullet never reached the little girl. The soldier, however, fell over dead. Huh? Asked the little girl. Opening her eyes, they quickly widened in shock. The blonde man that her grandpa had saved had blocked the bullet for her, but not only that, there was another one of him standing over the soldier. What? The officer yelled, turning around, looking over at the blonde. I will not allow you to kill another person, Naruto shouted, raising a kunai in the little girl's defense. Why, you little prick? I'll show you what happens when you strike down an imperial soldier. Die. The officer screamed, firing his gun rapidly at the shinobi. Naruto quickly dispersed his clone guarding Yukari, and used a kunai to cut all the bullets in two. The officer ran out of ammo, and began reloading his gun. It was suddenly knocked out of his hand by a kunai. The officer looked up at Naruto. Stand down now, Naruto shouted, as he raised his kunai. The officer started to rummage through his pocket. He suddenly felt something, and smirked. Fuck you. The officer said in response, as he raised what looked like a large ball. The man suddenly pressed a button on it, and it started to deep. What? Naruto asked, looking confused. A second later, realization hit him like a train. Time to die, punk, the officer said, as he was about to throw the bomb. Naruto quickly sprinted towards the man, and kicked him in his stomach with enough force to rupture it. The officer was sent flying out of the cabin, and into the forest. Not even a half a second later, a massive explosion went off in the woods. Now that's dealt with, Naruto said, breathing out a sigh of relief. That was short-lived. Grandpa. The little cried, as she ran over to the man on the floor. He was bleeding badly from the wound. Yukari, I am sorry. Looks like this is the end for Grandpa, the old man said, smiling over at his granddaughter. Hang on, old man, I can help, Naruto said, reaching his arm out towards him, but was stopped by the man. No, don't. I've lost too much blood. I'll be dead in a minute, the man said, as blood started to flow out the side of his mouth. But, Naruto began but was quickly stopped by the man. It's fine, but I will ask you for a favor, since I did save your life, asked the old man. Yeah, sure, anything, Naruto said with a neutral expression. Take care of Yukari, please. I was the last family she had, now shall have no one, the old man said, as he began to cough violently. Yeah, sure, old man, you can count on me, Naruto said with a sad smile. Gee, grandpa, the little girl known as Yukari cried out. Now Yukari, Naruto will be watching out for you. You've told me how much you liked him when I brought him here, the old man said, as he began to cough blood up. Grandpa, you can't die, Yukari cried out, with streams of tears beginning to flow out of her eyes. Don't cry, Yukari, I'll be watching over you from above, the old man said. Really? Yukari asked, wiping the tears away. Yes. Please remember to be good for Mr. Naruto, and remember I'll always be here, he said, pointing to her heart. Oh. Okay, grandpa, sniffed the little girl. Now go wait outside for Naruto. I have to have a word with him, he told the little girl. The girl reluctantly nodded her head, and slowly walked out the door. Please take care of her, protect her with your life, the old man said, as his expression changed to a serious one. Don't worry, old man, she's in good hands, but where are we supposed to go? Naruto asked. Go to the capital city, the rebellion could use you, Night Raid could use you, he answered to the blonde. Night Raid? Naruto asked, looking over to the scattered posters on the floor. Yes, the people on those posters, the man said. Cough more violently now, they'll help you, he added with a smile. Thanks, for everything, Naruto said, with a saddened expression. Don't mention it, now go. Take care of her, please, the old man said, as his eyes began to close. Naruto slowly got up from his spot, and walked up to the cabin doorway that led outside. He stopped and looked back at him. I give you my word, that I will protect her with my life, he said, as he walked off. Good luck, Naruto, the old man said, as his vision began to get blurry, and a moment later everything went black. Naruto slowly walked outside, and turned to see Yukari wiping away some tears. She quickly looked up to him with hope in her eyes. Grandpa? Yukari asked, looking up to him. I am sorry, but he's gone, Naruto said, kneeling down in front of her. She looked down again, and was about to cry until she felt two arms go around her. I am sorry, Naruto said, as he tightly hugged the little girl. I know how it feels to be alone, but you have me, and I promise I'll protect you, he added with a heartwarming smile. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore, and began crying into the blonde's shoulder. The two remained like this for about 5 minutes, before the little girl had worn herself out. She had fallen asleep on the blonde. Naruto chuckled at this, but then suddenly his nose caught a scent of a familiar smell, the smell of gunpowder and metal. More of them, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes and looking in the direction they were coming from. All from the east, he thought, looking into the dense forest. Naruto quickly created 4 clones, and placed Yukari on his back. He began to run through the trees with the 4 clones guarding him in a diamond formation. Hey boss, where are we going? The clone on his right asked him. I've picked up a scent of a town nearby, the clone directly in front said. Good then, well head there, come on everyone, the real Naruto said. 5 minutes later, what the hell happened here? One of Naruto's clones asked, as the group looked over the hillside at the town. It had looked like it was attacked by some sort of freakish ice storm. The entire place was completely destroyed. The town, another clone said. Who would do such a thing? The third clone asked. All the clones looked to the real Naruto, who was standing in front of all of them. What do you want to do? One of them asked, moving up to the original. Here, you two. Take care of Yukari till we get back, the real Naruto said, as he handed the sleeping Yukari over to one of his clones. You can count on us, boss, the clones said, saluting to him. Let's move, Naruto said to the other copies of himself. They both nodded back at him. All of them took off sprinting down the hill, and in no time they were inside the town. This is impressive, one of the clones said, as he admired a large ice pillars sticking out of the ground. Look for survivors, Naruto ordered his clones. Understood, they both said. As they ran farther into the village, the group started rummaging through buildings and piles of debris. Anything? Naruto called out. No, one of the clones responded. What about you? Hey! Naruto shouted to the other clone, but there was no response. Boss, you might want to come over here, the clone finally shouted out from a street over. What is it? Naruto wasn't able to finish his sentence, as his eyes widened in horror. Oh my god, the other clone said, as it stood next to Naruto. Hundreds of bodies littered the center of town, men, women, and children alike, all dead. They were all thrown carelessly into a large pile in the middle of town. What the hell is going on here? One of the clones said. Who would do this? The other said, looking around at all the bodies. Quick, see if anyone's still alive, Naruto said, trying to hold back his emotions. Boss, they're all dead, one of the clones said. As it turned around, it was in sage mode to confirm it. Naruto also quickly entered sage mode to confirm it for himself. Damn it. The blonde shouted out, as he kneeled down and punched the ground. He quickly formed a hand sign, and his two clones quickly disappeared. He kept the other two safely guarding Yukari. When I find whoever did this, I'll make them pay, Naruto said, smacking both of his fists together in anger. The blonde began walking through the village until he found another square. He began to look around, before he sensed something in sage mode. A second later he heard footsteps and yelling. Hey, come on. A voice suddenly yelled. It was coming from the far side of town. I heard a voice coming from this way, another yelled. Naruto quickly realized that these were the people that were chasing them. They finally caught up with me. Well, I suppose I couldn't run from them forever, Naruto said, sighing, as he patiently stood in the center of town waiting for his pursuers. Not even a minute later a small group of soldiers entered the square and surrounded Naruto. They all pointed their rifles at the smirking blonde. Stand still, Esdeath would like a word with you, the soldier directly in front of him stated. Esdeath? Who's that? Naruto asked, looking confused, and putting both his hands up. Our general, she is the greatest warrior in the entire empire, another soldier said. Well, see about that, Naruto said, as he sat on the ground and patiently waited for this Esdeath. 20 minutes later, hey! Naruto shouted at one of the soldier from his sitting position. What? The soldier yelled back at the blonde. When's she going to show up? Naruto asked, clearly annoyed, as he had been sitting for what seemed like an eternity. You will not rush the great Esdeath, the soldier yelled back. Hey boss. A clone suddenly yelled out from across the street. All the soldier pointed their rifles at the clone, and they were all extremely confused at the sight. What? Naruto shouted out, you okay? The clone yelled back. Yeah, I am just perfect. I am not captured by the enemy or anything. Naruto shouted out with a hint of anger. Oh, need some help? The clone asked, rubbing the back of its neck, and awkwardly laughing. Naruto just sighed. He realized he acted like that all the time, so he couldn't really say anything. No, just bring Yukari down here, he yelled out to his clone. You got it, the clone said. It quickly turned around, and ran back towards the large hill. 5 minutes later, what? How? A soldier asked, raising his rifle awkwardly. There were now 2 other copies of the blonde. One of the copies had a small girl on its back. Is she awake yet? The original Naruto asked, as the clone handed him Yukari. No boss, she's been sleeping, the clone said with a smile. Good, you two are dismissed, Naruto said. The 2 clones quickly nodded, and disappeared into thin air, shocking all of the soldier. Naruto put Yukari on his back, where she instantly latched onto his neck. How the hell did you do that? The soldier in front of him yelled. Do what? Naruto asked, looking around confused. The clone thing, he yelled back. You'll see soon. Now, is this Esdeath coming or not? If she isn't, then I'll be on my way, Naruto said, as he was beginning to walk away from the soldier. Hey, wait. The soldier shouted, raising his gun at the blonde. The gun suddenly froze over, and the soldier's eyes suddenly filled with fear. Now, Captain, let's not be too hasty, a woman said, as she walked up to the captain of the group. This woman was tall, beautiful and slender, with long light blue hair and blue eyes. She wore a general's apparel with long sleeves, a blue scarf on her neck, and high-heeled boots, though the most strangest thing about her was the odd tattoo on her chest. General Esdeath, Mom, I didn't see you there, the captain said nervously. No matter. Why have you called me out here? Esdeath asked, looking at him with an ice-cold expression. We've located the person responsible for killing our 2 scouts, the captain said, saluting to her. Oh, and who might that be? Esdeath asked, but was quickly silenced by the sound of Yukari, as she woke up. And Naruto? Yukari asked, looking at him sleepily. Yes, I am here, Naruto said, looking back at her. What's going on? Where are we? She asked, looking around, and seeing all the men surrounding them. She quickly began to get frightened. She hugged Naruto tighter. We're on our way to the capital right now. We'll be there soon, I promise, Naruto said to her with a heartwarming smile. The girl's expression instantly changed, and she smiled back. Okay. Esdeath's heart nearly stopped at the sight of the blonde and his smile. She felt a weird sensation in her chest, and her cheeks felt warm. She had to know this mon's name. You state your name. Esdeath called out, as she walked up to the blonde. Naruto, who are those people? Yukari asked, as Esdeath approached the two. Just sit tight here, Yukari. We'll leave in a second, Naruto said with a smile. Oh okay. Yukari stuttered. Naruto gave her another reassuring smile, and turned his head back to Esdeath, who had now stood in front of him. Even being as tall as Esdeath was, the blonde was still taller than her. I am Naruto Uzumaki, and you must be Esdeath. Honestly, I expected an old hag, not a young beauty, Naruto said with an awkward laugh, as he rubbed the back of his neck. And he's charming, Esdeath thought to herself. Now Naruto, I must ask. Why did you kill my men? She asked. They had attacked innocent civilians, and threatened to kill Yukari. I can't let that stand, Naruto said, with determination quickly filling his face. This made Esdeath's chest feel even stranger. Oh I see. Can I see this girl? Esdeath asked, as she looked back behind Naruto to reveal Yukari. Yukari had hid her face in Naruto's back. Esdeath laughed at this. My, I am sorry about that. I only ordered them to capture people, not kill them, but I am afraid you two will have to come with me, Esdeath said with a smile, as she moved closer to the blonde, trying to intimidate him. And where's that exactly? Naruto asked, moving forward, not backing down from the women, and holding his ground. The capital city, of course, Esdeath said, looking up at the blonde, as she kept the smile of her face. For what? The blonde asked. Don't question it, just come along, Esdeath said as she poked him in the chest. Her expression instantly changed when she felt something from the touch, a presence that felt like hers. Why, you're like me. She stuttered to the blonde. What is this? Naruto asked, confused, looking at Esdeath, as she looked up to him with a softness in her blue eyes. He felt another presence inside of the women, something similar to a tailed beast. She couldn't be a Jinchuriki, could she? The blonde asked himself in his conscience. Naruto. Kurama suddenly roared in the blonde's mind. Kurama? Naruto asked, mentally jumping at the fox's quick arrival. I sense something dark inside of her. It's not like a tailed beast, but something else, I believe, Kurama told his Jinchuriki. Understood. I'll be careful, Naruto replied back to the nine tails. Good luck, Kurama said, as he closed their mental link. Is that your imperial arm? Esdeath asked, looking up at him. Imperial arm? What's that? This is Kurama, he's my tailed beast, Naruto said to the ice general. Esdeath had no idea what Naruto was talking about, but there was one sure thing: he was much more powerful than her. She had never felt this intimidated in her life. Even when she had hunted ultra-class danger beasts, she hadn't felt this much power. I feel weak, she thought to herself, but she couldn't let the blonde see. Tailed beast? Esdeath quickly asked. She had never heard of such a thing. Yes, powerful, an honorable creation, made by the legendary sage of six paths, Naruto told the women. I would like to know more about this, so please come back to the capital city with me. I'll only ask nicely once, Esdeath said. Leaning into the blonde, Naruto nervously chuckled, and a small blush appeared across his face. What do you think, Yukari? I won't go anywhere without your say-so, he asked, looking back at the little girl. You won't be able to make it out of the north without me, Esdeath added. Naruto looked back to the girl for an answer. A second later she nodded her head, confirming it. Naruto knew this person was an enemy, but if he safely wanted to get Yukari out of here, he had to work with her. Well, go. The Jinchuriki said. Excellent. Men, let's form up back at camp, and next we move to the capital. Esdeath called out to her soldiers. This caused all the men to cheer and jump for joy. Yukari poked Naruto in the neck, and the blonde turned back to her. Naruto, are we going to be okay? Yukari asked, looking at him with her big blue eyes. Don't worry, Yukari, I'll protect you no matter what, Naruto said with a heartwarming and reassuring smile. The girl quickly smiled back, and rested her head on his back. Little did the blonde know that Esdeath was watching the entire thing. Naruto looked forward to see the Ice Queen smiling at him. A small blush appeared on the blonde's face. General Esdeath has returned. A young man shouted out, as Esdeath and her group entered the clearing. Naruto quickly scanned the encampment. It was fairly large. It spanned the entire clearing, obit into the forest. Multiple campfires could be seen coming from various parts of the camp, and a large wooden wall surrounded the entire encampment. Our army is almost ready to depart, General, an older man said, as he walked up to the women and saluted. When will we be able to leave at the earliest? Esdeath asked him. Tomorrow morning, General, the man replied. Good, you may go back to your post, and the rest of you are dismissed. Esdeath called out to all the soldiers surrounding Naruto and Yukari. All the soldiers around them quickly dispersed into the camp. Yukari quickly jumped off of Naruto's back, and held onto the blonde's side. So what are we supposed to do? Yukari asked, tugging at Naruto's pants. The blonde quickly kneeled down next to her. He was about to answer, but Esdeath quickly kneeled down next to him. You'll be coming with me, she said with a smile. Yukari quickly retreated behind Naruto's back, much to Esdeath's annoyance. And where would that be? Naruto asked, looking over to her, as they both got up. Back to my cabin. Esdeath smiled. Will Yukari be safe there? Naruto asked. He wanted to make sure that he would be okay with this woman. Of course, Esdeath said, still smiling. Then let's go, Naruto said reluctantly. Yukari quickly grabbed his hand, as the three began to walk through camp. 10 minutes later. Naruto? Yukari suddenly asked, looking up at the blonde. The three had been walking through the camp for some time now. Something wrong, Yukari? Naruto asked, looking down at her. How much longer? I am kinda tired, she yawned, and began to rub her eyes. We're almost there, Esdeath said out of nowhere. We're almost there, Yukari, but would you like for me to carry you? Naruto asked the little girl. Yes please, Yukari said, looking up with tired eyes. Naruto quickly bent down, and offered the little girl his back for a bed. She quickly jumped on, and put her arms over his neck. The blonde quickly got up, and his eyes met with a smiling Esdeath. What? Naruto asked nervously. You put that girl's needs before your own, even though you're strong, and she's weak, Esdeath said with a smile. The two quickly began to walk down through the encampment again. What's that have to do with anything? Naruto asked as they walked into the woods. I'll tell you when we're inside, Esdeath said, turning back and smirking at him. What? Naruto asked, looking confused. We're here, Esdeath said, as she pointed to a cabin not even 20 feet away from them. Huh. I expected like a palace, not a cabin, Naruto said with a grin and chuckle. Please, my castle won't be done until next week, Esdeath laughed, as they walked up to the door. Naruto yelled. He didn't think the blue-haired beauty was serious. Kidding. Now come on, I have a bed she can lay in, Esdeath said, opening the door to the cabin. It was fairly well furnished. It had a main room, a restroom, and 2 branching off side rooms. You know, for an enemy you're, well, you know, not an enemy, Naruto said, admiring the room, but quickly following Esdeath as she moved to a side room. The general opened the door to reveal a very homey-looking room, with 1 small window, and a fairly large bed. Place her here, she told the blonde, lifting up the covers. He gently took Yukari off his back, and placed her onto the bed. The two quietly walked out of the room, and into the main room. You're a strong warrior, I can tell. I have respect for people like you, not people like her, Esdeath said to the blonde, answering his question from earlier. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto asked, raising his voice, but quickly silenced himself as to not wake Yukari. I am simply stating I wouldn't have been as merciful to the little girl if I found her, Esdeath said, as she closed the door to Yukari's room. The two were now standing alone in the living room. Why? Naruto asked, looking at her angry and confused. Because she's weak, and the world would have no use for her. I live by my father's words, the strong survive and the weak die, Esdeath said, with a smirk. The blonde simply put on a thinking pose, as the women sat down. That's stupid, Naruto suddenly blurted out. What? Esdeath asked, slightly stuttering. No one had ever counted her father's saying before. She believed it was a law she must always go by, but now she had this powerful man in front of her saying it was stupid. Yes, if you are strong then it's your duty to protect the weak, Naruto said, smacking both his fists together. Says who? Esdeath said, crossing her arms. Says me. The blonde shouted, startling Esdeath, as she began to get nervous. If you believe that, Miss Esdeath, then you aren't really strong. You're weaker than anyone else in my book, Naruto said, leaning against a wall. The blonde had just unknowingly challenged Esdeath. I am strong. Esdeath yelled back. She did not like being judged by this man. He had no idea what her life was like when she was young. Then prove to me you are. Naruto shouted back, at the blue-haired beauty. Fine. Weisschnabel, she screamed, as she launched several icicles at Naruto. The blonde instantly entered sage mode, and held his hand up at the approaching icicles. All the approaching icicles instantly broke apart, as they hit the blonde's hand. Esdeath's eyes widened in shock and surprise. Her mind quickly filled with different types of emotions, a small amount of anger, but there was another unidentifiable emotion she couldn't wrap her head around. Could this be some sort of affection? She asked herself, as she looked over to Naruto. The blonde quickly got into a fighting stance, and determination quickly flashed through his eyes. It's definitely affection, she said to herself, as a blush appeared across her face. She wanted this man. If that's how it's going, then show me that we're worthy of each other, Esdeath blurted out, as the blush remained on her face. What? Naruto suddenly asked, confused. Esdeath quickly moved her fist with superhuman speed towards the blonde's face. But Naruto matched it with 2 times the speed. Their fists smashed together, creating a small shockwave in the room. Esdeath was pushed back a few feet, as well as Naruto. She looked at Naruto, with an unknown desire, and charged the Jinchuriki. The two quickly began exchanging fists. This went on for about 30 seconds, until Naruto landed a good punch on the woman's left cheek, and she has landed a kick on his right leg. Impressive, Esdeath said, as she breathed heavily. She was not prepared to fight like this against someone so powerful. You're not too bad yourself, Naruto said with a grin, as he stood perfectly fine, not even limping the slightest. Esdeath smirked, and began to rush towards the blonde with her rapier aimed at the boy. Naruto quickly took out a kunai, and blocked Esdeath's rapier. Esdeath, please stop, Naruto said, looking into her eyes. This caused the women to lose focus for a moment, and Naruto knocked the rapier out of her hands. It's over, Naruto said, as he raised his kunai up to her. Not yet, Esdeath shouted, as she instantly created a sword out of ice. She moved the blade in a stabbing motion at Naruto, but the blonde was quick to counter. A yellow ball of energy formed in his hands. The ball pulsated and glowed. It reminded her of the sun. She was completely mesmerized by it that she didn't notice it approaching her sword. Rasengan! Naruto yelled, as he slammed the Rasengan into Esdeath's sword, immediately melting it, as it passed through, and hitting the general, sending her flying across the room. Esdeath landed roughly, as she hit the far wall with a loud thud, and almost broke it on impact. The woman was lost for a second until she felt a burning sensation on her right side. Esdeath looked down to see a large red gash in her side. Blood was quickly flowing out of it. She looked back at the blonde to see him approaching her. Finish me, Esdeath said, as she struggled to get up. She knew she was no match for this man. He took her out with one attack. The strongest general in the empire was defeated by this mysterious man. The blonde walked closer and closer to her, as she prepared for the end. Here, Naruto said, as he outstretched his hand to hers. What? Esdeath asked, confused, but took the mon's hand and was helped up. You're bleeding internally, I'll help you, Naruto said, as he suddenly picked her up bridal style. The general was surprised by this as a small blush appeared across her face. What are you doing? She asked, as he walked her over to the couch in the center of the room. The blonde quickly laid her down, and lifted up her jacket to examine the wound. Helping you? What's it look like? Naruto asked, as he continued to examine the wound. You're not going to kill me? Esdeath asked. Looking at the blonde with a confused expression, Naruto simply sighed, and kept looking at the wound. Esdeath just kept staring at him, much to his own annoyance. Why would I do that? He asked, looking up at her. Because you're stronger than me, Esdeath simply said. That doesn't matter. Here, stop talking, you'll tire yourself out like that, Naruto told the blue-haired general. Esdeath listened to the blonde, and remained quiet as he worked on her side. Shozen Jutsu, the blonde whispered, as his hands began to glow green, and Esdeath felt an instant relief to her wound. What's that? Esdeath asked, looking down at Naruto's hands. She was amazed at what this man could do. This is a healing just you. I am completely healing your wounded, Naruto said, looking up at her with a wide grin. This caused a small blush to appear across the blue-haired general's face. Is that part of your tailed beast? Esdeath asked, looking up at him from her position on the couch. No, this is chakra. It's the life energy that runs through all living things where I come from. It also enables the user to create just you, Naruto explained to her. Just you? She asked, a bit confused. Like the Rasengan I used, Naruto said, as he walked over to the end of the couch, and sat down. Oh, you mean the ball of fire thing? Esdeath asked, as she quickly remembered the orange ball-like thing that struck her side. This is going to take a while, Naruto sighed, as he leaned back on the couch. 30 minutes later, I think I am starting to understand. You focus this chakra heavily, and release it outside your body to create a just you, Esdeath said, as she finally sat upright on the couch. That's correct, Naruto said, rubbing the back of his head. That's an extraordinary gift. How do I obtain such a thing? Esdeath asked, with a grin. If she could possess such a powerful ability, she wanted to know how to obtain it. You're not able to. I've already looked at you with my sage mode, and you possess no chakra coils at all, Naruto said, shaking his head. What about my demon extract? Esdeath asked, moving closer to Naruto. What's that? Naruto asked. It is my Tigu, Esdeath said, as she pointed to the strange marking on her chest. What is that? Naruto asked, as he moved towards her, and moved out to touch the mark. They are extraordinary weapons created by the first emperor of our empire. They are made from ultra-class danger beasts, Esdeath told the man. Naruto had no idea what those were. Danger beasts? The blonde finally asked. Powerful monsters that roam the lands. They are almost impossible to defeat, Esdeath said, as she pointed to her mark. Ha! Naruto chuckled, tilting his head back. I'd love to fight one of those things. They aren't as easy to defeat as you think, Esdeath said with a deadly smirk. Well, see about that. Naruto chuckled. Esdeath began to get off the couch, and suddenly gripped her right side in pain. Naruto instantly moved over to her. Are you okay? You'll be sore for a while, but you won't have any pain, he said, as he helped her UPM. I am fine. This is nothing. I've been through worse, Esdeath said. Little did the blonde know that her demon extract wasn't responding kindly to Naruto's chakra. Well, you should probably get some rest soon. It is getting late, Naruto said, looking out the window, watching the sun slowly set behind a mountain. What about you? Shouldn't you be getting some rest too? Esdeath asked, looking over to him, as she moved closer to her room's door. I am fine. I've had enough rest these past few days. I'll stay awake a little longer, Naruto said, as he went back to sitting on the couch. Then I'll stay here too, Esdeath said, as she slowly made her way back to the couch. I would like to hear more about your world and adventures, she said, as she sat down next to the Jinchuriki. Naruto paused for a moment. I don't know, he said, as he looked over to Yukari's room. He knew if he stayed up the girl would be completely fine. Come on, I bet you have some interesting stories, Esdeath said, leaning towards the shinobi. A blush appeared across Naruto's face, and he began to get nervous. Suddenly an image of Neji getting uppercutted flashed across the blonde's mind, and his expression turned into a smirk. Well, this one time, the blonde began, as Esdeath leaned back on the couch with a smile. Naruto, 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 wake up. A voice called out to the passed-out blonde on the couch. His eyes slowly fluttered to life. He saw Yukari on her knees, with a familiar orange object in her hands. Huh, what? Kid, help me. The orange object in her arms shouted out. Naruto looked down to see a very small version of Kurama. He looked like how he did when he was first created, except he was a lot smaller, about the size of a dog. Kurama. Why are you? Naruto began but was quickly stopped as the fox put his paw up. It's a long story, and now this little brat won't leave me alone, the Nine Tails said, looking up at a smiling Yukari. Naruto, he's so cute, can I keep him? Yukari said with the sweetest smile. Naruto couldn't resist that smile, and also Kurama deserved some punishment. You can keep him, as long as you want to, Yukari, Naruto said with smirk. Kurama's eyes widened in horror, and then filled with anger. Why, you little brat? I knew I should have eaten you when I had the chance, Kurama barked. He was about to lunge for the boy, but then stopped when he felt the most gentle touch on his back. The tailed beast turned back to see Yukari gently petting his back. She looked up with her soft blue eyes, and smiled. It's okay, I won't be mean. On second thought, this might not be so bad. The fox jumped out of her arms, and onto the floor. Yukari quickly followed, as started to scratch him behind the ear. Naruto smiled at this. At least the girl was having fun. The blonde finally noticed that Esdeath was missing. He began to look around, but couldn't find her. Hey, where's Esdeath? She stepped out for a bit, boss, a clone said, as he leaned against the wood. Naruto had completely forgotten he had made it to watch over Yukari during the night. Naruto didn't trust Esdeath one bit. When it came to Yukari, alright then, I need you to watch Yukari for a moment, while I have a discussion with the furball, he said, pointing to the fox who was currently on his back with his tongue hanging out, as Yukari rubbed his stomach. No problem, boss, the clone nodded as he went over to Yukari. Let's go, Kurama, Naruto said, calling the fox over to him. The Nine Tails responded with a grumble, getting off his back. He liked being pet. Naruto walked into the room he placed Yukari in the night before, and reactivated the privacy seal he have placed on the room last night so Yukari wouldn't be disturbed. Kurama quickly scurried in, right before Naruto shut the door. So what's this about? He asked, leaping onto the bed. What the hell happened yesterday? He said, as he leaned against the far wall staring at the fox. What do you mean? The Nine Tails asked, tilting his head. The old man. Why couldn't I save him? Naruto clenched his fist in frustration. Why couldn't he save Yukari's grandfather? You and I both know that you were still recovering from the battle, Kurama said, laying his head down on the bed. But that doesn't explain why I couldn't even move, Kurama. Naruto yelled out in anger. He didn't want anyone else to die, especially if he could have done something. Hey kid, calm down. Do you know how far you fell, and the damage you took from the battle? You literally fell from a height of 5 miles. I did everything I could to keep you alive, So how about you take a chill pill? Yes, the old man died, it is truly a shame, but at least you saved the little brat, Kurama explained to the boy. You're right, Kurama, Naruto said, letting his head hang low. Here we go, didn't I already? What? The fox paused. Had Naruto actually admitted to it? Yes, you're right, but that doesn't make me feel any better. I am going to discuss this with Esdeath when she returns, Naruto said. Honestly, Naruto, I would have struck her down the first moment I knew she was with the army that killed the old man. The Nine Tails growled, thinking about all the bodies piled up in the road. He reminded himself to discuss that with him later. I am not gonna kill someone, not unless they try to harm Yukari, or me, like those soldiers. Kurama, we both know I would never just flat out kill someone, Naruto said, heading back for the door. What if they threatened to kill Yukari? What would you do then? This comment made Naruto stop dead in his tracks. What if they did? No, I won't allow that, Naruto thought, shaking the very idea from his head. Well, cross that bridge when it comes, Naruto simply said, putting on a fake smile, and walking out to see Yukari, and the clone having a staring contest. Hey, what are you two doing? Naruto asked, walking up to the two. Having a staring contest, Yukari shouted, as her eyes began to tingle. Boss, I am about to win. Don't ruin this. The clone said, with a smirk. The original suddenly got a very sneaky idea. Oh, is that so? Naruto said, putting up a hand sign to dismiss the clone. The copy saw this, and its eyes widened in horror. Boss. No, no, no. It shouted, just as Naruto dispelled the clone. Ha, I win. Yukari shouted out, jumping up and down. Naruto and Kurama simply smiled at the little girl. Good job, Yukari. Naruto shouted, giving the girl a high five. Then her eyes immediately locked onto Kurama, and she ran up to him. Kurama, can we play some more? Yukari said, eyes full of excitement. Sure, kid, Kurama said, as he laid on the floor, and she rubbed his back. The front door to the cabin slowly opened, and Naruto was put on alert. Esdeath slowly walked through the door. Oh, you're back. Naruto lowered his guard slightly. Esdeath smiled, and walked over to the couch, and sat next to Naruto. We should be ready to leave soon, Esdeath said with a smirk, making Naruto shift uneasily in his seat. Alright, I'll make sure Yukari's ready, Naruto said, turning to look over, as the little girl played with the fox. Good. Now I must go make the final preparations for the journey, Esdeath said. As she began to get off the couch, Naruto suddenly reached out, and grabbed her hand. Esdeath looked back, surprised, as he grasped her hand, looking up at her. Actually, Esdeath, I was wondering if I could talk with you for a moment in private, Naruto said, looking directly up to her icy eyes. Esdeath was a bit shocked. What could he possibly want to talk about? Alright, then lead the way, she said, regaining her composure. Naruto quickly led her into that he just talked to Kurama in. He reactivated the privacy seal, and turned around, crossing his arms. So what's this about? Esdeath asked, feeling a bit uneasy by the way Naruto was acting. I didn't want to talk about it while Yukari was in the room, but yesterday when I arrived in the village that you found me in, I found a whole bunch of dead bodies, Naruto said, as he kept a clear image of all the bodies piled up in the street. Esdeath's eyes widened, as she realized what Naruto was about to ask. I also saw several pillars of ice sticking up through the town. I just need to know, Esdeath, were you the one responsible? Naruto asked, turning around with his face full of seriousness. Esdeath knew that she couldn't lie to him. It would only end in a negative end for her. No, Naruto, I wasn't the one responsible, but I did play a part, Esdeath said, looking away. She regretted telling the blonde that. What's that supposed to mean? Naruto shouted out. Please, Naruto, it's not what you think, Esdeath said, trying to defend herself. She wanted to avoid contact with him at all costs. Then please do explain, Naruto said, crossing his arms again, staring at her. Ultra-class danger beasts were attacking the town. These people did nothing wrong to upset the capital, so we wouldn't have assaulted or harmed those people anyway. My army stepped in and tried to stop them, but they tore through us. All the people that had survived were either gravely injured or had nowhere to go, so we had to put them out of their misery, Esdeath revealed to the blonde. This enraged Naruto. Why would she do this? He thought to himself. So what? You just killed them, because they couldn't defend themselves, or had anywhere else to do? Naruto barked back at her. The weak die, and the strong survive, Naruto. Esdeath repeated her father's quote. This enraged the blonde even more. And I told you that. That's a load of crap. You could have saved those people, Esdeath. Naruto yelled, causing his chakra to slowly boil. Kurama was immediately put on alert in the next room. It doesn't matter now, Naruto, they're already dead, Esdeath said, walking towards the one lone window in the room. By your hand. Naruto shouted, as he walked towards the door. Naruto, you need to understand, she said, turning around, and grabbing hold of his hand. No. Naruto shouted, jerking his hand away. Stay away from Yukari. Once we get close enough to the capital, Yukari and I are splitting away from your group. After that, stay out of our way, Esdeath, because if you even try to lay a finger on her, I will make you, and this capital, regret it. Naruto yelled out, voice full of anger. He quickly walked out of the room, leaving Esdeath alone. Naruto, she whispered to herself, looking at the floor, hair covering her eyes. You okay, kid? Kurama asked, as Naruto exited the side room. I am fine, Naruto said, looking down at the ground. He clenched his fists. Why did she have to be like that? To Naruto, all life was important, no matter who or what you were. Damn it. Naruto shouted out, as he slammed his fist against the wall. Naruto? Yukari asked, walking up to him. She looked up at him with her big blue eyes. She was clearly worried about the blondes. Naruto instantly snapped out of his emotional state as soon as he saw Yukari. He put on a faint smile, and rubbed the little girl's head. I am alright, sorry. We're about to leave, are you ready? Naruto asked with a smile, but you could clearly tell the blonde was still a little bit angry. Yukari said, nodding her head. Even for being as young as she was, she could tell that Naruto was faking his smile. This worried the little girl. Great, let's get going then, Naruto said, as Yukari took his hand, and Kurama jumped on his shoulder. The group began to walk out of the door. As Esdeath exited the room she had her argument with Naruto in, the sage stopped, and looked directly at her. Well, meet you outside, he said with a hint of bitterness in his voice. She nodded her head, as he walked out of the door with Yukari and Kurama. We should probably move to the front gates, Naruto said, as they began walking down the lone path through the trees towards the army's camp. Yukari looked unsure for a moment while walking. She began to drag her feet. Naruto quickly noticed this and stopped. You okay? Yukari quickly shook her head in response. Please Naruto, don't leave me when we get to the capital, she cried out, tears streaming down her eyes. A sad smile appeared across the blonde's face. He knew exactly what she was going through. Naruto slowly kneeled down next to the girl, and wiped a tear off her cheek. Yukari, I will never do such a thing. I promised your grandpa. I promised you. I will always be there. He smiled at her. Yukari broke into tears, and cried into the blonde's chest. The two stood there for a minute as Yukari let out all of her bent-up stress. As the girl became silent, Naruto looked down at her, feeling better. He asked, keeping the same on his face. Yeah, Yukari said, slightly grinning. Naruto once again took her by the hand, and began walking down the road. So Yukari? Naruto asked after a couple minutes of silence. Yes. She asked, looking up at the shinobi with curiosity in her eyes. When we get to the capital, would you like to go anywhere? Naruto asked, putting on a thinking pose. Wait, I know. I want to go to a candy shop. Yukari exclaimed. In her entire she had been able to try candy. She remembered faint memories of her grandfather saying that as was bad for her. She of course didn't believe this at all. Then it's settled, we'll go to a candy store, Naruto said with a smirk, looking down at the girl. I could go for some chocolate as well, Kurama said from Naruto's shoulder. Doesn't chocolate kill foxes? Naruto asked, looking over to the fox. Kurama pawed the blonde smack dab in the face. I am a goddamn tailed beast. To think I would be defeated by something like that is just sad, Kurama said, as he jumped off Naruto's shoulder, and onto the ground. Kurama began stomping off, or whatever you would call stomping for a fox. Well, someone's in a good mood, Naruto said, quietly mocking the fox. This caused Yukari to lightly giggle. I will still eat you, Kurama yelled, sprinting back. And trying to jump onto Naruto. Naruto just began to laugh at the fox's antics, as Kurama tried to jump onto Naruto. Both of their eyes suddenly narrowed. As they turned, looking down the dirt road, three figures could be seen approaching them. The figure was of regular height, and clearly a make, while the one to his left was of much smaller height. Naruto couldn't tell if they were male or female. Then the last figure was of tall stature, even taller than Naruto. Well, what do we have here? The largest one asked, looking down at Naruto. As he approached with the other two, the blonde could now analyze all three of their appearances now. The largest one in front of him had long, spiky blonde hair and pure white, pupil-less eyes which freaked out Naruto a bit. He wore a headdress similar to horns and the same uniform as the two others beside him. The man beside him had gray hair worn in a long ponytail, blue eyes and a mustache. The last person confused Naruto greatly. He could tell that they were a boy. Brr, he looked so feminine. He had blonde hair and golden eyes, a headdress similar to the tall one, and a freaking tail. Can I help you? Naruto finally asked, as he finished observing the group. We're just seeing what a strange man like you is doing coming from the general's cabin, the smallest one said pointing to Naruto. He had a really annoying voice in Naruto's opinion. We're just getting ready to leave same as you, Naruto said as he moved Yukari closer to him protectively. Oh, is that so? The one with the long ponytail asked. Yes, Naruto said trying to defuse this situation. The one with the tail quickly walked over to Naruto and spotted Yukari. What a cute little girl, he said, as he kneeled down next to her. Yukari hid behind Naruto in fear. Oh come on, I won't hurt you, the man said trying to reach back, but was quickly pushed away by the defensive blonde. OWW, what the hell? He shouted out. Don't touch her, Naruto said, as he guarded Yukari instinctively. Kurama was already standing behind the group of three, ready to attack at a moment's notice. I think you need to learn some respect, the largest one said, as he reached for his back. The man took out a very large axe, and smiled with glee. Naruto simply sighed, and looked towards his tailed beast. Kurama, watch her. No problem, the fox said quickly scurrying back over, and stood in front of Yukari defensively. I am going to tell you this right now, walk away, Naruto said staring the man dead in the eye. Ha 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 ha. Is this guy for real? The large man asked looking back to his other companions. So be it, but I hope you know I gave you a way out, Naruto said beginning to gather chakra in his left hand, and walked forward a bit to make sure Yukari wouldn't be within range. Bring it. I'll fucking kill you. The man screamed with rage, as he took off racing towards Naruto. The shinobi simply stood there for a moment, and as the man was about to strike, Naruto disappeared within an instant. Where did he go? The man asked looking around while keeping his guard up. You're too slow, a voice said from behind him. The large man quickly spun around, just as Naruto pulled back for a punch. The blonde focused a small amount of Kurama's chakra into his arm. The arm suddenly started glowing a bright neon orange, as a small amount of Kurama's chakra cloak appeared on Naruto's arm. He slammed into the man's axe with so much force that the axe completely shattered from the punch. The man was sent flying back, and his comrades quickly ran over to him. My Tigu, he yelled, as he looked towards the blonde with rage. Stay away from her, Naruto said, as the small portion of the Kurama cloak disappeared on his arm. The man was about to get up to charge the blonde, but the other with the ponytail put his hand in front of him. Leave this to me, he said, as he slipped on a ring, and started to move his fingers. Enough. A voice suddenly shouted out which made all three of the men stop in their tracks. Esdeath came walking down the road, and glided past Yukari, and Kurama, past Naruto, and up to the now bowing men. Esdeath, the man with the ponytail said, as he lowered his head. All three of you will report to your positions, and when we return to the capital all of you will face punishment. Esdeath spit out, as she quickly turned her head, and walked back to Naruto. Yes, the man said, as he, and the others got up. They all walked off towards the camp in defeat. Little did they know Yukari was sticking her tongue out at them as they went away. I am surprised you were able to break a Tigu, Esdeath said, walking up to Naruto. They don't seem that tough, the blonde said, brushing it off like it was nothing. Thanks for that, Naruto said in a low voice. Esdeath simply nodded her head. She was about to say something, but heard footsteps approaching them. General. A lone soldier yelled out, as he ran up to her. What is it? Esdeath asked. We're ready to move out, the man said, trying to regain his breath. Understood. Tell the men it's time to move, Esdeath said, ushering the man away. Yes, General, he said sprinting off back towards TGE camp. Well, we should get going, Esdeath said, beginning to walk in the direction of the camp. Alright, you ready, Yukari? Naruto asked. Looking down at her, she looked up, and nodded her head with a bright smile. Yes. Let's go then, Naruto said with an equally bright smile, as they began to move down the path towards the camp. Kurama walked with them, as he continued to make threats about wanting to eat chocolate, or he would eat Naruto. 2 days later, Esdeath army had made amazing time, as they made their way back to the Imperial City. They were current 30 miles out from the capital. The army had been marching for 4 straight hours along a dirt road that to one side had a small forest that led up to very large snowy mountains. On their other side was a very deep gorge that was certain to be filled with different types of danger beasts. We're closing in on the capital, a lead soldier shouted from far ahead. Excellent. Esdeath wiped some sweat off her forehead, as she walked with Naruto next to a small covered wagon that held Yukari. Esdeath, the blonde next to her asked, as he looked to her with a blank expression. Yes. She said looking up to him, as the army marched along. Yukari, and I will be leaving soon. We do wish you good luck on your way back to the capital, Naruto said, with half a smile. Same to you, Naruto, But I do wish to give you one last piece of advice, Naruto. Please don't try to join Night Raid, Esdeath said, as she knew she couldn't stop the blonde from leaving. And why's that? Naruto asked, had been told by the old man to join Night Raid, and the blonde had been considering it. Because you'll be better off with the Empire than those assassins, Esdeath said simply. Now Esdeath wasn't an idiot, she was extremely smart for her young age. She knew that if Naruto were to join Night Raid it would make them an unstoppable force. The Revolutionary Army would surely get a massive boost of support if he sided with them. But if he were to join the Imperial Army then they could immediately crush the rebels with his extremely power abilities. Why's that? So I can help you kill more innocent people. Naruto bursted out, immediately enraged. He did not want to be a part of an empire that would simply kill anyone that they deemed useless to them, or got in their way. Naruto, I am just giving you this advice, Esdeath said, as she put her hand up trying to calm the blonde. I am not saying I'll join Night Raid, but if they contact me then I'll consider their offer, Naruto said, as he calmed down. Yukari was too busy playing with a sleeping Kurama to pay too much attention to the two's argument. So be it then, I wish you good luck, Esdeath said, as she began to walk forward. Naruto was about to say the same to her but was immediately interrupted by a large explosion from the back of the convoy. What the hell? Esdeath shouted, as a wagon came flying over her head, and was sent sailing over the cliffside, but not before one Imperial soldiers flew out of it, and landed in front of them. Soldier report? Esdeath asked, immediately running up to man. Naruto immediately stood in front of Yukari's wagon protectively. Tyrants General, two of them, attacking the back of the group. The soldier managed to get out before blood filled his mouth, and he died. Well, be slaughtered, another soldier said, as he overheard the Mon's comment. Everyone in Esdeath's army knew the risks of ultra-class danger beasts. Just because their leader knew how to deal with them, didn't mean they knew. I'll handle this, Esdeath said, as she began to turn away towards the back of her army. General, those are ultra-class danger beast, let alone tyrant. A woman shouted back at her. Esdeath was in the woman's face in a split second. Enough. I can handle simple danger beasts, she shouted, as she sprinted towards the back of the group. General, wait. The women shouted out trying to get her to stop, but it was no use. Naruto knew that these danger beasts sounded like trouble. If people were this worried, he had to do something. Yukari, Naruto said, turning to her with a smile. Yes. She asked. She knew that her blonde protector was about to do something stupid. Hold out your hand for a moment, Naruto asked. I'm okay. Yukari did as Naruto commanded, and a split second later a glowing Uzumaki seal appeared on her hand. What did you do? She stuttered, looking at the glowing gold symbol. With this mark one can instantly transport back to you wherever. I've been working on it for the past 2 days, Naruto said with a sheepish smile. What's it called? She asked, looking at the seal with more interest. Naruto quickly made 3 clones before he responded to her. I'll tell you later. For now I need you to go with my clones, he said, pointing to the other Narutos. Okay, Naruto, she said, unsure for a moment, but then a smile filled her face. Don't worry, I'll be back in no time, he said, patting her head. Take care of her, Naruto said, looking over to one of the clones. You got it, boss, he said, giving him a thumbs up, and grabbing Yukari, as they sprinted off into the forest. The real Naruto took off sprinting through the convoy. Passing Imperial soldiers, as they tried to get the chaos under control, Naruto continued to sprint through the convoy, until his sprint slowed into a jog. As he started to reach the back of the convoy, his eyes widened in horror. Fires raging around overturned wagons, horses, and people alike burning alive. The blonde quickly shook his head, trying to ignore everything around him. He knew that if he took out the threat, then a lot more people wouldn't end up like them. Judging by the level of carnage, the beasts are quite large, Kurama said, suddenly appearing on his shoulder. Then it's good that we have someone who can beat the crap out of them, Naruto said with determination, as he smacked both of his fists together. Kurama laughed at this. Hee hee. I knew we'd have some fun today, kid. The blonde would never change. Suddenly a massive piece of ice flew out of the sky over a tree line in front of them. It landed with a massive impact that shook the ground. I am guessing over there, Kurama said with a smirk, as Naruto took off sprinting with him. Esdeath was barely holding her own against the 2 massive tyrants. They were quite large, and could turn invisible, not to mention their enhanced intelligence. These things even gave her a run for her money. Damn it, she said, as she quickly dodged another swipe from the invisible tyrant's claws, but she miscalculated the reach of its claws, and she was knocked flying across the small clearing she was in. Little did the general know that the other tyrant was waiting patiently on the other side of the field. Esdeath was too preoccupied with tyrant near her to notice it until the last second. She could barely move her body so that the blow wouldn't kill her immediately. Ah! She screamed out in pain, as the lower left side of her body was impaled by one of the tyrant's razor-sharp claws. She looked down to see the massive claw come into view. As the tyrant came out of invisibility, the claw went straight through, and took part of her insides with it. Luckily for her, it didn't get her heart. She looked up at the tyrant defiantly, as it smiled down at her with its large teeth. Esdeath was about to prepare one final ice attack before she felt a suddenly large killing presence reach her. It caused both of the tyrants to look over in the direction of the convoy. Out of the way. Naruto screamed out, as he crashed through the trees, and smashed his fist into the tyrant's jaw that was holding Esdeath. The danger beast instantly flung Esdeath off of its hand. The general hit the ground hard, and rolled to the edge of the clearing. "Man, you guys sure look ugly," Naruto said, walking forward up to the two tyrants. If you looked closely, you could see the orange pigment above his eyes. He was in sage mode. "Naruto, get out of here. You may be powerful, but these things are extremely large and intelligent," Esdeath shouted out, as she gripped her side, trying not to bleed out. "Ha! Give me a break. I thought you were the Empire's strongest? Your empire must be pretty weak then?" he asked, gritting his teeth. "I'll show you exactly what I can do. Kurama!" he screamed, as a large roar was suddenly heard, and the area was bathed in a bright orange light. "Kurama?" Esdeath asked, shielding her eyes from thr powerful light. A split second later the light faded, and Esdeath opened her eyes. What she saw next truly amazed her. A massive orange and luminescent fox stood tall in the clearing. It stood defiantly overhead of the tyrants. The fox had thick black lines running across his body, and 9 large tails. The tyrants started to back away from the tailed beast. "What's wrong? Never seen a 9-tailed fox." The Kyuubi smiled, showing his razor-sharp teeth off to the 2 ultra-class beasts. "Let's make this quick," Naruto shouted out, as he sprinted away from Kurama towards the injured general. "With pleasure," Kurama chuckled, as he charged head first towards the smaller enemies. Naruto, on the other hand, was slowly healing Esdeath from her dire wound. Her body parts began finishing regenerating, as the wound closed up, and Naruto took his hands away from her. "Consider us even now," he said, wiping a small amount of sweat off of his forehead. "Thank you," Esdeath said, as she slowly stood up, and felt a massive shockwave go through her body. She turned to see the fox tearing apart the tyrants. She was amazed that this fox could be this powerful, but then remembered who its container was. "Kurama, you almost done," Naruto shouted in annoyance. "This is too much fun." Kurama laughed, as he bit down on one of the tyrants' necks, ripping off a very large piece of meat. The beast screamed in pain, before it fell over on its side, as it began to bleed out. No matter how adaptable these beasts were, they were no match for Kurama. As the fox held the piece of flesh in his mouth, the second tyrant punched Kurama on the side of his jaw, forcing the fox to swallow the piece of meat. "This tastes fucking disgusting," he spat out, as he tried to get the taste out of his mouth. The 9 tails turned back towards the last tyrant. The tyrant tried to put up its arms in defense, but was much too slow for the fox. Kurama got through his guard, and put one hand on the snout of the tyrant, while he put his other hand on its lower jaw. Kurama then began to pull apart the danger beast jaws. A second later he heard a sickening snap, as he ripped its lower jaw off of head. Kurama then took the lower jaw, and smashed it down the throat of the tyrant. A second later the tyrant fell over dead next to the other tyrant, that had long since died. "Disgusting creatures," the Kyuubi said, as he quickly began walking over to Naruto, and reverted back to his much smaller size. "Could you have been a little less bloody, Kurama?" Naruto said, crossing his arms. "I needed to relieve some stress," he said, shrugging his shoulders. "So this is the power of the tailed beasts," Esdeath said, as she looked down at Kurama. "That's right, girly," the Kyuubi said with a wide grin. They made the blonde lightly chuckle, but a second later a fresh set of memories flushed back into his mind, ones that were met with a swift and an incredible clumsy end. It could only mean one thing: one of his clones had been dispelled. "Shit," Naruto said out loud. This caught the attention of both Kurama and Esdeath. "What?" the general asked, tilting her head in confusion. "No time to explain, got to go." "I'll see you, Esdeath," Naruto said, beginning to form a few hand signs. "Naruto, wait," Esdeath said, trying to reach for the blonde, but was too late, as he disappeared along with Kurama. "See what you did," one of the blonde's clones shouted out deep in the forest. "But we had to save the girl," the other clone shouted back to its other counterpart. "Yeah, but now look. One of us died. So the boss is going to come in all guns a-blazing," the first clone yelled out. "No, he won't. Besides, hell, understand why one of us died in this situation," the second said, waving his hand in a non-caring manner. "Yeah. But it has to be one of the worst and stupidest ways for any of us to die, the first said, as he put his palm up to his face and shook his head. Yeah, how's Yukari? The other asked, looking back at the young girl on the first clone's back. I am fine, Yukari said in response, as she looked incredibly bored on the clone's back. What about the girl? The first asked, pointing back to the passed-out older girl on the other clone's back. The girl he was referring to had long flowing blonde hair and bright green eyes. She was wearing something similar to what looked like a cowgirl outfit. She's fine, she's still breathing, the clone said, as he adjusted her on his back. There's no sign of the other one, so that's good, the first said, as he peered off into the distance. Yeah, she gave me the creeps, the second clone said, as a shiver went down his spine, as he remembered the strange girl. Hey, but those snacks looked good, the first said with a smirk. Yukari nodded her head in agreement. She yelled at you when you tried to take one, the second shouted back at the first. Yeah, well, the clone wasn't able to finish his sentence, as a bright light soon appeared behind him. I am here, the original shouted, as he stood defensively in front of the clone holding Yukari. Relax boss, there is no danger, little Yukari's fine, the first clone said, as started rubbing the little girl's head. But why did one of you get dispelled? Naruto said, as he lowered his guard and looked around for any source of trouble. Okay, so there was some danger, the second clone said, shrugging his shoulders. Explain, Naruto said, crossing his arms. As the two clones argued for another second, Naruto looked around and noticed Kurama was no longer with him. Suddenly he heard a grumble in the back of his mind. The fox had gone back into the seal. Here, I'll explain it. Well, you see, we ran into this crazy girl with a sword, and she was battling this girl, the second clone said, pointing back to the unconscious cowgirl on his back. And who exactly is this girl? Naruto asked, walking up to the clone and staring at the girl. We have no idea, but the girl with the sword was about to kill her, so naturally we stepped in, the first said, boasting. Yukari bonked the top of his head in response, while the first clone rubbed his head. The original kept staring at the girl. It was a pretty short battle. She summoned some people, but they weren't that strong. We made quick work of them, the second explained to him. Then where is she now? Naruto asked, as kept taking in all the girl's features. She ran away, the first said, shrugging his shoulders and putting on a smirk. So what are we going to do with her, boss? The second asked him, pointing back to the girl. I guess we'll have to take her with us, Naruto said as he took Yukari off of the first clone's back and put her on his. Yeah. Maybe once she wakes up we can find where she belongs, the first said. Yeah, come on, we need to get going, the second shouted out as he ran off into the woods. The first clone chased after him. Naruto just sighed and started running as well. You guys are such a pain. Now I understand why Sakura found me so annoying, Naruto said, running next to the two clones. Aw, come on boss, the second said, putting on a cheeky smile. Never mind, come on, let's get moving, Naruto said, picking up speed and moving deeper through the woods. Understood, both clones said in unison. Time skip, few hours later. Boss, there's a road ahead, the first clone said, as he landed on a branch beside Naruto. Any movement? Naruto asked, trying to remain as quiet as possible, because Yukari had fallen asleep on his back. Yes, looks like a group of merchants, and one person following behind them at about 100 feet, the clone said, as he leaned against the trunk of the tree. The second clone was sitting on a tree farther behind them, still carrying the unconscious girl. Naruto peered over to the road and could see a small wagon rolling down the road. Suddenly the ground began to shake violently, and everyone was put on alert. An earthquake? The clone beside him asked. No, I don't think. Naruto was interrupted by a large crash on the road. He looked over to see a weird-looking creature on the road staring down at the wagon. Earth Dragon. The men on the wagon shouted, as they jumped off of it right before the beast smashed it to pieces. Both men began to run away, their faces filled with fear. Damn it. We have to help them. You stay here with Yukari, Naruto said, handing Yukari over to first clone. Understood boss, the clone said, as he took Yukari and leaned back against the tree. You put the girl down, and well, go help them. The other clone nodded, and put the girl down next to the clone holding Yukari. The two started to sprint out into the road, and quickly neared the Earth Dragon. Let's end this with one hit, Naruto shouted out, as he started to focus chakra in his right hand. Yeah, the clone said, adding his chakra to the glowing yellow orb. The two picked up speed and rushed towards the Earth Dragon. Racing Naruto immediately stopped when the danger beasts dropped dead on the ground in front of them. What the hell? His clone asked, looking around. A boy soon landed in front of the dead earth dragon. Naruto quickly took in all his features. The boy was about the same age as him. He had green eyes and medium-length brown hair with a cowlick. The boy wore a tan sweater vest, a pair of black pants and combat boots. "That was amazing, boy!" shouted a voice. The two men who were running in fear from the beast had come back. Naruto dispelled his clone, and simply stood behind the boy, waiting for a moment to speak. "You were actually able to defeat an earth dragon single-handedly," one of them said, shaking the boy's hand. "Well, obviously for someone like me that was a piece of cake," the boy shouted, clearly boasting about the kill. "What's your name?" the other one asked with a smile. "I am Tatsumi. And you better remember the name. I am gonna make it big in the capital," the boy shouted out, pointing to him. The two men's expression immediately changed from relief to worry. "So you want to become successful in the capital too?" the other one asked Tatsumi. "Yeah, it's every country boy's dream to make it big there," Tatsumi said with a bright smile. The two men just looked away with a worried expression. "What's up?" Tatsumi asked, clearly noticing their worried faces. "The capital's not some fantasy land where you'll find all of your wildest dream, and be served food on a silver platter. There are worse monsters than danger beasts there," the first one explained to him. "Are you saying there's something worse than danger beasts out there?" Tatsumi shouted out with a worried expression. "Yeah, people, their hearts are filled with darkness and hatred. It's filled with guys like that," the second one said, looking away. "Then I guess the capital needs me," a loud voice shouted out from behind Tatsumi. He turned around to see a boy with spiky blonde hair and a ridiculous orange jumpsuit. "Huh?" Tatsumi asked. Looking at the boy, his face had 3 whisker-like marks on each side. Tatsumi was extremely confused. "Who are you?" one of the men asked. "I am Naruto, Naruto Uzumaki. You're going to the capital too?" the blonde asked, staring down at Tatsumi, with a kind smile. "Yeah?" Tatsumi asked, backing away awkwardly from the blonde. "Want to travel together?" Naruto asked suddenly. Tatsumi face filled with shock, but little did he know Naruto had a master plan. He needed someone to carry the cowgirl. Sure, he could use his clone, but that was such a bore. But there was also another reason. Naruto for some reason saw a bit of himself in Tatsumi. Sure," Tatsumi said, not even thinking if over. "Great, let's go," Naruto said, turning around, and began to run back into the woods to get the others. Tatsumi was about to follow but was quickly stopped by one of the men from wagon. "What is it?" Tatsumi asked, looking back. "Take this," the man said, handing Tatsumi a large bag of coins. "For what?" Tatsumi asked, raising his eyebrow. "For saving us, you earned it," the man smiled. The other man behind him nodded in agreement. "Wow, thanks. Now with this I am sure to find a decent place to stay tonight, and then I can send the rest of this back to my village," Tatsumi said with a smile, as he turned around to see Naruto standing with what looked like a copy of himself. This caused Tatsumi's eyes to widen in shock. The copy had a woman on his back that looked like a cowboy. On Naruto's back there was a small girl staring over at Tatsumi with big blue eyes. Naruto, right?" Tatsumi asked, looking over to him. "Yeah," the blonde asked. The little girl on his back put her chin on the top of Naruto's head, and stared down at Tatsumi. "Who's that?" he asked, pointing at Naruto's copy. The clone started to grin. "Oh yeah, that's my clone," Naruto said, pointing over to him. This caused Tatsumi's eyes to nearly pop out of his head. "Clone?" he shouted out. "This guy can make copies of himself," Tatsumi thought to himself. "It's a long story. I can explain it to you on the way," Naruto said, waving the thought away. "But could you carry that girl?" the clone asked, looking over at Tatsumi. "What? Why me?" Tatsumi shouted out. "Because my clone needs a break," Naruto said with a smirk. But both Naruto and his clone knew they could go on for another 20 days without needing to rest. Fine. Give her here," Tatsumi said, as he bent down. The clone, who was now currently holding the unconscious girl bridle, placed her on Tatsumi's back. Tatsumi had no trouble holding the women. "Thanks. You're dismissed now," Naruto said with a smile. "Alright. See ya, boss," the clone said, quickly disappearing in a cloud of smoke. Tatsumi's eyes just widened in shock even more. But then he felt someone watching him. He turned to see Yukari staring directly at him. But when she noticed he saw her, she quickly turned away. Naruto, who's that?" Tatsumi asked, pointing up to Yukari. "Oh, her? This is Yukari," Naruto said, patting the little girl's head. Hello," she stuttered out, without looking over at Tatsumi. "She's a bit shy," Naruto whispered out, causing her to bury her face even more in Naruto's hair. Well, it's very nice to meet you, Tatsumi said with a bright smile that almost rivaled Naruto's. Yukari didn't look up from Naruto's head. Come on, we only have a short walk to the capital, the blonde said, motioning for Tatsumi to begin walking forward. Right. Tatsumi said, as he adjusted the girl's position on his back, and began to walk down the road. Say, Tatsumi, why are you going to the capital? Naruto asked as they walked down the road. Well, Tatsumi began. Akame, 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 wake up. A loud voice suddenly called out to the girl. She was quickly roused from her sleep. She instantly shot up her head, and began to look around. What? What's going on? She asked, looking confused. The girl known as Akame looked in the direction of the voice calling to her. She saw one of her teammates kneeling over her, with a face full of worry. Thank God, you're okay, Leonie said, as she reached out to give the girl a hug. As she hugged Akame, Akame finally got the chance to take in all her surroundings. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw where they now stood. A battered and destroyed building in what looked like a marketplace. She looked out to see bodies everywhere in the street. Above the roof of buildings she could see bullets, as well as arrows shoot through the sky. What's going on? She thought to herself. Suddenly she heard Leonie start to cough very violently, and then a second later she went limp. Leonie? Akame stuttered out. The sound of Akame's voice shot the women back to life. It's fine, it'll be okay. We just need to get you out of here, Leonie said with a weak smile. That's when Akame noticed the blood. On the side of Leone's mouth a steady stream of blood poured out. Then Leonie noticed more blood covering her stomach. A rather large wound had been made across her chest. What are you talking about? I can fight too, Akame said, trying to get up, but she felt heavier than before, like she had somehow put on more weight. A quick set of footsteps were suddenly heard sprinting towards their location. Leonie was suddenly put on guard, as well as Akame. Akame. What are you doing here? Najenda called out. As she approached to two, Leonie let out a sigh of relief, and Akame dropped her guard. I told you, and bullet to get Akame out of here. She can't fight in her condition, Najenda said, pointing to Leonie, as she walked up next to them. Bullet's dead, and I won't last that long either, Leonie revealed, as she tried to hide her wound, face filled with a bit of sadness. What the hell do you mean? Najenda shouted out in anger and shock. Esdeath got the better of me. Lionel's destroyed. I am done, Leonie said, moving her hand away from the wound, as blood continued to flow out. Damn it, Najenda said, looking at the wound. What about Bullet? She asked, trying to change the topic. Couldn't say. I just saw something hit him, and a second later he was gone, Leonie said, as she looked down at the ground. Her hair covered her eyes. You could see the faintest tear roll down her cheek. Where is everyone else? Najenda asked, keeping her composure, as the sound of gunfire and explosions reached their ears. Well, worry about that later. Help me with Akame, Leonie said, as she began to help Akame up, while struggling with her own wound as well. I can walk. I am fine honestly, Akame said, trying to brush Leonie off, but suddenly Najenda grabbed her right arm, and put it over her neck, as they began to walk out of the destroyed building, and onto the decimated street. You should be here. Think of the baby, Najenda said, looking ahead. Suddenly a billion questions, and shock started to fill her head. The jet black-haired assassin could only ask one thing though, baby? Yeah, remember? Your child. The one you and the knucklehead are going to have. The one from the prophecy. Are you sure you didn't get hit in the head? Leonie asked, looking over at her with worry. Knucklehead? Akame asked, looking even more confused, as the gunfire near them suddenly increased tenfold. Yeah, Leonie wasn't able to finish her sentence, as a large explosion blew up a building near them, sending debris in every direction. Shit. Stay down. Najenda shouted out, as the group ducked behind an overturned cart. Najenda covered Akame protectively with her prosthetic arm. What's going on? Haven't we already taken the city? Leonie shouted out, as she leaned on the cart, trying to stop the bleeding from her stomach. The Revolutionary Army was about to take the capital, then this thing shows up, Najenda said, as she pointed to the sky. Akame followed her finger to see a small flying object moving through the sky at high speed. It seemed to dive down, create a large explosion, and then flying back up all in an instant. Akame felt a large killing intent from it. Whatever it was not friendly. What is it? Akame asked, looking at it with curiosity and caution. I have no idea, it just showed up, and began killing everyone, Imperial soldiers, rebellion soldiers, even civilians, Najenda said, staring at the flying object with anger and hate. Where's Naruto when you need him? Leonie asked with a laugh, as she began to cough up more blood. Najenda quickly moved over to her, and handed her a cloth. She wiped the blood off. You could tell the assassin didn't have much time. she was getting paler and paler by the second. Naruto? Akame blurted out. She had never heard of that name in her life. Najenda, and Leonie looked over at her with even more confusion than earlier. Akame again, are you sure you're okay? Leonie asked, with worry in her voice. Yeah, you seem like you've lost your memory, Najenda said, looking down at her, as she quickly examined her. I don't know. Akame said, shaking her head. The Teju user had no idea what was happening. Leonie just shook her head, and began to walk forward down the street. She looked back with a smile. Well, just have to check when we get. She was never able to finish her sentence, as a large explosion filled the area. She tried to dodge, but was far too injured to get away in time. She was incinerated on contact. Leonie, no. Akame screamed out, as her face filled with utter shock, terror, and rage. She just watched one of her closest friends die right in front of her eyes. I finally found you, a feminine voice said from above. Najenda and Akame both looked up to a bright white light looking down at them. Najenda's eyes widened in shock. Akame, move. Najenda screamed, as she went to push Akame out of the way. She was sent staggering back a few feet, just in time before a bolt of white light shot down next to Najenda. The area soon exploded into a fireball. Luckily, with her quick reflexes, Akame was able to take cover behind a wall in the building. After the explosion died down, Akame heard nothing but insane laughter, signaling that the person responsible for killing Leonie, and quite possibly Najenda, was still around. Hey Akame. A weak voice suddenly spoke next to her. She quickly realized this voice was none other than her boss. Najenda? Akame whispered, looking around. Her eyes finally landed on a heavily burnt body that was missing its legs. No, Akame said with fright, as she moved down next to the barely breathing Najenda. Hey Akame, you need to get out of here now. Find Naruto. He's the only one who can stop this, and protect you, Najenda said, as life started to fade from her eyes. Akame had no idea who this Naruto person was, but from the sound of Najenda and Leonie, she was pretty close to him, so she swallowed all her fear, and regained her composure, letting her training with these types of situations kick in. She put on a blank expression, and looked down at Najenda. Understood, she said in an emotionless tone. Now go. Ill distracted. Najenda seemed out, as Akame flew through a small hole in the wall. And down an alleyway into the next street over. She hid behind a building, before a very large explosion filled her ears, signaling that the building she was just in had been destroyed. Along with the leader of Night Raid, she wanted to go back, and tear that thing apart for killing her comrades, but she knew she would be no match, so instead she let out a sigh, trying to get her bearings before she felt a massive amount of killing intent directly behind her. Leaving so soon? A voice whispered. Akame immediately swung around to punch whoever it was. But her fist was instantly caught by a pure white hand that reached out of a bright white light that nearly blinded Akame. Another hand came out, and grabbed the girl by the neck, forcing her into the air. Now it's time for you to die. You and that blonde boy have been messing with my plans for too long. But before I kill you, I'll take that precious child from you, the feminine voice said in a sadistic tone, as the hand that blocked her punch reached down, and neared her stomach. Akame didn't know how to act, so she just let her instincts kick in, her face filled with rage, and she acted like an animal trying to protect its young from harm. The white light simply laughed, as it moved its hand closer to her stomach. It was ready to take her supposed baby. Akame didn't know what to do. Suddenly a bright glowing orange fist connected with the bright light, and it was sent back into a building. Akame was just about to fall to the ground, but someone caught her. Damn it, who? The bright light shouted out from the building. Akame looked up, and her eyes filled with shock. A boy around her age, that appeared to be glowing in orange, yellow, held her. From what she could see, he had spiky hair, with two orange horns coming out of his upper forehead. He had bright orange eyes, and what appeared to be a glowing coat, with a black-like undersuit. Two black staffs floated around him, as well as 9 different orbs behind his back. Stay away from her. He shouted out with rage. Suddenly the boy's coat extended, and wrapped around Akame protectively. So finally we, the gods of this world, meet face to face. The bright light shouted, walking out of the building, virtually unharmed. I am no god, the boy said, as Akame was brought close to him by the cloak. She could feel the warmth radiating from his body. Oh, but you are. To these people you are at least. But tell me then. If you are no god, then what are you? The light asked, approaching the boy, and Akame. I am simply a person that will protect the one I love no matter what, he said, looking down at her with a heartwarming smile. Akame knew instantly that the boy meant her. She couldn't help but blush. Never before had someone said something like that about her. Even if that means your death? The light snickered. Hee hee. I am not allowed to die, the boy said, looking up with a confident smirk. Oh? And why's that? The light asked, clearly interested in an answer. Because I made a promise to someone I love. The boy suddenly shouted out, shocking Akame. I gave her my word that I would not die. That I would not make her feel any more sorrow in her life. That I would always been there for her. And I never go back on my word. Because that's my ninja way. The boy shouted out with such confidence, that even that light seemed to back away for a moment, but then it quickly approached the boy, and started to laugh. Fool. It shouted out, rushing towards the two, forming what looked like a pure white rod in one of its hands. Suddenly Akame was placed instantly on the side of the street, looking back at the man. He simply smiled at her, before he formed what looked like a golden ball of energy in his right hand. He turned towards the light with a smirk, and began to run. As the two neared, all the buildings and junk in the area began to get blown away. Akame had trouble holding her ground. The boy's face filled with determination as he approached the white light. The empire ends today. The boy seemed, as the orb and the rod connected, resulting in a massive explosion that blew Akame away. Everything went black for Akame a split second later. The black-haired assassin's eyes flew open, as she realized that she was looking down, and the floor was approaching fast. Huh? Akame asked out loud, before she thumped to the ground, followed by maniacal laughter. Wake up. A voice shouted out from the door to her room. Akame would have quickly put up her guard, but the owner of the voice was someone she had known for a couple years. She looked over to see Leonie hunched over laughing to her heart's content. Come on sleepyhead, it's not like you to sleep for this long, Leonie said, trying to control herself. Leonie? Akame asked, looking surprised. She had thought that she had just witnessed Leonie die not even a few minutes ago, but then reality kicked in, and she realized that it was a dream of some sorts. Yeah, who else would it be? Now hurry up, and get dressed. We have an assignment tonight, and mine made a whole bunch of meat for breakfast. The moment she said that, Akame's eyes lit up like a Christmas tree. Leonie laughed some more, and walked out of the room. Akame looked around, trying to confirm it was a dream. Once she was sure everything was fine, she began to get up. That's when she realized she was holding something tightly in her hands. She looked down to see that Murasama was tightly in her grip, and looked to be pulsating with a strange type of white energy. The pulsing soon stopped, and she continued to stare for a couple more seconds. Akame looked around some more, before she dismissed the sight for later, and began to get dressed. Say it was a dream? But it felt so real, she said, putting on her clothes, as she looked at herself in the mirror. But who was that boy then? She said, as she finished getting everything ready. The girl soon exited her room, and walked downstairs. She walked into the kitchen to find all of her teammates there. Mine and Shiel were in the kitchen preparing meals, while Bullet, Leonie, and Lubbock were all sitting at the table eating various foods. Yo Akame, Lubbock said, looking up, and seeing her standing in the doorway. Another assignment tonight. It seems they're coming in like wildfire nowadays, Leonie said, as she tossed a sheet aside, that informed them of their latest target in the capital. More corruption these days, it seems, Bullet said, sipping some coffee. Tell me about it. Yesterday I saw a group of kids being sold off to some rich pervert right on the streets, Lubbock said, leaning back in his chair, and staring out the window. In broad daylight? Bullet asked, with a small amount of surprise in his eyes. Of course he knew how bad the capital was, but nevertheless it still shocked him how people could be so cruel. Yeah. I killed him later during the day, and rescued the kids, Lubbock added in. Damn, this place is getting worse, and worse by the minute, Mine said, walking onto the room with a large plate of meat. Shiel was not far behind her, as she was bringing more food in for the others. Akame's eyes were glued onto the plate of meat. When Mine put the food down, she immediately sat down, and began to eat it quickly, but began to slow, when she recalled her very vivid dream. Yeah. But that's why we're here, Leonie said, getting up from her chair. She was about to head to the door when she noticed Akame had barely eaten anything. She was beginning to get worried. Something wrong, Akame? Leonie asked, leaning beside her, causing the rest of Night Raid present in the room to turn towards her with worried faces. Huh. Oh no, it's nothing, Akame said, face full of surprise when she realized that the dream was affecting her this much. Other people were beginning to notice. Really? Because you haven't really touched any of your breakfast. This isn't like you, Leonie said, pointing to the mountain of food in front of her. Yeah. You also slept in today. Are you sure you're okay? Bullet asked. Akame knew she couldn't hide it forever, so she swallowed her doubts, and decided to tell them. Well, I am not really sure, but I had this strange dream that's been bothering me, Akame said, face filling with worry. This put everyone on alert, because if Akame was worried about this, then it had to be serious. Tell us then, Mine said, sitting down next to her. Bullet, Shiel, and Lubbock all nodded in agreement. Leonie nodded her head as well. Akame took a deep breath, and began to explain the very vivid dream to the rest of her team. Time skip. 5 minutes later. That's certainly strange, and you said when you woke up you were gripping Murasama tightly. Bullet asked, putting on a thinking pose, as he thought the dream over. The others were thinking it over as well. Although Leonie was freaking out, she didn't want to die. Yeah. Do you think it might have something to do with it? Akame asked. It could be. We still don't know everything about your Tegu. It could possibly have a dangerous side effect to it, maybe very vivid dreams, Bullet said, closing his eyes and crossing his arms. I have an idea. Lubbock shouted out suddenly. Everyone looked over at him, raising an eyebrow. What is it, Lubbock? Mine said, sighing. Majority of the time he never had good ideas. What if the danger beast that Murasama was made from had the ability to see into the future like in some of the manga I read? Lubbock asked. Mine, and Leonie just put their hands up to their face, shaking their heads. Leonie turned towards Lubbock with an annoyed look. Lubbock, that has to be one of the. She was interrupted by Bullet, who raised his hand up to get everyone's attention. He could be right, Bullet said, eyes closed and arms crossed. Leonie and Mine shouted out in unison. There are Tegus out there with the ability to see into the future. It's quite possible that Murasama was made from a danger beast with that type of power, Bullet said. This is all too confusing for me. I don't want to deal with this. Akame, come talk to me when you finally start having interests in boys, Leonie said, getting up from her chair and beginning to walk towards the door that lead outside of their base. Where are you going? Lubbock asked. Down to the capital to collect information. What else? Leonie asked, looking confused. You mean you're going to trick some rich pervert out of his money and get drunk? Lubbock said with a smirk. Meh. Well, see where the day takes us, Leonie said, shrugging. Just remember we have that mission tonight in the high-class district, Shiel reminded her. Yeah, the family of sadists I remember, I'll be there. Leonie said, walking out of the door. Lubbock went to take care of some chores around the base. Mine and Shiel went to collect more food and supplies in a nearby town. That left only Akame and Bullet sitting in the dining room. Bullet was busy sharpening his sword, and Akame was in deep thought. She was trying her hardest to remember the dream, but it was slowly fading from her mind. The only thing she could remember clearly was the boy, his spiky hair, glowing attire, and his whisker marks. Naruto was his name, wasn't it? Akame muttered to herself. She remembered Najenda mentioning the name in the dream. Akame hadn't told the rest of Night Raid about the boy. She wanted to keep that to herself. You say something, Akame? Bullet asking, looking up from sharpening his sword. Oh, nothing, just thinking, Akame said, as she turned to stare out the window, the boy's image still fresh in her mind. Time skip. 2 hours later. Wow, so this is the capital. Tatsumi shouted out, as he marveled the massive skyline of the imperial city. He still carried the unconscious girl on his back, and was getting uneasy stares from the people walking past him. Naruto walked up behind him, with the still sleeping Yukari, and stared up at the imperial palace with awe. It certainly is big, Naruto said, looking around at some of the other buildings, but then he quickly noticed the looks of despair and solemn on everyone's face passing them. He saw homeless children in the streets, and beggars on the corners. The sight didn't sit too well with him. Tatsumi was too busy marveling at the buildings and lively colors to notice all of this. If I am successful here, I can buy my entire village out of debt. Where should we go first? Tatsumi asked, with a face full of excitement. Little did the two know someone was observing them from the shadows quietly. How about we find a place to stay first? Naruto was interrupted back a dust cloud, as Tatsumi sped by him. Come on, the barracks are this way. Tatsumi shouted out with a smile full of glee. Tatsumi, wait. Naruto called out to him. The boy came to a speedy stop. What? He asked, looking back confused. Naruto had known that Tatsumi had wanted to join the army so he could save his village. He had explained that all to him on the way here. We should find an inn first to put these to it, don't you think? Naruto said, pointing to Yukari on his back, and the girl on Tatsumi's. Well, yeah, I suppose, Tatsumi said, fully thinking the situation through. Well, go to the barracks when we're done, Naruto said, walking in the opposite direction of Tatsumi. Alright, fine, Tatsumi said, quickly following Naruto. The two had walked no more than 5 minutes, before they found a small inn near a small park. The two agreed on it, and walked into the building. They were greeted by a rather skinny man, who wore what looked like a bellhop uniform. Naruto went up to the man, and asked for a room. The man complied, and Naruto handed the man a rather large bag of coins. Naruto had received the money from Esdeath, who gave it to him before they left the north. Thank you, Naruto said with a nod. Yukari was still asleep on his back. First door on your left. Up those stairs, the man said, pointing to a set of stairs on the far side of the room. Naruto and Tatsumi went up the stairs and walked down a short hallway before finding their room. Naruto gripped the handle and opened the wooden door. It was a rather small room with a small bathroom to their left, and 2 beds in the main area with a window on the far wall. Geez, they charge this much to stay in one room? I don't know if we'll have enough to pay for the rest of the night, Tatsumi said, as he set the girl down on the bed closest to him. Naruto did the same with Yukari. Times seem tough here, haven't you noticed? Naruto said, as he pulled the covers over Yukari, who happily snuggled into the bed. What do you mean? This place looked very lively today. Tatsumi asked, looking confused. He thought Naruto had a screw loose. The imperial capital was like heaven. Not really. No one was smiling. Everyone had a solemn expression, Naruto said, as he walked up to the window and stared down at the streets. People didn't look like they were happy here. From what he sensed, it felt like everyone here was imprisoned. He wanted to do something about it. Anyway, didn't you want to go to the barracks? Naruto asked, turning back towards him. Sure do. Tatsumi said with a wide grin, as he went to the door. I'll stay here and watch over these 2, Naruto said, pointing over to the beds, where the others of their group laid. Alright then, I'll be back in a bit, Tatsumi said, walking out of the door. See ya, Naruto said, as he heard the door close. The blonde went to sit cross-legged on the ground, as he heard a poofing noise in front of him, and saw Kurama sitting there with a neutral expression. What's up, Kurama? Naruto asked, staring down at the fox. Aw, nothing, kid. Just got bored sitting around in your seal, Kurama said, rolling around on his stomach. Oh, alright then, Naruto said, as he took out one of his kunais and began to sharpen it on one of his sharpening tools. So what do you think we should do? Kurama asked, as he finally stopped rolling around. What do you mean? Naruto asked, looking up at the fox. Now that we're here in the capital, we should think of a plan, Kurama said, tilting his head. Do you have anything in mind? Naruto asked, putting down his kunai. What about the group the old man and Esdeath talked about, he suggested. Night raid, wasn't it? Naruto asked. He tried to remember back, when he talked to the old man about them. Esdeath had said to avoid them, but Naruto would never trust her. Yeah, we should try and find them, Kurama said, getting up from the ground and walking over to the window. We could do that, but I need to keep Yukari safe, the blonde said, looking back over at the sleeping girl. He would protect her no matter what. Yeah, agreed. We need to do some more research on them before we could possibly think about approaching them, Kurama said with a smirk, but then he suddenly tensed up for a moment, looking behind the blonde. Naruto already knew that she was standing over him with a gun pointing at the back of his head. The shinobi just let out a sigh. You can put the gun down, I won't hurt you, he said, turning his head to see the cowgirl had now awoken, and was very confused. She held her carbon steel pistols up in defense. You have 10 seconds to tell me where I am, and who the hell you are, she shouted out, as she moved her guns closer to him. Naruto could tell she was trying not to panic. Kurama had watched the entire thing, and was now dying of laughter. Have fun, boy. I'll go do some research on Night Raid, Kurama said, as he jumped out of the window and into the capital's streets below. Useless fox, Naruto muttered under his breath, but he realized that he needed to defuse the situation, or he would endanger Yukari. I am Naruto, and I saved your life, Naruto said, beginning to stand up. Saved my life? What the hell are you talking about? The girl shouted out in frustration. You were being attacked by a strange girl, so my clones came in to save you. If my memory serves me right, you would have died if we hadn't intervened. Naruto informed her of all the information he got from his clones. The memories came flooding back to the girl, how she had almost met her end by that insane sword that crazy girl held. She remembered that she failed to assassinate her target. This meant she wouldn't be able to return to her clan. Fine. Maybe I believe you, but where the hell am I at? She yelled out, much to Naruto's annoyance. Could you please be quieter? You'll wake Yukari, Naruto said, pointing back to the girl, who was now tossing and turning in the sheets. I don't care, now tell me, the girl said, although her voice was now a loud whisper. You're in the imperial capital. We brought you here, Naruto said, crossing his arms. The girl's eyes widened when Naruto said capital. She should be here. Why am I here in the capital of all places? The girl said, with more frustration in her voice this time. It was the safest place to go, Naruto said, shrugging his shoulders. Or so I thought, he said to himself. This is bull. Does anyone know who I am? She asked, raising her guns, with her hands on the triggers. No. Not even me. So how about you put the gun down, and well talk, Naruto said, as he went to sit down on the floor in front of her. Fine, the girl said, putting her weapons away, and sat directly in front of Naruto. The blonde began to explain to her about this everything that had happened while she was out cold. I guess I understand now, Blondie, the girl said, leaning against the bed. She still couldn't believe that she almost died, all because of that crazy girl. You never did tell me your name, Naruto said, with an annoyed look. The girl simply put her right hand up towards his. Naruto did the same, and shook hers. It's Doya, she said with a smirk. Nice to meet you. Wait, oh hey. Can I ask you something? Naruto asked, suddenly remembering something he had wanted to ask her ever since he got the memories back from his clones. The memory wasn't very long. It just involved all of his clones surrounding Doya protectively, and for some reason the other girl backed off. Yeah, sure, go ahead, Doya said, crossing her arms. What were you fighting that girl for? He asked, with curiosity filling his eyes. She was my target, Doya simply stated, staring him dead in the eye. Target? The blonde asked, scratching his head. She didn't look like an assassin to him. Yeah, I am an assassin for the northern tribe. I was ordered to go kill Kurama, for the benefit of our tribe, but now that I failed I can never return to my tribe, she revealed, looking out the window. Why not? Naruto asked, shocked. Because of tradition. If we should fail to kill our target, then we'll die by our target. You should have saved me, Doya said, looking back at him, with a bit of frustration in her eyes. That's stupid, Naruto said, crossing his arms. He still sat on the floor next to Yukari's bed. Surprisingly, the girl had remained asleep the entire time. She must have been a really heavy sleeper. I know, it's a terrible tradition. I've lost too many good friends to that stupid thing, Doya said, clearly frustrated now. What happens if they came back without killing alive, without killing their target? He asked, standing up. Then they would be killed by someone truly close to them in the tribe, Doya explained. That's insane. What are you going to do now then? Naruto shouted out. What was it with this stupid world, and all this senseless killing? Granted, back in his world there was killing, but now like this, at least not to GIS knowledge. I really don't know. I'll repay you for this though, Doya said, staring up at him. Naruto stood a whole head higher than the girl, which made her a bit mad. Repay me? Naruto asked, confused. Yeah, for saving me. What do you want, food, money, clothes? Doya asked, putting her hands on her hips. You don't have to repay me, Naruto said with a smile. Shock filled the girl's face. Why not? There's no reason to. I was just doing what was right. Anyway, you could stick around with me, Yukari, and Tatsumi, he said with a smile. Doya, for the first time in her life, was surprised. She had never met a person who would do such a selfless act like that. Oh yeah, and why should I? She asked, recovering from the small shock. Well, honestly, I really don't know. It's just a suggestion. Tatsumi wants to make it big here, to support his village, and I just want to make sure Yukari's safe, Naruto said, crossing his arms, and looking back at the sleeping Yukari. He had a small smile on his face. Why do you want to protect her so badly? You some kind of pervert or something, Blondie? Doya said with a smirk. Naruto shouted out. He may have been trained by a pervert, but he was no pervert, he thought to himself. Relax, I am just kidding. But I would like to know why, Doya said, sitting down on the edge of Yukari's bed. Naruto didn't know if he should tell her, but if he wanted her to trust him he had to. I made a promise to her, and her grandpa, that I'd protect her no matter what, the blonde revealed to her. What happened to her grandpa? Doya asked, although she was pretty sure that she knew the answer already. He was killed by Imperial soldiers, because he was a sympathizer for this group called Night Raid, Naruto said. Her eyes quickly perked up at the mention of Night Raid. Oh, Night Raid. I've heard of them. I was actually thinking about joining the group, she revealed with a smirk. Yeah, the idea's been bouncing around in my head but I have to worry about Yukari, Naruto said with a worried expression. He didn't want to put her in any more danger than she already had been, but something told him that in this world it wouldn't be possible. You'd be making a better world for her. I am sure you've noticed the state of this place, Doya said, looking towards the window at the gray skyline of the city. Yeah, I have. What's the problem with this place? Naruto asked. It's something that's been bothering him since he got here. Well, Doya began to say, but was interrupted by the sound of their door opening and closing very quickly and violently. Naruto! Tatsumi shouted. As he ran into the room, the blonde was immediately put on alert and reached for a kunai. Doya did the same and reached for one of her pistols. Tatsumi, what's wrong? Naruto shouted, bringing his kunai to the ready. I lost all my money. Tatsumi shouted out, as he began to whine. Naruto's face went poker face, before realization set in. and his irritation level went through the roof. You did what? Naruto shouted out that instantly woke Yukari up from her sleep. Naruto wasn't angry by the fact that Tatsumi lost all of his money, he was angry at the fact that they couldn't pay to stay the night at this ridiculously overpriced inn. I swear it's not my fault. Tatsumi began. Naruto couldn't wait to hear this. Doya was laughing slightly at the blonde's antics. Time skip 2 hours later, the group was now walking across a small concrete bridge over a river. The sky had now turned to night, and they had nowhere to stay. Tatsumi had lost all his money he received from killing the danger beasts to a woman that promised him to get a high-ranking position in the military. But instead, the women ran off with all his money. Now Naruto didn't have enough money to pay for the night, so they were now forced to sleep out on the streets tonight. Kurama had found them a little while ago, and smacked Tatsumi across the face, calling him an idiot. At first Tatsumi freaked out because of the talking fox, but when Naruto explained it to him, he calmed down. Oh well, isn't this just great? Tatsumi shouted out, as he kicked a rock alongside the bridge. It's your own goddamn fault. Doya shouted out to him. She had laughed her ass off after Tatsumi told them the story of him losing the money, so she thought this was the perfect moment to pick up on him. Why are you even still here? Tatsumi shouted out. I am simply repaying a debt back to Naruto, and besides, you guys will probably need the best marksman in all of the North's help, she said with a smirk. Hey, I don't want to hear it from you. You just woke up a few hours ago. I had to carry you around all day. Do you know how much you weigh? Tatsumi shouted back. What Tatsumi didn't know is that he had just jumped into a pit filled with vipers. Why you? Doya shouted out, as she began to chase him around the bridge. Luckily for Tatsumi, he was faster than her. Naruto simply stood leaned against the side of the bridge watching the two go at it. Yukari was to his side holding his hand. She had a bright smile on her face, one that wasn't meant for this place. A moment later, Naruto saw a fairly nice-looking carriage pass by him. It stopped a second later, and a young girl who had short chest-length blonde hair with a fluffy, blue hair accessory stepped out of it. She had an expensive-looking blue and white dress on. She approached Naruto with a smile. Excuse me, she asked, tapping Naruto on the shoulder. Kurama had instantly disappeared back into Naruto's seal, to make sure no one saw him. Yeah? Can I help you? The blonde asked, turning to her. Yes. Do you and your friends have anywhere to stay tonight? She asked, looking over to Tatsumi and Doya. Doya currently had her pistol in the boy's face. Sadly no, Naruto said, sighing. Her smile widened at this. Oh, would you like to stay at my house? The girl simply stated. Tatsumi and Doya quickly took notice to the girl, and walked over. Huh. We don't have much money, Tatsumi said, approaching her. You wouldn't be out here if you did, she said with a smile, turning to him. Tatsumi had to admit she was fairly cute. Doya on the other hand got an uneasy feeling from her. Give it a break, Lady Arya can't leave helpless people like you alone, a man said as he stepped out of the carriage, followed by another. Naruto could tell that these were her bodyguards. She won't give up until she gets what she wants, the other bodyguard said, shrugging his shoulders. So what do you say? The girl known as Arya asked Naruto. The blonde thought it over for a second. If it was just Tatsumi and Doya with him, they could have easily slept outside, but he had Yukari to worry about. Alright then, Naruto said, nodding his head. Great, Arya said with a bigger smile than before. The group all rode inside Arya's rather large carriage all the way back to her house. The minute Naruto arrived, he knew something was off. The smell and the look of this place didn't seem right. He needed to make sure to keep Yukari close at all times here. They all walked inside, and were ushered into a room with two adults. Naruto guessed that these were her parents. This place is gigantic, Tatsumi shouted out, much to Doya's annoyance. She was about to yell at him when an old-looking man approached the group. Oh my, Arya brought some more people home again. How wonderful, the man said with a smile. He held out his hand to Naruto, and the blonde shook it. What a habit. It's a little late, but I think I could make it work, the lady said from the chair by a fireplace. The old man moved them into the room where they began to discuss why they came to be here. They were all now sitting in chairs surrounding the fireplace. Arya's family was on the left while Naruto's group was on the right. Yukari was sitting on Naruto's lap, humming a song. Tatsumi explained how he wanted to join the military and become a great general. Doya said he was only here because of Naruto, and Yukari was too shy to talk. So Naruto, what do you wish to do? Arya's father asked the blonde. Nothing much really, Naruto said, putting his hand behind his head, and stared up at the ceiling. He needed to keep Yukari safe, that was the one thing that always went through his head. Oh, you know, if there's anything you need you can always come to me, the old man said with a smile. The smile made Naruto a bit uneasy. Also stay wary tonight, the women said with an uneasy expression. Why's that? Tatsumi asked with curiosity. There's a group called Night Raid lurking about in the capital lately. They've been targeting rich citizens for their money, the old man said, looking extremely worried. What? Really? Tatsumi asked with shock in his voice. He couldn't believe a group would do that. It made him sick to his stomach just thinking about it. Yes, our neighbors were attacked and killed recently. This people want nothing more than our heads, so be on guard tonight, the old man warned the group. You got it, Tatsumi said with a confident smirk. Our could handle a few assassins. Of course, but also I would like to thank you for all your help. I don't know what we would have done if your daughter hadn't came along, Naruto said, as he shifted in his chair with a grateful smile. We're all helping each other. You do something nice for someone too, Arya's mother said, with another smile that made the blonde uneasy. Will do, Tatsumi said, giving both of her parents a thumbs up. Naruto saw so much of himself in Tatsumi it wasn't even funny anymore. Well, it's about time we head to bed. Arya can show you to your rooms, the man said, getting up from his seat, followed by his wife. They soon exited the room and left Naruto's group with Arya. Follow me please, Arya said, getting up from her seat. The group followed the girl through her house until they reached a long hallway with multiple doors. All right, this one's for the girls, and that one's for the boys. Good night, Arya said, walking back down the hallway and towards a different part of the house. Naruto knelt down and was eye level with Yukari. You going to be okay? He asked. Naruto didn't want to leave her alone, especially not here, but he was a guest, and Pervy Sage always taught him to follow the owner's rules when he was a guest somewhere. I think so, Yukari said, nodding head. All right, if anything's wrong get Doya. I trust she'll help you, Naruto said, getting up and staring the blonde assassin directly in the eyes. You have my word, Naruto, Doya said with determined expression. Good. I am going to hold you to that. Good night, Naruto said, walking away from their door to his. Doya nodded to Naruto. This reassured the blonde that Yukari would be fine. Good night, Yukari said, as Naruto closed the door to his. He smiled to her just before he closed it. Come on, let's try and get some sleep, Naruto told Tatsumi. The brown-haired warrior nodded in agreement. Little did they know their whole lives were about to change. Time skip 1 hour later. Doya was currently sitting on the bed that Arya's family provided for her. She was quite grateful that the family had stopped to help them. If not, then they would be sleeping outside. She turned to see Yukari asleep over on the far side of the room. The room was quite nice. A large window made up most of the far wall from the door. Beds flanked each side of the room. It's definitely one of the nicer places I've stayed in, Doya said, as she began to get up and walked up to the window. A light knock was suddenly heard at her door. She quickly went to open it and was met with Arya's mother staring at her with a smile. Oh, you're Arya's mother, can I? She wasn't able to finish her sentence before a needle was dug into the side of her neck. A moment later she collapsed on the ground. I am terrible sorry for this, Arya's mother said, bowing, as 2 of her bodyguards stormed into the room. Ah. What did you do to me, you bitch? Doya struggled to say, as she was beginning to lose consciousness. Again, I am sorry. Get the little girl, the women called out to her guards. Both of the men quickly obeyed and walked over to the little girl. One of the bodyguards took out a needle and plunged it into the little girl's neck. Her eyes immediately shot open, filled with terror. She struggled for a second in the bed, but the man held her down. She soon became limp, and the man picked her up over his shoulder. Where do you want us to take them? One of the bodyguards asked, picking up the now unconscious Doya. Take them to the shed. I wish to have fun with them. The women laughed with a sinister smile that even made the guards a bit unsure of her. She has been known to take guards that didn't listen to her orders and kill them. These men did not want this to happen to them too. What about the other 2? One of the guards stuttered out. My daughter will deal with them in a while, the women said. As her smile returned to normal, the guards complied and took the 2 unconscious girls outside into the woods. Time skip 2 hours later. The 2 lone bodyguards stood in the backyard of the large estate. They had been assigned to guard duty out back, so now one would go into the shed deep in the woods to find out the family's little secret. Man, this sucks, one of the guards said, leaning against the side of the estate. Tell me about it, the other said, lighting a cigarette and staring out into the woods. Hey, what do you think she's doing to them in there? The first one asked, staring in the woods as well. Honestly, I don't want to know, the second said, taking the cigarette out of his mouth, and went to look up at the sky. The moon was an amazing blood red, something that only happened a couple times during the year. Hey, maybe when she's done with those 3 girls she'll let us have some fun with them, the first one said with a disgusting smile. Yeah, That what the other guard couldn't finish before a large hand-like claw grabbed him on his head, and slammed it into the building, killing him on impact. Disgusting filth, Leonie said, tossing the dead body aside. She turned to see the remaining guard staring at her with fear and shock. Monster. The man screamed out. As he tried to reach for his rifle, Leonie beat him to it, and grabbed the rifle's barrel. The man looked up at her with fear in his eyes. Go straight to hell. Leonie shouted out, as she plunged her fist straight into the man's chest. A second later she ripped out his heart, and threw him aside, as he entered the estate. Naruto and Tatsumi instantly awoke to a massive amount of killing intent. They both got up from their beds, and immediately reached for their weapons. You can feel it too? Naruto asked looking over at him. Yeah, something bad is going on, Tatsumi said narrowing his eyes at the door. We need to get to the girls, Naruto said. Tatsumi nodded his head in agreement before they flew out of the room sprinting towards the girls' room. The two burst into the girls' weapons at the ready. Yukari. Doya. Naruto shouted out in the empty room. His eyes widened in fear when realization hit him. Someone took the two. Naruto was beginning to panic. When he found whoever took Yukari he would tear them to pieces. The two looked around every inch of the room, but could not find the two. Where the hell did they go? Tatsumi asked, as they walked out of the room, and back into the hallway. Naruto noticed something out of the corner of his eye. He stared up out the window, and his eyes widened in shock. Look. Up there. Naruto shouted out pointing outside of the window. Tatsumi followed his finger, and when he saw what it led to, he too filled with shock. 5 people stood suspended in air on wires looking down at the estate. Guards immediately began to run out of the house towards the group of 5. Those must be the people Arya's parents were talking about, Tatsumi said, gripping his sword with determination. He would not let these assassins hurt anyone else. Night raid. Naruto said out loud, staring up to the group with awe. So this is them, he thought to himself. I am going to go find Arya. You find Yukari and Doya. Tatsumi shouted out, as he began to run down the hallway towards an open window. Tatsumi, wait. Naruto called out, but it was already too late. The warrior had already jumped out the window, and went sprinting in some random direction. Naruto knew there wasn't enough time to follow the boy. So instead Naruto closed his eyes for a moment, and an orange pigment filled above them. They shot open a second later. He had entered sage mode. He began to sense for Yukari and Doya's energy. After what seemed to be an eternity he finally found them, but they weren't in good shape. Doya's life force was fading fast, and Yukari's was almost gone. No. Naruto said, eyes filling with anger, tears, and rage. He had to reach her in time, he thought to himself, as he called out to Kurama. The fox quickly supplied the blonde with energy. Kurama was also quite angry for what he was sensing being done to Yukari. He would destroy this person. Kurama. Naruto yelled out at the top of his lungs as orange 9-tailed fox chakra began to swirl around him violently. Rip them to shreds. Kurama shouted out, voice filled with rage. Naruto's body and uniform started to glow a bright yellow, as black lines appeared all over his body extending to his hands. A long orange and black haori appeared over his already glowing body. A pair of chakra horns appeared in his hair. Naruto's eyes turned to a dark orange, and chakra flames formed all around him. Multiple unknown symbols also appeared all over his body. Let's go. Naruto roared out. As he now had entered his 9 tails chakra mode, he began to sprint towards the far window with supernatural speed. Bullet had been busy killing the remaining guards when he noticed a rather large killing intent suddenly appear inside the estate. What the hell is this? Bullet stuttered out in his armor, feeling the massive killing intent near them. In all his years he had never felt this much bloodlust from a person. Sheil soon jumped down next to him and raised her ecstasy in defense. I can feel it too. This doesn't feel right, she said with a worried expression, staring up to the estate. Mine see anything? Bullet called out to the girl. She sat above them in the back of the estate with Lubbock. No, nothing, she said looking through the scope of her pumpkin. She kept scanning until she finally saw a bright orange light inside the building. Wait. What is that? She quickly panicked, and prepared to fire her rifle. Whatever the thing was, it was coming right at them. Bullet looked up to mine with a confused face. He stopped dead in his tracks when he saw one of the windows to the estate burst open, and a glowing orange figure jump out of it. Move. Naruto shouted out as he sprinted straight for Bullet. Bullet and Shield did not compile, and Bullet raised his spear up in defense. This made Naruto greatly frustrated. Why could people just listen to him for once? He asked himself. I don't have time for this. Naruto screamed out, as a ball of yellow chakra formed in each of his hands. Shield immediately charged the blonde with her ecstasy, ready to slice him into. Naruto was too focused on the man in the large armor to pay much attention to her, although he did notice her fast approaching. But the blonde's hands were too preoccupied making 2 Rasengans, he couldn't block the large scissors. I am sorry, Shield said, as Esdeath made contact with Naruto's stomach. She waited for the familiar feeling of the blades slicing through flesh but it never came. Huh? She asked herself looking back. Her eyes widened in shock when she saw what happened to her Tigu. It had harmlessly bounced off of the figure's stomach, and he continued to charge at Bullet with the 2 balls of energy in each hand. Impossible, she said out loud staring back at him. I'll give you one last change. Move! Naruto yelled out, as the Rasengans approached the man in the armor. No can do, Bullet said raising his spear to block the incoming attack. Naruto gritted his teeth as the Rasengans impacted onto the spear. The shockwave and force was so great from the collision that Bullet couldn't hold his ground. He was sent flying back into the woods. Bullet! Mine shouted out from above, as she watched him soar into the woods. All right you piece of trash, prepare to die. Mine shouted out charging up her pumpkin. The figure paid her no attention, and began to run in the opposite direction. Hey, where are you going? Get back here! Mine shouted out. Her pumpkin was almost fully charged. Mine, give it up. Lubbock sighed beside her. Mine asked, turning to him with a confused expression. If he wanted to fight us he wouldn't be running away, he has somewhere he needs to be, Lubbock said crossing his arms. Naruto continued to sprint at top speed through the woods closing in on Doya's and Yukari's life forces. Please be alright, he said to himself. As he sprinted through the forest, Naruto finally caught sight of a warehouse-like structure that their life forces were coming from. He saw Tatsumi standing defensively in front of Arya in a small clearing in front of the warehouse. A young girl with long black hair that reaches down to her knees and red eyes, stood in front of Tatsumi with a sword ready to strike at Tatsumi. She wore a dark sleeveless mini dress with a white collar and a red tie. Tatsumi! The blonde shouted out, as he entered the clearing. He sprinted as fast as he could to the boy. Huh? Naruto? Tatsumi asked as he lowered his guard. Naruto? The black-haired girl asked, turning around to see the blonde sprinting towards her. Time stopped for her. It was the boy from her dream. He looked almost the exact same as he did in her dream. What the hell's going on? She thought to herself, as Naruto inched closer and closer to her. Out of the way! Naruto screamed, as he instantly formed a Rasengan in his hand. Akame sidestepped, but she caught Naruto staring directly at her. His eyes were full of determination as he passed her. Naruto continued his full sprint towards the door, as Tatsumi pulled Arya out of the way. Naruto slammed his Rasengan sight into the large metal doors covering the warehouse. They instantly burst open, and Naruto sprinted in at full speed, eyes filled with rage. Yukari! Naruto yelled out, as he began to scan the warehouse, but when he saw what awaited for him in there he nearly threw up. Human bodies and remains were scattered throughout the room. More bodies were laid out in cages along the edge of the warehouse. It looked like something out of a horror film. This place was a torture room. Once Naruto realized this his eyes got 10 times wider in shock. No, Yukari! Naruto yelled out, trying to find her. He couldn't sense her, or Doya anymore. Damn it, something must be distorting it, he thought to himself, not even wanting to think the worst had happened to them. Stay away from them! A feminine voice suddenly shouted out through the dimly lit warehouse. Tatsumi quickly ran inside just as the voice spoke out. His eyes immediately widened at this. He knew the owner of this voice. Sayo! Tatsumi shouted out into the darkness. Tatsumi! The voice asked back. Where are you? Tatsumi yelled back, as he prepared to sprint farther into the warehouse. Over the voice was cut short by a muffling sound. Sayo! Tatsumi called out back into the darkness, but no response was given. Naruto was too busy listening into the voice to locate the her, to get even more distressed. Over there! Naruto immediately yelled out pointing to the far left corner of the warehouse. The two immediately began sprinting into the warehouse passing all the horrors the family had left behind. Little did they know that a figure was following them in the shadows. The two kept sprinting through the warehouse until they came across a dimly lit area. One candle hanged above the room. Naruto looked under the light to see 3 figures strapped in chairs. The blonde immediately narrowed his eyes. Yukari, Doya, and another woman that he assumed was Sayo were all strapped, and bleeding heavily in the chairs. Yukari looked up directly at Naruto. Her face was full of tears and blood. Naruto! She cried out, trying to break out of the restraints. The sight made Naruto begin to boil with rage, as he began to walk over to them. Don't come any closer! A voice shouted out of the shadows. Naruto immediately stopped in his tracks. Tatsumi brought his sword up in defense, just in case they would be attacked. Arya's mother soon came out of the darkness next to Yukari. She held a needle up to her neck, and pointed a gun over at Doya's head, who was currently unconscious. Get away from her. Naruto growled, as he was thinking of a way to get to Yukari. He couldn't use his Hiraishin no jutsu, because his disappeared after one use. I'll kill them all. The mother spat out. She had an insane expression on her face, and a disgusting smile. Why are you doing this? Tatsumi shouted out. Why did these people do something as terrible as this? They seemed so nice, he thought to himself. It's simple, you're all cattle. None of you are worth anything. Your existence is a sin, and I will rid the world of you filth. She yelled back, with insane laughter, as she moved the needle to Yukari's neck. No, Yukari. Naruto screamed out in rage, as he sprinted towards her at full speed. Arya's mother laughed insanely. Die before she could finish. A blade was struck right into her heart from behind. She looked back in horror to see the girl with long black hair staring at her with a neutral expression. Get away from her, you disgusting filth, the girl said, as a weird pattern started to spread out all over Arya's mother's body. Arya's mother dropped dead a second later, and the girl ripped her sword out of the woman's body. Yukari. Naruto shouted out, as he ran towards the little girl. He ripped the restraints off of her, and held her in his arms. Kurama's chakra immediately began to spread over her protectively. It's okay, I am here, Naruto muttered to her, as he stroked her hair. Tatsumi quickly ran over, and began to get Sayo down. Doya was still unconscious in her chair. And Naruto, it hurts, Yukari cried, as blood began to trickle out of her mouth. Naruto tried hard to hold his composure from the sight. She had a major gash across her stomach, and her left eye was so badly bruised that it was closed. Shish, it's okay, you'll be fine. I give you my word, Naruto said, holding her hand tightly. Green chakra began to form in his other hand. She doesn't have much time. Can you really save her? A voice said from behind the blonde. Huh? Naruto asked, turning around to see the black-haired girl staring down at him with her big red eyes. He had to admit she looked really cute. But now wasn't the time to worry about that. Yes, I can, Naruto said with a determined expression. And Naruto, Yukari whispered weakly. Naruto immediately turned around, and faced her with a soft expression. I am here, Naruto said softly. I don't want to die. Yukari stuttered out, beginning to cry. Naruto knew the jutsu was done preparing. He had to use it immediately. Shozen jutsu, Naruto whispered out, as he placed his hands gently on her stomach. The moment his hand touched her stomach, it glowed a bright green. The effects were almost immediate as the large wound in her stomach instantly closed up, and the swelling in her eye went down. The various cuts and bruises disappeared as well. Yukari's skin soon turned back to a healthy pink. She passed out in the boy's arms, and Naruto let out a sigh of relief. Amazing, Naruto, the girl said behind him as she watched the entire healing jutsu occur. Naruto looked back at her with a smile. Thanks. That's when realization hit him. Who was this girl? He asked himself, staring at her with confusion. Akame knew she had just slipped up, and was now trying to ignore his piercing stare. How do you know my name? The boy asked, looking towards her with curiosity and caution filling his eyes. Akame stood completely still, as she looked down, trying to avoid eye contact with the glowing blonde in front of her. What do I do? She asked herself. She was one of the most highly trained assassins in the world. How could she say something so sensitive and secretive? Hey? Are you alright? Naruto asked, looking at the girl. He moved to stare directly into her eyes, not even an inch away from her face. Akame stuttered out, trying to control herself. The blonde just tilted his head in confusion. Naruto was about to ask the girl again how she knew his name, but the sound of violent coughing stopped him. Naruto, get over here, Tatsumi shouted out, as he set Sayo down, and moved over to Doya still in her chair. Naruto nearly lost his lunch from the sight of her. She hung limply in her chair, with blood steadily dripping out of her mouth. Farther down, her outfit had been ripped open, and her entire chest had been opened up. Organs could be seen hanging out of her body. Naruto slowly swallowed his lunch, and bent down next to her. Doya, stay calm. You're going to be alright. She looked up weakly, and with a small smirk. Damn it, Naruto. No, I am not. That bitch injected me with something, and cut out my fucking liver. Before she could finish, she violently began to throw up blood, and other bodily fluids. Doya. Naruto shouted out in desperation, and fear, gripping her shoulder. She looked back up at with a genuine smile. I don't think any amount of your magical chakra going to heal me, Blondie, she said softly. Akame, who came up behind Naruto and Doya, stared at him with worry. He couldn't possibly think that he could save this girl? Naruto let his head hang low for a moment, as he deactivated his chakra cloak, and smiled down at Doya. Nonsense, don't talk like that, you'll be okay. I give you my word. He quickly formed a clone into existence, much to Akame's surprise and curiosity. Take care of her, he said, looking back to Tatsumi, who was trying to take care of his severely injured friend. Understood, boss, the clone said, as his irises became yellow and his pupils taking on a cross-like shape. He had entered Sage of Six Paths mode. The clone immediately began to work on Doya, and her body began to heal slowly, well, slow on Naruto's terms. Now Naruto was interrupted by a loud scream from Tatsumi's friend, Naruto. The young warrior called out. The blonde, who was going to talk with the mysterious black-haired girl, sprinted over to Tatsumi and his friend. Tatsumi, what's wrong? The blonde shouted out, kneeling down next to the screaming girl. It's Sayo, she hurt bad. Please, you have to help her. Tatsumi said, turning back to him, nearly in tears. Naruto began to inspect her. Again he nearly lost his stomach. Her left arm had almost been completely severed, and her left cheek had been ripped off, revealing her mouth. As the blonde activated his sage mode, he noticed a strange liquid moving through her entire body. He guessed it must have been the same type of poison that the women used on Doya. Damn poison. What was up with that lady and her poison? He asked himself, as the Kyuubi chakra began to move her body, expelling the poison, and repairing her body. Naruto had to admit, even he was astonished how helpful Kurama and the sage chakra had been. She should be fine in a moment, Naruto said, willing some sweat off of his forehead. Thank you, Naruto, Tatsumi said, face full of relief, as he held Sayo in his arms. Naruto took this small moment to get his bearings, until the sound of dragging and someone shouting reached his ears. No, let me go. Arya's voice shouted out through the warehouse. Naruto's eyes widened in realization and anger. He instinctively ran towards the voice. No, wait. Akame shouted out, trying to stop the blonde. She had still wanted to talk with him. She was about to follow him, when the noise of the small girl crying made her stop in her tracks. She turned around to see the small girl, the boy Naruto had been caring for. She laid on the ground, passed out, sniffling all alone. A sight much too familiar to Akame. She had to comfort the poor girl. Naruto sprinting through the warehouse, looking for the source of the screaming, until he noticed Arya being pulled by another tall blonde outside of the building. Naruto followed them outside, and observed the women for a moment. She had a very appealing figure with long blonde hair that looked wild, and strange animal ears on her head. In a sense she kinda reminded him of a lion. Hold it! Naruto shouted out, pointing at the women. She lazily turned around, and tossed Arya over to him. She violently rolled, until she came to an abrupt stop at his feet. I found this little brat trying to escape the estate. I figured you would want to deal with her, Naruto, the woman said, crossing her arms. How do you know who I am? Naruto asked, looking at her with caution. I've been trailing you guys ever since you entered the capital. Word spread fast in the Empire's military about someone who could beat 2 ultra-class danger beasts at once, and best General Esdeath, the woman said, looking at him with a confident smirk. What do you want me to do with her? Naruto asked, looking over at her, as Arya struggled to get up. I figured you would want to kill her. You know, for hurting your little girl, the woman said, shrugging her shoulders. This caused Naruto to look down, reminded by the fact that Yukari was almost lost, because he was not careful enough. Please, Naruto, don't. Arya said weakly on the ground. The shinobi's hair had fallen over his eyes. Did you know? His voice had sounded hollow. Know what? Arya asked, finally getting up. About all of this. All of the people your parents have killed? Naruto shouted with rage at her. And no, Naruto, never, Arya said, with a sense of a fear in her eyes and a hidden mischievous tone. No one but a shinobi would have been able to spot this. It disgusted him that she had no, and possibly even taken part in it. In fact, it really pissed him off. Don't play dumb with me, of course you did. Why do all of this? Why hurt and kill all these people? He yelled, pointing back inside the warehouse. What did they ever do to you? He screamed out. She finally broke from the shinobi's pressure, and let the floodgates open. What's wrong with that? Hurting all these people. I free them from this world. You're all just worthless peasants, who will never amount to anything in this world. I will. She was immediately sent crashing to the ground by a powerful lunge from Naruto. Shut the hell up with that crap, he screamed out at her. She quickly recovered, and got back up with a confident smile, not noticing the approaching figure from behind. So what you're going to do? Kill me? Huh? Don't make me laugh. Do you know what would happen if she wasn't able to finish her sentence, as Tatsumi cut her down with his sword, much to Naruto's shock and surprise. A second later she fell to the ground dead. Tatsumi, the blonde shouted, approaching him. This filth didn't deserve to live. You were ready to do it. I saw it in your eyes. She killed Ieyasu and tortured Sayo. If we didn't get here when we did, I am pretty sure Sayo would have been died. She damn well almost murdered Yukari and Doya. Tatsumi shouted out, making the blonde stop cold in his tracks. He was right, that filthy girl had hurt all of these people. He was so ready to kill her, even though it wasn't his policy to do that. Akame quickly walked out from inside the warehouse, avoiding eye contact with the blonde. She had observed the entire thing. It had only made her more interested in him. The amount of self-control he had when talking to that girl. If it was her, she would have just cut down the sadist where she stood. We should leave, she said, approaching Leonie. Now wait a moment. This is the boy you're talking about, right? Leonie asked, pointing over to Naruto, who was busy talking to Tatsumi about what had just happened. I think so, she said, looking away from the blonde with a soft blush. Her vision had described him perfectly. We should take them with us, Leonie said with a grin. Why would we do that? Akame asked, looking up to her friend. To find out if he knows anything, and Akame cut her off, and to recruit them, she said, already knowing her friend had some master plan. Yes, exactly, we're always shorthanded, she said, shrugging her shoulders again. I guess, Akame said, looking away again. At least she could get to know the boy a bit more. Perfect. Hey, you two, she shouted, turning back to the boys, but then immediately paused at the sight that awaited her. Another exact copy of him stood there with a smaller blonde girl unconscious on his back. The original Naruto held Yukari in his arms, while Tatsumi carried Sayo on his back. Leonie decided to dismiss this for later, and move on with her offer. Well, she called it an offer. You'll be coming with us, she exclaimed. Naruto's clone looked at her oddly, and then to the original. Why would we do that? Naruto said, looking at her with caution. Well, do you have anywhere to stay now? Leonie asked. Well, no, Naruto said, looking away, not wanting to admit it. And I doubt you want to be carrying around the healing girls all night, she added with a grin. Well, fine, our Naruto began, but was stopped by an approaching Tatsumi. Think of Yukari and Doya, he said with a small smile. Naruto thought it over for another moment. He really didn't have any other choice. Soon this place would be swarming with guards. All their money was lost by Tatsumi, who was now shouting at the blonde girl, saying that she was the one, and to top it all off, it was terribly cold out. He didn't want Yukari or the others to freeze. If it was just him and Tatsumi, it would have been much easier, but that just wasn't the case. Damn it. Fine, well, go with you. But if you try to harm a hair on Yukari, it'll make you regret it, he said with a glare that could punch a hole through a mountain. It was pretty effective on Leonie, who put her hands up in defense. No worries, I promise we won't do anything. Alright. Sorry, but I am just worried for Yukari, he said, looking down at the sleeping girl, with a heartwarming smile, that immediately caught Akame's attention. His smile, she thought to herself, with a soft grin. No worries, Leonie said, as they began to walk back to the estate where the rest of their group sat in wait. Time skip 5 minutes later. You took your sweet ass time getting back here. A girl dressed in all pink shouted out to Leonie group, as they joined them on the rooftop. She had a ponytail on each side of her pink hair, and had fiery pink eyes. This girl really loved pink. I am sorry, stuff got complicated, Leonie said awkwardly, pointing back to Naruto's group. Upon seeing Naruto, Shield and Bullet raised their guards slightly, as Lubbock began to chuckle. Whatever, and who are those people? The pink-haired girl asked. Leonie smirked, and pushed Naruto and Tatsumi up to her. Meet our newest recruits, she said with a laugh. Everyone's eyes widened. Recruits? Naruto, Naruto's clone, and Tatsumi all asked in confusion. Our recruits? Akame asked, looking up at Leonie with wide eyes. So this is what she had planned. Recruits? Mine shouted out. Yep, that's right. Starting today you're all part of the infamous group Night Raid, she said, shooting her hand up in the air, and cheering. Eh? Naruto shouted out, as Yukari began to stir in his arms. Hey, wait, when was this decided? Tatsumi asked, looking over to Leonie, who paid no mind to him. All she did was sheepishly smile. Naruto was about to say something, but the sound of yelling and footsteps stopped him. Fan out. Scan the area. A voice shouted out below them. Naruto peered over the edge to see multiple guards running through the streets below, no doubt looking for them. No time, the guards have already arrived, Leonie said quietly. As the rest began to get in position, Naruto's group did the same. Our job's done, it's time to return to base, Akame said, as the group began to sprint across the rooftops to their unknown base. She knew things were about to get a lot more interesting. Time skip 5 hours later. Naruto couldn't sleep at all. He sat on top of a cliff overlooking the hideout for Night Raid. He slowly sighed as he scanned the valley below. Naruto had to admit the base was hidden well. He sighed one more time before he fell back. and looked up to the sky. He began to recall the events that led him here. When they first arrived at the hideout, Leonie had rushed his group to rooms to stay in rooms while she figured out what to do with them. They weren't able to officially join the group until the boss returned tomorrow, or at least that's what Leonie said. So Tatsumi agreed to watch over Seo, and Naruto was to watch over Yukari and Doya. Eventually Naruto had gotten bored of just sitting around, and decided to wander the halls of the base, but first he made sure Yukari and Doya were safe. He made 2 shadow clones to watch over them just in case. So now this led him to the cliff, and the vast cloudless night sky above him. Oh man, I wonder what's happening back home right now. He asked himself, looking up at the sky. Suddenly images of all his friends, and the entire village began to pass through his mind. This caused him to tilt his head back in sadness, but also a sudden burst of anger. Damn it. I'll never get to see any of them again. Sakura, Kakashi-sensei, Granny, or Hinata. They're all gone. He shouted out, quickly turning over, and punching the ground. I'll never reach my goal of becoming Hokage. Naruto yelled out, punching the ground with such a large amount of force that a small hole had now formed. Hokage? A voice asked from directly in front. The shinobi quickly looked up to see the black hair and red-eyed girl from earlier, standing above him. She was dressed in what Naruto could only guess was pajamas. If he recalled right, her name was Akame. Oh, it's you, Akame, right? So you're already keeping tabs on me? He said with a small chuckle, as he got off the ground and sat down overlooking the valley again. Akame's eyes quickly widened at this. And no, nothing like that. I went to find something to eat, and I spotted you heading out, she said, avoiding eye contact with him. Originally Leonie was supposed to watch the new guest, but Akame had found her passed out in her room. I am just joking, Naruto said with a small grin. He motioned her to sit next to him. She hesitantly took him up on his offer, and sat with her legs crossed. She too stared up at the sky. Her eyes widened at the sight. Were there always this many stars? She thought to herself. This place is truly amazing, the blonde said out of the blue, startling Akame a bit. It felt weird for the assassin. She had always, or at least Leonie had said that she would act too cold to new people. But here she was sitting with someone that was still a complete stranger to her. Her training had taught her how to kill people, not how to interact with them. This left her in a social awkward state, but with this boy she felt weird. His personality wasn't like any other. He seemed to radiate something made Akame want to talk. Maybe it was the dream affecting her thinking. Also another thing that drew her closer to him was his smile. She had caught a glimpse of it earlier. It was something not meant for this world. She had never seen such a warming smile like his. It was like something out of a book. The sky does look quite nice, she finally said, trying to put on a blank look. She didn't know what to do. I used to look up at the sky on nights like this in my village. I thought if I looked hard enough I could see my future, Naruto said with a chuckle, as he laid back on the grass looking up. Did you ever? Akame asked, looking at him with curiosity. No, never, and besides I don't think anything could have predicted what was going to happen to me, he said with a soft smile. Akame saw it again, his smile. Something not meant for this cruel world. You mentioned something called a Hokage? She asked, looking out into the valley. Yeah, it's the leader of our village. The Hokage is supposed to be the strongest and most respected shinobi in our village. They would protect the village with their lives, he said, putting his hands behind his head. What was your village called? Akame asked. She desperately wanted to know where her mystery boy had come from. The blonde sat up and moved closer to her. Kei Konoha. It's in the land of fire, he said, with a saddened expression. Akame knew she may have hit a bad note. Was his village destroyed, or was he banished from it? It's a great and powerful nation where I come from, Naruto said, looking down, trying not to think about it too much. And where's that? Akame asked, moving her head down, below Naruto's face. She stared up at him with her big red eyes. A small blush appeared across the blonde's face. You wouldn't believe me if I told you, he said, looking away. Akame simply shook her head at this, looking at the blonde, providing him with her full attention. She wanted to know. Naruto simply sighed, and looked up at the sky one more time. I come from another dimension, at least I think. Huh? Akame asked, eyes going wide. She certainly never expected to hear something like that. The blonde sighed again, and put his palm up to his face. This is going to take a while. Naruto knew he was going to have to explain to her. Time skipped 10 minutes later. Naruto had taken the last couple minutes explaining to Akame how he had gotten to this world, and who he truly was. Everything as his mind told him not to tell her about his abilities, or chakra, in fear of what happened with Esdeath. But for some odd reason, something was pulling him towards the girl. He wanted to tell her. His heart told him to trust her. That's incredible, Akame said, wide-eyed, as Naruto finished his story. She couldn't believe how much the blonde had been through. His story sounded incredible, and insane at the same time. But for some reason it all seemed possible to Akame. She's seen so many strange things in her life, so it didn't feel all that strange to her. That Naruto wouldn't be from this world. It would explain that warm and loving smile, she thought to herself, and then suddenly shook her head in embarrassment, blush spreading across her cheeks. Lucky for her that Naruto wasn't paying too much attention to her, as he was too focused on the beautifully moonlit valley below. Yeah, you could say I've been through a lot, but it doesn't really matter to me anymore. All I care about is taking care of Yukari, and the rest of the group, he said with a determined expression, turning back to Akame. Where'd you meet her? She asked with curiosity. She could tell that he was close to the girl. Yukari? Naruto asked. Yeah, you two don't seem to be related in any way. Naruto leaned back on the grass, and took a deep breath. I met her when I was transported to the northern tribes, from my world. Her grandfather had taken me in when I was unconscious, and nearly drained of chakra. He was a night raid supporter. When I awoke he was getting attacked by Imperial soldiers. Naruto paused. They killed him, nearly killed her too. If I didn't stop them she would be dead right now, he said looking back at her with a great deal of sadness, and an equal sad smile. That was a smile she was all too familiar with. The smile she's seen countless times on people she had killed or people she had known. It didn't look right on the blonde, not one bit. The sad smile quickly disappeared from his face. The Uzumaki turned back, and looked into the valley. I don't mind that much. I do miss my friends, but I've realized something in this time that I've been here. What's that? She asked, shifting on the ground next to him. All the hate and corruption in this world, it's not right, not one bit. All the people are suffering here because of it. I may not be from this world, but from what I've seen in a short time here proves it all, and now I promise that I will do everything in my power to make this world safe. He shouted, leaping up into the air, and throwing his hand up towards the sky. I will protect this world, and save it from this corrupt empire. He yelled out, making his hand into a fist. Akame looked up at him speechless. The way he spoke was amazing. She could see now that Naruto truly was an amazing person, a truly kind person, a person not from this cruel world, but still he would be willing to save it. Even after their small time talk, Akame had to admit to herself that she already admired him. He truly is one of a kind, she thought to herself with a soft smile. Oh wait, hey, that does remind me of something, the Uzumaki said, standing near the edge of the cliff, as he put on a think pose. What is Naruto? She asked, looking at him with her big red eyes. Back there, at the estate. How did you know my name? Her eyes immediately widened in horror upon realization. Should she tell him? Was all Akame could say, avoiding eye contact with him. I mean that woman Leonie knew it too, but she was following me all day. Were you with her? He asked, confusingly. What? No. Akame quickly shouted, not wanting to be in the same category as Leonie, when it came to guys. Then how do you know it? He asked, moving not even an inch from her face. Akame was having an internal battle with herself, whether or not to tell the Uzumaki how she semi-knew him. What would he say? What would he think? Finally putting aside all her worries she turned to the blonde, and began to speak. I met you in a dream. A dream? He asked, tilting his head slightly. Yeah. Akame said, nodding her head. She knew now it was her turn to reveal something to him. Time skipped 5 minutes later. Well, that's certainly one of the weirdest prophecies I've heard. I mean, the great honorable geezer isn't even here, Naruto said with a chuckle, thinking of the ancient toad of Mount Myoboku. He wondered how him, and the rest of the roads were doing. Again the faintest traces of a saddened smile appeared on Naruto's face. No one usually noticed this, but Akame caught it instantly. Who was he? She asked, knowing that this might help ease his sadness. A big toad. He's old, and hardly ever awake, but he gives highly accurate prophecies, Naruto said with a smirk returning to his face. This made Akame slightly smile. She had helped him. So you're saying it's a prophecy? She asked, realizing what the blonde had just said. It could be. I mean, everything you've been saying sounds like it. I've experienced the occasional prophecy now, and then, the Uzumaki said, staring up at the stars, with a carefree expression. Aren't you a little weirded out by it though? Akame asked. Seeing his expression, as he stared down at her, he instantly looked up to her, and put on a warming smile. From the things I've seen, this feels like a walk in the park, and well, aside from the fact that from all the destruction and death, at least I know I have another precious person to care about. You seem like a nice and kind girl from what I've seen, he said with a smile. And Naruto, Akame said with a deep blush, as the blonde quickly sat up, and took Akame's hand into his, but I promise that I'll do my best to make sure all the death and destruction doesn't happen like in your prophecy. I give you my work, he said, grasping both of her hands in his. She was blushing heavily. No. Looking away from Naruto, he smiled gently at her, and got up. If your group night raid wants to save the people, and bring peace, then count me in, he exclaimed, giving her a thumbs up before walking away. She looked towards him with a bright smile, but suddenly the blonde stopped, and looked back. We should talk again some other time. It would be nice to get to know you better, he said, giving her a small smile. Akame watched him until he was out of sight, and she stared up at the night sky. Suddenly an image flashed through her mind, of two figures holding hands up in the night sky. She looked down, and smiled. Tatsumi and Sayo stood on the cliffside in front of the base, looking down at the freshly dug grave. The both of them stood in silence, as they mourned. Tatsumi had not told Naruto about this until the morning after, but last night Sayo had told him about how Arya tortured and killed their friend Ieyasu. Naruto was holding Yukari's hand, and Doya was standing on the other side of the blonde, watching as Tatsumi comforted a crying Sayo. They stood a couple of feet away from the two. Yukari looked down in sadness, as Doya looked up at the sky. Naruto showed a small bit of sadness for Tatsumi friends. If Naruto and Tatsumi had arrived there even an hour later, the worst may have happened to Sayo, maybe even Yukari, and Doya as well, but Naruto didn't want to think about that. Yukari was healthy and safe, that's all that mattered at the moment. At least Tatsumi was able to save one of his friends. So I hear you're going to join, a voice said from behind the three. Naruto and Doya turned to see the women known as Leonie approach them. That's right. If we're fighting for a better world, I am all in. I never want something like this to happen again, he said, determination, pointing to Tatsumi and Sayo. Leonie smirked at this. Well, Akame was right about you. You certainly are different. Hey, you don't know the half of it, he said with a grin. All in good time, Leonie said, crossing her arms and smiling. I do have in question though, Naruto said, stepping forward, as Yukari instinctively followed him. What's that? She asked. Will Yukari be safe here? I am not going to abandon her, the blonde said, pointing down to the little girl. She looked up at Leonie with her big blue eyes. Leonie couldn't resist the power the girl had on her, and she picked her up. Naruto in turn was about to move forward and take her back, but Kurama told him it would be fine. He decided to trust the fox. Leonie held her for a moment, and Yukari looked up at her strangely. I would be lying if I said she would be, Leonie said, giving the little girl a big hug. You are just so cute, she shouted out, as she rubbed her cheek against Yukari's. The little girl looked very confused and embarrassed at the same time. Leonie soon put her down on her shoulders, and they began to talk with Naruto again. I mean, we're wanted by the Empire. People will be hunting us. Shall be watched over constantly by some of the best trained assassins in the world. Ultimately it's up to you if you want to keep her here. Naruto looked up at Yukari. Would you like to stay here? She said surprisingly with a smile. I want to make this world a better place, and make sure what happened to my grandpa, or Tatsumi friend, never happens again, she said with a determined smirk, reminding Naruto of himself. Then it settles it, I'll be joining, he said with a chuckle. I am glad. You'll be a great addition to the team, Leonie said with a smile, as Yukari began to hum on her shoulders. The small girl let her head rest on the top of Leone's, while the rest of them continued to talk. Yeah, I'll show them what I am made of, Naruto exclaimed, as he balled his hand into a fist. Hey knucklehead, Leonie said with a laugh, as she slapped his back. Now what about you? She asked, turning to Doya, who had remained silent up to this point. What about me? She asked. Are you going to join us? I haven't seen you fight, but I am assuming you can do some damage with those guns. Leonie pointed to her two holstered pistols. Doya looked down and smirked menacingly. If you'll have me, I'll join, and of course I can. I am the best shooter in the Empire after all, she said, looking up with a smirk. Leonie instantly got the idea. That involved a certain pink sniper. She smiled from the idea. Great, Leonie said, simply, trying not to reveal her later plans. What about Tatsumi and Sayo? Naruto asked. Leonie quickly put on a thinking pose, as she looked back towards the two standing on the cliffside. Tatsumi shows potential to truly be a great assassin, as we saw last night with that sadist family, but he still needs to prove himself to use. Now Sayo, she's a wildcard, she very well could be mentally unstable, but we won't know until the boss talks to her, Leonie said, shrugging her shoulders. The boss? Doya and Naruto asked in unison. Yeah, our leader. She's currently away right now, but she's due back today, Leonie informed them. Why doesn't Naruto or I have to prove ourselves? Doya asked the assassin. Call it intuition if you want, but you seem like you know your stuff. And Naruto. She paused while looking at him, as she sized him up again. He blocked Shield's Ecstase, which is supposed to cut through anything. and he launched our toughest guy through the air like a rag doll, she said sighing, as she recalled the moment last night, when Bullet told her about the incident. You did all of that? Doya asked, turning her head back to him. More or less, he said with a carefree glance. Still, it was an amazing feat. Also, I was listening in on your conversations last night with Akame. Naruto's face turned bright red. He had no idea Leone was watching them the entire time, and I must say she's taking a liking to you. But back to the topic. You say you're a shinobi from another world, and basically you can do all these extraordinary things with this thing called chakra, Leone said, nodding her head, with a cat-like smirk. Yeah, Naruto said, with a blank expression. He already knew that she knew all of this, there was no need to explain it to her. Shinobi, correct me if I am wrong, are like assassins, going on espionage missions, stuff like that, so you should already have plenty of training, she said with a laugh. Yukari had been observing the three the entire time, as she continued to hum. Yeah, I mean I've done plenty of that stuff, just not. Naruto paused for a moment. Murder. Leone finished for him. Yeah, I've killed people, but that's just out of self-defense, or if they were trying to harm Yukari. Naruto said looking up at the girl. She smiled down at him. A soft smile appeared across his face. He would protect the girl no matter what. There's your reason to fight, right there, Leone said with a smile, as she put Yukari down. The little girl quickly moved back to Naruto's side, and grabbed her hand. Huh? What is? He asked, looking extremely confused. To protect her, Leone said pointing down at the little girl. You'd be making the world a better place for her, think of it. A world where no one had to live in fear of the Empire. No one was wrongly convicted, or heavily taxed, Leone said, as she looked out to the great expanse of the forest. The wind slowly blew past the group. Naruto was the first one to notice Tatsumi, and Sayo standing in front of them. Yo Tatsumi, you okay? Naruto asked, looking at the saddened boy. He had lost friends before, so he knew exactly what the boy and his friend were going through. Suddenly the boy's expression completely changed from sadness to determination, and he looked Naruto straight in the eyes. Yeah, I am good. Ieyasu wouldn't want me to be sad forever, he said with a smirk. What about Sayo? Doya asked, pointing to the girl next to him. She stared down at the ground, not daring to look anyone in the eye, and with a slight nod she confirmed to the ground that she would be okay, or so they thought. So have you decided to join yet? Leone asked. I really don't know if it'll be fine with Tatsumi couldn't finish his sentence, as Leone grabbed, and began to drag him back to the HQ. Well, while you decide, let's go meet everyone, she shouted out with joy. Alright. Naruto shouted out, as he set Yukari on his shoulders. Yeah. The little girl shouted out, as well causing the others to laugh. You two seem like father and daughter, Doya said with a smirk, as they began to walk off, leaving Tatsumi and Sayo behind. He looked back at Ieyasu grave one last time before he felt a hand go around his. He looked over to see Sayo, gently smiling at him. Come on Tatsumi, it wouldn't hurt. From her comment the boy felt like he got an extreme boost of self-confidence back. Right. He shouted out sprinting towards Naruto and his group with Sayo in hand. They now both had small smile on their faces, much to Naruto's relief. The group walked into the rather large hideout that they had stayed in the night before. They walked straight into a dining room, where a woman with purple hair and equally purple eyes sat at the table in the center. She wore a rather revealing outfit, with pair of glasses. The woman had a scar across her right cheek as well. Naruto instantly narrowed his eyes. This was the woman from last night that nearly cut him in two. This is Shield, Leone said pointing at the women. She began to get up to proper meet them. Hello everyone, I am Wa. She cried out, as she began to trip on the ground. Before anyone could react, Tatsumi rushed forward, and caught the women. Are you okay? Tatsumi shouted out, as he held her in his arms. She looked up at him, with a smile, her big purple eyes staring into his. Yes. Thank you. A small blush appeared across the boy's face, as he immediately put her down. Clumsy as ever Shield, Leone said crossing her arms, and shaking her head. I am terribly sorry, Shield said bowing in front of Tatsumi. It's fine, he blurted out throwing both of his hands up. Anyway Shield, these are our newest members. Meet Naruto Uzumaki, and Doya Nisbet, Leone said, introducing the two blondes next to her. Tatsumi took this moment to move back next to Sayo to avoid any more awkward moments. Nice to meet both of you, she said walking up to both of them before she caught full view of Naruto. Oh wait, you were the boy from before, right? You surprised me. I never thought that sort of thing could happen to my Tigu, she said with a smile. Yeah, people say I am full of surprises, Naruto said with a grin. What about those two? Shield asked pointing to Tatsumi and Sayo. Oh, this is Tatsumi and Sayo. They're still deciding if they should join or not. Want to give them any words of encouragement? She asked her with a mischievous smile. She'll put on a thinking pose for a moment. Well, since you know of our location, you'll be disposed of if you do not join. Think about it, she said with a blank expression. As she went back to her seat, Tatsumi and Sayo stood there for a moment with deadpan expression, before turning to each other in a moment of fear. What the hell are these people still doing here? A voice shouted out from behind them. They all turned to see a girl wearing a blinding amount of pink. She was the one from the night before that had yelled at them. Oh mine, these are our newest members Naruto and Doya, Leonie said with a smile presenting the two. She stared at the two for a moment. New members. But the boss isn't even back yet. Maybe she just realizes our amazing talent, Doya said with a laugh. Mine stared blankly at Doya for a moment. What the hell are you supposed to be? A cowgirl or something? This is how my village dresses, she shouted back, pointing to her outfit. Nah. What kinda weapon does she use? A lasso. Mine joked. Why you? I am the best shot in these parts, she shouted out, showing off her two pistols in their holsters. Ha 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 ha. I'd love to see you beat me, and my pumpkin in a duel. Mine shouted out, as she nearly fell over from her laughter. Anytime Pinky, Doya said with an annoyed and pissed off look. Mine continued to laugh for a couple more moments until she spotted Naruto with Yukari on his shoulders. And you? She shouted out pointing to the blonde. Huh? Me? Naruto asked pointing to himself. Yeah, who's that? Mine asked pointing up to Yukari who ducked down a bit from view. This is Yukari, the little girl I am taking care of, Naruto said with a smile, as Yukari slowly popped her head up from behind Naruto's. And nice to meet you, she stuttered out, letting her earlier confidence fade. On the other hand, Mine's personality took a 180 degrees when she saw Yukari. Ah, she's so shy, she exclaimed, moving up closer to Naruto to get a better view of Yukari. She suddenly got the familiar memory of herself when she was younger, as she stared up at her, but unlike her, this little girl had someone strong watching over her. Mine knew that this Naruto guy was extremely strong, but she had to play it cool in front of him. So you're the other one joining? She asked, looking at the blonde. Yeah, that's right, I am Naruto Uzumaki, the shinobi said with a small smirk. Mine stared at him for a couple more seconds before turning away. Fine, out of all of you, he's the only one that can possibly reach our standard. For the rest of you, especially you, she said, pointing straight to Tatsumi. Why me? The boy shouted out, with annoyance and anger. You're all unqualified, Mine huffed out, as she walked out of the room, with a small smirk. Why that little? Tatsumi shouted out, clenching his hand into a fist. Freaking bitch, thinking she can outbeat me when it comes to shooting, Doya said with her arms crossed. Relax, minds like that to all the new people. Let's head outside, shall we? Leonie asked, but didn't wait for an answer, as she was already leading the group to another door. The group made their way outside of the hideout, to a training ground-like area. There they saw a large muscular man, practicing with different kinds of spears. Naruto could tell that the man was extremely skilled with it, as his motions were flawless. They continued to watch, until he finally put the spear on a weapon rack. As the man began to walk away, he noticed the group, and waved. Hello everyone, he said with a bright smile. Yo Bullet, Leonie said with a wave. The man known as Bullet nodded back, and looked towards Naruto. Ah, these must be all the kids from last night, he said, rubbing all the sweat off of himself with a towel. Wait? How do you know about us? Tatsumi asked with a confused expression. He could have sworn that there was no man who looked like this. With them last night, he would have remembered if there was. Oh, I am sorry. You probably don't recognize me. I was wearing my armor, the man said with a bright smile. Tatsumi instantly remembered the hulking figure from yesterday. I am Bullet, by the way, he said, suddenly outstretching his hand. Tatsumi, and this is my friend Sayo, he said, motioning to the girl next to him as he shook Bullet's hand. A grin suddenly appeared on Leone's face, and she slid up next to Tatsumi. He's gay, by the way, Tatsumi, and Sayo's faces turned to shock. Now Leonie, I don't want Tatsumi here to get the wrong idea, he said with a wink, looking at Tatsumi. The boy just had a deadpanned expression, while Leonie tried to contain her laughter. Once she settled down, Leonie pointed to the two blondes next to her. These are our newest members, Naruto and Doya. Nice to meet you, Naruto said, shaking the man's hand. Same, Bullet said with a grin. Doya gave him a slight nod, and he returned it. So you were the boy from last night, he said, turning back to Naruto. I must say you pack quite a punch. Dented my armor pretty good, he said with a laugh. Remember the hit he took trying to stop the boy? Yeah. Sorry about that. I needed to get to this little one, Naruto said, pointing up to Yukari. She stared at Bullet for a moment, before looking away. Understandable. Bullet said with smirk. Shall we move on everyone? Leonie asked. Everyone gave her a slight nod. After they said their goodbyes to the man, the group began to walk out of the training grounds until Bullet called out to Naruto. We should spar sometime, Naruto. The blonde gave him a thumbs up. You got it. Bullet watched as the group left. Those kids are going to go far, he said to himself. After they left the training grounds, the group entered a densely wooded area, which Leonie stopped them in. Just beyond them lied what looked like an open clearing with steam rising up from it. The next one's a massive curve. Girls beware, she said, looking back the group with a serious expression. All the girls nodded, and they began to slowly walk ahead. A young man with shoulder-length green hair, green eyes and red goggles on top of his head, laid down quietly, behind some bushes next to the hot spring. He wore a long green jacket with a fur-trimmed hoodie. It's almost time for Leonie to take her bath. Now will be my chance, he whispered excitingly. Really, you're supposed to be an assassin, but you can't even hide from me, a voice said from behind him. Lubbock slowly turned around in fear to see Leonie standing over him with a devious grin. Leonie. This isn't what it looks like. Oh really? She asked sarcastically. Lubbock looked nervously around, until he spotted the new recruits behind her. Hey, you're the new guys, aren't you? Leonie, what's the story behind all of them? He asked, pointing to them. The woman turned around for a second to look at the group. Well, she immediately froze when realization hit her, and dust flew past her. She jerked her head to see Lubbock running away in full sprint. Hey, get back here. Leonie screamed back at him, but the boy didn't listen. Sorry guys, I'll properly introduce myself later, he shouted back with a laugh before he disappeared into the trees. Well, that was Lubbock. He'll probably introduce himself later, I guess. Oh well, on to the last one. Naruto's already pretty familiar with her, she said, looking at him with a wink. The blonde slowly looked away in embarrassment, and the rest of the group stared at him with confusion. Leonie led them to a small clearing where a large fire burned, and a giant bird could be seen roasting over it. What, no way. Is that an evil bird? Sayo blurted out, pointing to it. Both her and Tatsumi were astonished on how someone could take such a high-class danger beast down. Doya simply crossed her arms, but she was still impressed over the fact. On the other, Naruto was wondering how something like that would taste. Sure is, Leonie said with a smirk. Tatsumi and Sayo both let out gasped, even though they already knew what it was. So I take it she's the last one? Doya said, pointing in the direction of the bird. She? Tatsumi and Sayo both asked in unison. The two quickly jerked their heads over to where she had pointed. Akame could be seen eating a large piece of meat from the danger beast. Hey Leonie, she said, looking back. As she took a bite of it, her eyes slightly lit up when she saw Naruto. Yo Akame, Leonie said with a smile. Akame chucked a piece of meat over to her. You should eat. Leonie gladly accepted, and started to eat it. Akame looked over at the shinobi with a smile. Naruto, she said with a nod, tossing him a piece of the danger beast. Thanks. How's it going? The blonde asked, setting Yukari down in front of him. Akame responded with a smile. As she sat down on the ground, Naruto soon sat down right beside her, and placed Yukari on his lap. How'd you meet her, Naruto? Doya asked, as Yukari looked over to Akame. I met her last night after all of you went to bed. Oh, we talked for a little bit, the blonde said with a sheepish grin. Yukari stared up at the girl with her big blue eyes, and smiled. You're Akame, right? She asked. Akame bent down to Yukari's level with a smile. That's right. Yukari's eyes instantly lit up, and she hugged Akame tightly, much to everyone's surprise. Thank you, for all you've done, she said, looking up at the assassin. No thanks needed, Akame said with a smile. As she patted her head, Yukari smiled, and moved back onto Naruto's lap. Have the rest of them joined yet? Akame asked, looking towards Leonie. Doya has, the woman said, pointing to the cowgirl. Doya gave her a slight nod. Here, Akame said, tossing her a piece of meat. Thanks, she responded back, as she took a bite of it. Akame looked blankly over to Tatsumi and Sayo. The rest of them don't get any until they join, she said with a monotone voice. A shiver went down both Tatsumi and Sayo's spines. You hungry, Yukari? Naruto asked, knowing that the little girl had been eyeing the food for a while. Uh-huh, she said slowly, her eyes fixed on it. This caused Akame to giggle slightly. The little girl reminded her of herself when it came to food. Here, have some, Naruto said, handing her the food. Yukari grabbed it, and took a large bite out of it, surprising everyone. It's Guad DDD, she shouted out, with a mouth full of food, causing everyone to laugh. Doya took the opportunity to sit down next to Naruto during this time. Don't you think you're going a little extreme with this? Leonie asked Akame, walking up beside her, and pointing to the danger beast. The boss is back, she said blankly, as a woman with short silver hair and purple eyes walked up from behind the fire. She wore an eye patch where her right eye would have been. She was dressed in a black suit that showed off a good amount of her cleavage, but her most striking feature was her mechanical right arm. Leone's hair stood up on her back, remembering what she had forgotten to do. Shit, she thought to herself. Yo, the woman said with a smile. Everyone turned to look up at her. Heyo boss. Bring me, Leonie began, but was immediately stopped by the women. Now Leonie, we have something more important to discuss. I heard you went over the time limit at the estate last night, she said with an evil-like smile. Crap, she said, but before anyone could move, Leonie already took off in a sprint back towards the base. The metal-like hand suddenly flew away from the women, and grabbed Leonie. Aye, she screamed out, as she was dragged back. The women brought Leonie all the way back to her. She smiled down at her when she reached her feet. You should enjoy fighting that much, it could lead to your downfall. Try to fix that habit, okay? Of course, Leonie said, trying to get out of the women's grip. The others were trying to control their laughter for the entire time. Now then, who are these people? The women asked, looking towards everyone. Leonie quickly moved away from the women and placed both of her hands on Naruto and Doya's heads. Allowed me to introduce you to our newest recruits, she said with a smile. Do they show promise? She asked, staring down at them. Yes, in fact, this little guy here can beat out our Tegus. The women's eyes instantly lit up. Really now, she said with a hint of curiosity in her voice. I've seen what he can do. He stopped Shield's Extace, and threw Bullet around like a rag doll, Leonie said with seriousness in her tone. The women instantly locked eyes with Naruto. What's your name? She asked very loudly, almost to the point of yelling. The boy smirked. Naruto Uzumaki. I also approve of him, Akame said from beside him. The women's eyes widened again. She couldn't believe all the strange things that had happened while she was gone. Akame approve of someone that quickly? That's unheard of. Well, surprises are everywhere nowadays, I guess. Leonie, she called out to the women. Yeah? Have everyone gather in the meeting room. I want to proper meet all of them, and have them introduce themselves, the women said, as she began to walk off towards the base. You got it, Leonie said, as she began to shuffle everyone back to the base. Yukari was now on top of Naruto's shoulders, and Akame was staying close to him. The blonde felt like his entire world was about to change again. Time skip 5 minutes later. The women now sat in the middle of the large room, where the rest of the members of Night Raid stood. All of them flanked Naruto's group on each side. So Naruto, the women said, taking out a cigarette, and lighting it. Different members have told me different things about you. Care to elaborate? She asked. Naruto knew he had to be honest with these people, because they were the only ones that were trying to make a difference. He wanted to help this world. He was going to help this world, so he knew better than to be dishonest. I won't lie to you. I'll tell you who I am, and how I got here, if you'd like. That's fine, the women said with a nod. Naruto slowly breathed in. This was going to take a while. Time skip 30 minutes later. Both Night Raid and Naruto's group listened in awe at the blonde's story. He told them what he truly was, and how he ended up here, how he battled basically a god, and saved his world. He also revealed to them how he faced General Esdeath in combat, and defeated her. Naruto, that's insane. Tatsumi blurted out when he finished his tale. You took on the Empire's strongest, and defeated her with ease, Leonie said, with wide eyes. She couldn't believe that this boy could have done it. Dude, in the mangas I read, we'd call you a 2-op character, Lubbock said with a laugh. We could bring the Empire to its knees with you, Bullet said, as he put on a thinking pose. Everyone else began to bombard the blonde with questions, until their leader calmed them down. All right, everyone, settle down. Settle down. Naruto, may I ask you a question? Go ahead, the boy said with a nod. You're telling me you did this without any assistance from a Tegu? She asked. What's a Tegu? Naruto answered her question, with another. Leonie, mine, Bullet, and Lubbock all went wide-eyed when they heard this. They all shouted out in unison. A Tegu is a rare and powerful relic. It was made from the body of an ultra-class danger beast. They are known for their power and abilities, the women explained while everyone tried to calm down. So, what do they look like? Naruto asked, trying to picture what these super weapons looked like. They're all around you. Everyone has one, she said, pointing to all of the Night Raid members. Really? Naruto shouted out, turning towards everyone. As they held up various types of weapons, suddenly the memory of Naruto breaking the Mons axe came flooding back to him. Wait, I think I remember now. I destroyed one, I think. It just seemed like a normal axe, he said with a shrug. Everyone's faces, including the boss's, turned speechless. Why, you did what? Leonie stuttered out. Impossible, Mine said, shaking her head, not wanting to believe it. Too up, Lubbock said, looking at Naruto with a scared expression. What exactly did you use to break it? The boss managed to ask. Suddenly a puff of smoke filled the center of the room, and everyone immediately was put on edge. He used me. Kurama roared out in his small form. A deadpanned expression appeared across most of Night Raid's faces. Naruto just put his palm up to his face. A fox? Leonie asked, lowering her two raised fists. Kurama, what did I tell you? Naruto shouted out, with annoyance and anger. I know, but I couldn't resist, he said with a grin. Stupid furball, the shinobi said, as the fox began to walk towards him. Naruto, please explain, the women said, pointing down at the 9 tails. Oh yeah, this is Kurama, he's my tailed beast, Naruto awkwardly said, as the fox sat down in front of him. Tailed beast? The women asked. She didn't remember anything about a tailed beast in his story. All you need to know about us is that we are extremely powerful creatures, Kurama said with a chuckle. So Naruto gets his power from you? Bullet asked from the side. Kurama shook his head. Don't be mistaken, he's much more powerful than me, even without my chakra, but I stay around to knock some sense into him every once in a while. Can you control him? Akame asked, wanting to know if he could do something like that to Naruto. As much as I wish I could sometimes, I can't, the fox said, beginning to walk around the room. Not even a split second later, Shield snatched Kurama off of the ground. You certainly are an adorable little fox, she said with a smile, holding him up to her face. My name's Kurama, and the fox couldn't continued, as Shield began to scratch behind his ears. You're so cute. After a moment of this, Kurama turned back to Naruto with a satisfied expression. Kid, join them, don't ever leave. Stupid fox, the blonde said, turning away from him. Well, now that's out of the way, do you have any questions, Naruto? The women asked. The blonde thought for a moment until the question he's been waiting so long to ask came into mind. What's our object? The goal of Night Raid, because we certainly can't kill a few corrupt individuals and expect to make a difference. You're quite right. We're backed by a faction called the Revolutionary Army. They are currently amassing in the southern region of the Empire. They want to free people of all the corruption the Empire has. Our mission is to assassinate key target and gather intel for them, but our ultimate goal is to kill the Prime Minister. He's the reason this country has suffered so much, she explained to Naruto's group. So we're basically fighting for a better world, Naruto said, crossing his arms. Yukari had been sitting quietly on his shoulders the entire time. Yes, essentially, she said, I think that's something I can get behind. I'll stay. But I will put one thing above all else here, and that's Yukari, Naruto said, pointing up to the little girl. She's my top priority. Understood. Najenda knew how important that little girl was to Naruto, knowing what Leonie had told her, how he had barreled through Shield and Bullet to get to her. Even if I am still not alright with murder, I'll still help all of you, he said, looking around at all of them. It gets easier. Just remember what you're fighting for, Leonie said with a smirk. Doya decided to make her presence known again, by stepping forward. Wherever this knucklehead goes, I'll go. I owe him, she said, confirming to Najenda that she was officially joining. Alright, that just leaves you two, she said, turning her head to the two teens. Tatsumi looked awkwardly at Sayo, before she pushed him forward. Sayo and I have talked, and well, join if you'll have us, but please, I must ask, will you help train us? After seeing Naruto and Akame fight, we realized how untrained we truly are, Sayo said with a bow. Of course, well, help a beautiful girl like you, Lubbock said with a smirk. A small blush appeared across her face. Leonie simply rolled her eyes. She knew what he was trying to do. You're one of us now. We'll assist you in any way we can, Bullet said with a serious expression. Alright, that settles it, Najenda said, getting up from her seat. Naruto, Doya, Tatsumi, and Sayo, welcome to Night Raid, she said, reaching her metal arm out to them. Before anyone could say anything, the device on Lubbock's hand began to move violently. Intruders, Miss Najenda. Everyone froze. Kurama disappeared from Shield's arms, and back into Naruto. Lubbock continued to speak. Judging by the movement, I'd say 20 in total, they're closing in on the hideout. He shouted out. Najenda simply took in another breath from her cigarette. They know of our location, they cannot be allowed to live. At this, everyone began to ready their weapons. Go, all of you. Make sure none of them survive. She shouted out. As everyone began to sprint out of the meeting room, Naruto's group looked extremely confused by this, until they got the hint, and began to ready their things. Tatsumi and Sayo ran out to follow Bullet, while Doya ran off, following Mine and Shield. Naruto, you can leave the little girl with me. I give you my word that she won't be harmed, Najenda said. Naruto slowly nodded before setting her down. After a quick hug he began to sprint out. All right, thanks. He shouted before rounding the corner out of the door, and taking off down the hallway. Naruto stopped when he saw Akame waiting patiently for him by a window. You ready? He asked, approaching her. Let's go, she said, as the two broke off in a sprint towards the window. Najenda stood staring out a window, as her subordinates defended the base. Yukari stood next to her, as she too looked out of the window. Najenda took a deep breath out, and turned back around. Leone, I know you're still here, she called out into the room. Perceptive as always, boss, Leone said, as she came out from behind one of the many doors. So what's the story with Akame? Najenda asked, as Leone approached them. With Naruto? She asked. Yeah, the two already seem to have a connection. I've never seen this with Akame before, she said with a worried expression. She didn't know what was happening with the girl. She's a teen girl. What do you expect? Or it could have been the dream, Leone said, rubbing her chin. Najenda perked up at this. Dream? What dream? She asked. Leone had already made it to a window, and was already posed to jump out. I'll tell you about it later. See ya, she said with a snicker, jumping out. Damn it, Leone, she said to herself, knowing that there was a small girl next to her. Could what that old man have said been true? She asked herself, recalling her memories from her last admission. Are they linked? She asked, looking out of the window, and into the night sky. Naruto and Akame stood perched on a tree, near a clearing. They both waited patiently, for their 3 targets to walk beneath them. The 3 targets were part of the group that wandered into Night Raid's territory, sent by the Empire no doubt. Akame, the blonde sudden whispered, grabbing the assassin's attention. Once he said it, Naruto pointing one of his fingers down to the one hostile directly below them. Akame said, with a nod, knowing exactly what he wanted her to do. She instantly dropped from the tree, and landed silently behind the 3. She prepared her sword, as a sudden rock was thrown at one of them. Ow! What the hell? One of the men shouted out, rubbing his head. They all immediately began to look around, for the person. Hey guys, up here, Naruto shouted out from the tree. All 3 of them looked up to see Naruto standing on the branch with arms crossed, and a confident smirk. Who the hell are you? One of them asked, pointing the tip of their blade to him. The blonde simply stood with a smile, as a certain black-haired assassin slowly moved up to the 3. Must be another member of Night Raid, quick, take him out. The man in the center shouted out, but before he could do anything a blade went right through his chest. Blood went flying out of his mouth, but he was already dead when he hit the floor. Another man took a swing at Akame, but she ducked under his blade, and as a result was cut across his side by Akame's Tigu. He quickly recovered, and tried to retaliate, but the strange markings appearing on his body stopped him. What the hell is this? He panicked, trying to stop it from spreading, but a second later he dropped to the ground dead. The last man looked at Akame with horror and terror. What the hell are you? He screamed, rushing towards her. Akame was already prepared to end his life, but a well-placed kunai beat her to it. The man slumped over dead, and Akame put away her sword. She looked over to see Naruto approaching her from the tree. You alright? She asked him. He clearly looked less than pleased at what he had just did. Yeah, for the sake of Yukari, right? He asked, looking at her. She nodded her head in confirmation. The blonde let out a sigh, as they began to move again. This time the 2 walked over to the river at the other side of the clearing, and began to follow it, looking for more intruders. The 2 didn't say anything. Naruto just stared blankly up at the sky, and Akame stared at him. She knew he just needed time to accept this. Well, look what we got here, boys, a voice said to their right. The 2 slowly looked over to see 5 guys walk out of the forest, and approach them. They all had murdering intent, and psychopathic smiles. Seriously, did everyone just want to kill everyone in the world? 2 annoying little kids, a man to his right said. They began to advance on them. Let's show them what real assassins can do, he added, cracking his knuckles. Naruto sighed, and Akame took out the Murasama. Hey, the black-haired one looks pretty cute, another said, as he licked his lips. All the men quickly moved their attention to Akame, who walked menacingly towards them with her sword. Yeah, try not to damage her body too much, so we can. One of them began, but was quickly silenced by a Rasengan, and the blonde behind it. The man was sent flying back into the trees, and a violent explosion went off a moment later, killing him. What the hell did you just say? Naruto spat out in anger as he stood in the center of the now 4 remaining guys. They all panicked, and began to swing frantically at the blonde. Shit. Kill H. Murasama quickly silenced the man, before he could speak any more, and Akame joined Naruto in the middle. They went back to back, as the 3 guys circled them. And you call yourselves assassins, Naruto said looking at the one who was in front of him at the time. Why you little shit? Attack. The one Naruto directed the comment at ordered. Naruto and Akame moved in perfect sync, so much that the blonde Tigu user watching from the treeline was shocked. The two switched sides, and Naruto ducked under Akame's incoming sword, as he prepared a jutsu for the 2 enemies that were now in front of him. Akame had already moved her blade toward, and plunged it into the other enemy. He had slumped over on the ground, and Akame had quickly turned back to Naruto. Fire style. Flame hurricane. The blonde shouted out, as a large amount of fire shaped like a hurricane came flying out of his mouth. One of the guys was lucky enough to dodge it, but the other wasn't so lucky. He was incinerated on contact. How the hell? The last guy stuttered out, as he looked at the remains of his comrades. Guys, no, this isn't possible, he screamed, taking one more look at the ashes before bolting in the other direction. Akame was about to go after him, but Naruto gripped her shoulder tightly. She looked back at him with confusion. No wait, I need to get used to this, he said, with a saddened expression. Akame already knew what he meant, and politely stepped out of the way. The blonde quickly took out a special kunai, and chucked it at the man. It landed a couple feet in front of him. This was all the blonde needed, and he vanished in front of Akame's eyes. A split second later he appeared in front of the guy, with the kunai he had thrown, already at the ready. The man ran straight into it, as he had not noticed Naruto until it was too late. Sorry, the blonde whispered into the man's ear, as he looked at Naruto with shock and horror. A second later the man fell over dead on the ground. I don't think I'll ever be able to get used to it, Naruto said, wiping the blood off of the kunai with his hand. You will in time, trust me, Akame said as she walked up to him. She knew better than anyone that it would eventually get easier, eventually. Yeah, you're right, Naruto said, shaking his head from doubt. He honestly didn't know if he would be able to do this. Akame, seeing the worry in his eyes, was about to speak again, trying to reassure the Uzumaki some more, but the sudden sound of rustling bushes caught both of their attentions. Both instantly raised their guards, as someone was sent flying out of the treeline. Shit. Tatsumi shouted out, as he soared through the air. Naruto and Akame looked confused for a moment. Why did the boy look like he was literally flying away from something? Not even a second later Sayo came, sprinting out of the woods at top speed. She was clearly fleeing something. Tatsumi landed a couple meters from Naruto and Akame. He clearly looked roughed up and cut a bit. Tatsumi. Sayo shouted out, as she ran up to him. The boy looked up at Sayo for a moment. He was clearly out of it, but a second later his eyes narrowed when he realized what was happening. Tatsumi jumped up and raised his sword, as he watched the tree line carefully. A few milliseconds later Sayo came up behind him and raised her bow. For as long as Tatsumi could remember, Sayo always used a bow. She said it just fit her better. The two patiently waited for what seemed like minutes for the threat. A couple seconds later a figure came sprinting out of the woods. From neck to feet he looked like a normal man, but instead of a head of a man, he had the head of a wolf. Come back here, you little shit, he shouted out with rage, as he swung his word violently. To the untrained person, he would terrify someone. Naruto was about to go forward and help the two, but grabbed his shoulder. He looked back at her confused, until she pointed back to the two. The blonde turned back, and his eyes widened at what he saw. Tatsumi and Sayo didn't flinch at all. They both waited patiently for the man to close in on them. I am going to kill both of you, he screamed out again, as he was less than 5 feet away from the two now. Naruto would have laughed if it wasn't a serious situation. This guy actually thought he could beat those two. Tatsumi took his shouting as a signal. The boy immediately moved forward, with extreme focus. He clashed swords with the man-beast thing, and sent him staggering back. Tatsumi, move. Sayo shouted out. Tatsumi, without a second thought, moved to the left of him, and rolled to the side, leaving him completely open to Sayo's arrow. It pierced him straight through the left shoulder, and immediately began to grip it with pain. Damn you, he screamed, trying to rush Sayo, but Tatsumi wasn't going to have any of that. He crashed right into the man-beast, with his sword, cutting into his chest badly. The man-beast fell to the ground, and stared up at Tatsumi, who stood above him. He was going to finish it. Wait. Don't do it. If I die here, I can't save my village. The man-beast shouted out, trying to stop Tatsumi. The boy froze. He was just trying to protect his village, like him, and Sayo, or so he thought. Before anything else could happen, an arrow pierced the man-beast's skull, killing him instantly. Tatsumi just stared in shock for a moment, before quickly turning back to the person responsible. Sayo. He shouted out with a hint of anger. Why would his friend do something so cruel? Sayo approached him without saying a word, and slapped him across the face. Don't hesitate, Tatsumi. He was going to kill us, she yelled out. He didn't see what she saw. The man-beast had a hidden blade, and was preparing to kill Tatsumi, when he dropped his guard, but Sayo saw this, and prevented it. Are you two alright? Naruto asked as he approached the two, with Akame not too far behind. She had a disapproving expression towards Tatsumi, but it quickly faded, as she reached them. Yeah, we're fine, Naruto, Tatsumi said, dusting himself off. The boy was still a bit irritated with Sayo, but he did realize she was right. What happened to Bullet? Akame asked them. The big man did seem to be missing from the group, even though he was assigned to watch over Sayo and Tatsumi. Bro had Sayo, and I guard the area they were supposed to come through. If any of them tried to escape, that's where we ran into this guy, Tatsumi explained, looking down at the corpse. Pumpkin. A voice suddenly screamed out far within the forest, followed by a large flash of light and a loud explosion. Everyone besides Akame turned into the direction of the explosion, with cautious expression. No one moved a muscle. What the hell was that? Naruto asked, looking out into the woods. If only he was in sage mode, then he would have been able to detect anything around him. That was mine, Akame said blankly, standing next to Naruto. She had to admit that the girl was certainly powerful, with her Tigu, pumpkin. Suddenly the bushes began to shake again, just like when Tatsumi and Sayo showed up, but everyone knew from the sound of the voice that could be heard now, were not friendly. Get ready, Akame said, raising Murasama. Naruto instantly created a Rasengan. Tatsumi and Sayo simply stood with their weapons at the ready. A split second later, 4 members of the group that attacked Night Raid jumped through the tree line. All of them immediately stopped when they saw Akame's group. Crap. 4 more of them. One of the men shouted out. They all immediately raised their swords, getting ready to attack them. Akame wondered who would attack first, until she saw Tatsumi walk forward towards all of them. Let me handle this, he said, raising his sword. Sayo was about to protest, but before Tatsumi could move any farther, one bullet ripped through each bandit. They all died, before hitting the ground. A moment later, Mine, Doya, and Shield all walked out of the bushes, Doya's pistol still in hand, and smoking. Targets eliminated, Akame said, putting away her Taigu. Naruto's Rasengan disappeared. Sayo lowered her bow, and Tatsumi stood there like an idiot for a moment. As the 3 girls passed the bodies of the bandits, Doya bent down and examined the bodies, making sure none of them were still alive. Lucky for her that her aim was always true. Idiots. Why did they run? She asked, looking down for a moment, but then quickly got up and turned towards a certain pink sniper. Maybe it was because of Mine's crappy sniping. She shouted out in a mocking tone. Hey. Mine shouted back, turning around and walking up to the women with annoyance. Mine being the shortest, she tried as hard as possible to be menacing. She tried hopelessly to intimidate the women. Please, let's not fight, Shield said, pushing both of them apart. The two didn't try to resist her, as Shield was stronger than she looked. We're settling this later, cowgirl, Mine said, walking away from her. Fine by me, Pinky, Doya laughed. A couple seconds later, Bullet in his entire set of Incurcio armor came flying down from the sky. He landed confidentially in the middle of the clearing, moonlight shining off his armor. Yosh. Do not worry, Tatsumi, for I have arrived, he exclaimed, running over to all of them. Sayo and Tatsumi both said, looking back and forth to each other. Who would tell the poor man that had missed the battle? What? Bullet asked, looking back and forth between them. It's already over, Bullet, Akame said blankly. He shouted out with horror. How could have he missed it? While Sayo and Tatsumi tried to calm Bullet down, Naruto, Akame, Mine, and Shield all stood in a circle. Doya was watching the group from afar. They were thinking of the possibilities of what would happen next. That's when Naruto smelt it, the most foul-smelling animal scent in the world. He was instantly put on edge, as Kurama began to growl inside of him. Something was clearly out there, something bad. He wasn't paying much attention. When Shield began to explain their situation, we've taken out a large number of them, so if they were to retreat, they'd come through this area, where they'd be annihilated, she said, while fixing her glasses. Everyone agreed except for Naruto, who was too lost in thought to care. Naruto, Akame asked, with a gentle nudge to his cheek. Sorry, I am just trying to figure something out, he said, as the smell became stronger. Feels like something's off, Naruto added as Kurama continued to growl inside of him, at whatever was out there. Leonie suddenly, and cautiously came out of the tree line. She immediately looked towards Naruto, with an extremely nervous expression. She smelled it too. This had to be the first time she had acted like this in front of him. Most of the time she was so upbeat and happy. Luckily no one had noticed Leonie yet, besides him. The blonde was extremely worried now though, since the smell was getting stronger, and Leonie was acting like a frightened cat. But before she could say anything, Lubbock came flying in right beside her. He tossed a bandit's body in front of him, with a smirked, "That's the last one." Late again Lubbock, mine said, with a smirked, while crossing her arms. Naruto swore she didn't know what grateful meant. Hey, it's an art, I am sorry. Lubbock said with a cocky grin. Leonie had now joined them, and was looking around nervously. Is everyone ready to head back? Bullet asked, finally calming down. Leonie rapidly nodded her head, while everyone calmly shook theirs. They still hadn't noticed how she was acting, probably because mine was too busy arguing with Doya. But Naruto too was acting a bit on edge. While they walked back, Kurama continued to growl, not even telling Naruto about whatever it was. Of course he knew he could defend himself against whatever it was. It'd just be better knowing that's all. Akame finally noticed how quiet Naruto and Leonie were being. She raised her eyebrow in question, wondering what was wrong with them. Something wrong? She finally asked, as their base came into view. Naruto looked over at her, and quickly realized how spaced out he was acting. Oh. No, it's nothing, he said with a small nervous chuckle. Akame knew he was lying, but before she could speak up, they reached the front doors of the hideout, and Bullet began to speak. Hey everyone. Why don't we have a party for our newest members? He asked, as everyone entered the main doors. That would be nice, Shield said with a smile. Mine also nodded, surprisingly. I agree, Lubbock said. Akame said with a blank expression, but you could tell it meant a lot more. She didn't approve of hardly any of the new ones yet. The only person she felt comfortable was Naruto, and that was because, well, she couldn't explain it, she always got this warm feeling when she was near him, and she liked it. As the group started to move deeper into the hideout, Leonie stopped Naruto. Hey, she said with authority and a bit of concern. What is it? He asked, turning back around. Leonie looked down reluctantly for a moment, before she began to speak. You can smell it too, right? She asked. Yeah, he immediately replied. Naruto didn't want to lie to them, there was no use for it. But before he could move with Leonie, Akame suddenly gripped his arm hard. Naruto looked back at her confused. She simply tilted her head questioningly. We need to go talk with the boss, he said while awkwardly rubbing the back of his neck. Naruto? She asked, with a serious expression. Even with the small time she known him, she can already tell he wasn't a very good liar. Naruto looked back at Leonie for a moment, looking for some assistance. Bring her along, the women said, with a smirk. Even though they were in a pretty bad situation, she still had a plan for the two. They all began moving away from everyone else towards the meeting room. This is bad, Leonie said as they picked up pace. Naruto had to agree with her. If it got to the point where Kurama was on edge, shit was going to hit the fan real soon. What's going on? Akame asked, trying to catch up with the two, as she had lagged behind when they quickened their speed. Naruto, and I picked up something big while we were out there. We have not idea what it is, Leonie said without turning around. She was too focused on the smell and finding their boss. Could it be a massive danger beast? Akame asked, but Naruto knew this couldn't be. Kurama was too on edge from it. The blonde had tried to talk with the fox, but he paid him no mind. They were nearing the meeting room where Najenda waited, with Yukari. It could be a danger beast, but I don't think there's one powerful enough to give off this kind of scent. It's overwhelming. I've never smelled something like this in my life, Leonie explained to them. Suddenly a poof of white smoke appeared next to them, and Kurama was running next to them. Kurama? The shinobi asked. Finally the fox who had remained so quiet before appeared. Whatever it is, it's something massive, and it's getting closer by the minute, Kurama said, quickening his pace. We need to reach the boss, Leonie said, nearly bursting into a full sprint. Akame and Naruto quickly caught up with her, the smell getting stronger by the second. A second later they found themselves in front of the meeting room, and Leonie nearly beat down the door, trying to knock. A second later they got a hesitant response. Enter, the voice said from the other side. Leonie and the others immediately entered. Naruto smiled at the sight before him. Yukari was sitting on Najenda's lap, looking out the open window. She had a bright smile on her face, and then an even brighter smile when she saw Naruto. "Ah, Leonie, you're back," and with Najenda was immediately interrupted by Yukari. "Naruto," she exclaimed, jumping off Najenda's lap, and running over to the blonde. "Hey Yukari," he said with a small smile, as she jumped into his arms. He was glad she was okay, he really wasn't worried. Naruto knew he could trust Night Raid. "Did you get the bad guys?" Yukari asked, bouncing in his arms. "Sure did. They won't be bothering us anymore," he said with a confident smirk. Yukari smiled brightly at him. Akame, who was standing behind the two, had a bright smile too. She liked the way Yukari acted with Naruto. It was like they were father and daughter. "That's good," Najenda said with a chuckle, noticing Akame's smile. She already knew that girl was getting attached to him, and Akame hardly got attached to anyone, besides her sister. "We have a problem," Leonie finally said. Suddenly everything became serious, and everyone's expressions changed. "What is it?" Najenda asked, moving back into her chair. Naruto and the others quickly circled around her, and began to explain. While they explained the situation to her, Kurama became increasingly anxious. The same for Leonie. Naruto was the only one to keep his cool, even though the smell was much more potent now. After they finished explaining, they all eagerly stared at Najenda, who simply sat in silence, taking it all in. "I see," she finally said, leaning back and crossing her arms. "So what is it, boss?" Leonie asked, almost jumping up and down now. "It's a danger beast, all right," she simply said. Akame and Leonie froze. They had never expected this. It seemed impossible to them. Naruto, on the other hand, just kept a calm expression. He knew now wasn't the time to freak out. Besides him and Kurama had taken on 2 other danger beasts with ease before. What? Akame stuttered out. She still couldn't believe this. How was a danger beast that powerful? "No way," Leonie said with face full of shock, thinking almost the exact same thing. "It's a Kaiser-class," Najenda revealed, leaning forward. "Kaiser?" Leonie asked. She had never heard of such a danger beast class in her life. Whatever it was, it couldn't be good. "They're a step above ultra class. No one knows much about them, although they're extremely dangerous. I only know about them because I was a general in the Empire," Najenda explained to them. "You were a general in the Empire?" Naruto asked, a bit shocked. He was most surprised by the fact that she used to be general, then the giant monster coming to kill them. "That's right. About half of us are. Bullet used to be an officer. Lubbock was a soldier under my command, and Akame was an assassin for them," she said, motioning to the girl. Naruto immediately turned to her, with surprise. He had no idea, but he was sure she had her reasons for not telling him. But Akame put her head down in a sense of shame. She should have told him, but now he found out from another person. Now instead of the warm feeling in her stomach, it was replaced with a sickening feeling. Was this embarrassment and shame? "We're getting off topic here," Leonie said, seeing Akame's face, and trying to change the conversation. "Right. These things are extremely intelligent, and massive in size. The Empire has a flea on sight order for them, and you're saying one's on its way here?" Najenda asked. "That's right, it keeps getting closer, and closer by the second," Kurama said, finally speaking. "Why?" Najenda asked the ancient fox. "It's probably because of me," Kurama simply stated. His eyes were fixated on the window, and the forest outside, where the large threat made its way towards them. "And me as well," Naruto said with a frown. "Explain," Najenda asked. "It probably feels the power coming from Naruto, and feels that its territory is threatened," Leonie butted in. "That doesn't explain why it hasn't attacked before," Najenda said, recalling how long they've been here. Night raids never had a problem like this before. "It wasn't threatened before by anyone, meaning none of you were strong enough to scare it," Kurama said with a slight chuckle. "Why was it wherever Naruto and him went things liked to fight them?" "Just how strong are you, Naruto?" Leonie asked, staring at him with wide eyes. "Well, I did kill these 2 beasts called Tyrant, I think," he said, scratching his head, trying to remember what exactly happened. Everyone in the room besides Yukari went wide-eyed with shock. The blonde's feats just kept piling up. "What?" Leonie shouted out, with anger and a hint of annoyance in her voice. "I killed them to be exact," Kurama said, staring back for a split second. Again Leonie and Najenda began to freak out. Akame was also a bit surprised. How in the hell was this boy able to do so much? Leonie and Najenda faces would eventually get stuck like that if they kept getting this kinda news. Leonie finally calmed down and tried to speak, but she was able to finish her sentence, because that's when the roar started. Everyone would remember that roar forever. It came through the open windows, a monstrous and loud sound. It was far in the distance. It was the type of noise that no one would ever want to hear. It shook everyone to the bone, even Naruto. What the hell was that? Leone asked, clearly scared. It's 5 miles away, Kurama grunted, with anger. Naruto was a bit angry as well. This thing just thought it could wall on in here, and run over everything. Oh, Naruto had way different plans for it. Suddenly the blonde felt Yukari's grip tighten 10 times harder around him. He looked down to see the little girl buried in his chest. She was clearly shaking and scared. Naruto knew he needed to calm her down. Hey, don't worry. I won't let that thing get near this place. But it didn't help the little girl, as she still clung onto him. Naruto, you can't. Najenda began to protest, but was quickly stopped by him. Hey. I am not going to let this thing hurt anybody here, especially my precious people, he shouted out, looking down at Yukari, and then over to Akame. He wasn't going to fail, he was going to save everyone, his resolve would not be broken. Najenda stared at him for a moment. She didn't want to send in one of her own to get killed, but then again she really didn't know how powerful the blonde was. But then a brilliant idea crossed her mind. If Naruto took it out, then the revolutionary army could take credit for it. She looked at him for a couple more seconds, before reluctantly giving her answer. Go, Najenda said, shocking both Akame and Leone. Najenda, you can't be. Leone began, but was interrupted by the boss. He's going, and besides, well, let the revolutionary army take credit for the kill. It's going to boost public opinion, Najenda said with a stoic expression. She knew that if the rebels took credit, then even the nobles will begin to think twice about their strength. Go, Naruto, Najenda said with more force to her voice this time. Right, the blonde said, turning back to Akame. Watch Yukari for me, he said with a sincere smile. He knew he could trust Akame out of all the people he knew in this world. A split second later, bullet burst through the doors open with everyone else. Boss, did you? But he was immediately interrupted by Naruto, who flew past him like an orange flash. Naruto's on it, Najenda said with a smirk, watching them all act clueless for a moment. But Najenda finally noticed that Akame wasn't faring too well. She was now acting a bit anxious like Leone, only she was acting like it only after a certain someone left. She had to admit it was cute. She had never seen her act like this. Something wrong, Akame? Najenda finally asked. Akame immediately turned to her, and gave a hesitant shake of her head. Najenda already knew what she wanted. She needed to go after him. Go, Najenda said, with a stern and frank expression. Akame immediately gave Yukari back to Najenda, who was fairly happy about it, and a second later she sprinted off, following the blonde. Naruto, being as fast as he is, already made it back to his room. He was currently looking over all of his equipment and gear. We got everything, Kurama? The Jinchuriki asked. The Nine-Tails Wood was currently on the blonde's shoulder, looked down at all the gear they had with them. He had a small amount of kunais, shurikens, and one lone set of chakra knuckle blades, 2 sets of Junin attire, and 1 set of Anbu attire. The outfits were all for prank purposes back in Konoha, but now they meant something else to him, something more to him. Well, we didn't bring much in to begin with, Kurama said, with a grumble, wishing the blonde had brought more gear with him. Let's see what we got here, the Jinchuriki said, picking up one of the Junin outfits. For the longest time this flak jacket was a symbol around the shinobi world. To many it meant hope, to some it meant a challenge, and to others it meant fear. He looked at it for a moment, before looking down at his lone outfit he had. It had many rips, and cuts along all parts of the jacket, and pants, not to mention most of his right sleeve had been destroyed. He knew it was time. Naruto slowly began to take off his clothes. Just as he slipped one of his sandals off, Kurama's eyes were immediately glued to it. There was something in there. Hey kid, what's that? The fox asked, moving closer to the sandal. What's what? He asked, in the process of taking off his jacket. In your sandal, the fox asked. Kurama picked up the sandal with his small paws, and tossed it over to Naruto. The blonde, trying to ignore the smell, looked down into his sandal. What he found confused him. It was a seal. Huh? A seal? He asked, with confusion. Why would there be a seal in his shoe? Before Naruto could even think, Kurama undid the seal, and 2 things instantly appeared on his sandal. That's the. Kurama paused, as he stared down at the objects. They were 2 articles of clothing that he would always remember. In front of the 2 laid 2 long white-sleeved houris. Both had red flames on the bottom, and writing on their backs. My dad's hauri, the blonde said, picking one of them up. Even though he only had his pants on, he didn't hesitate to put it on. He looked at himself for a moment in the mirror he had in the room. He turned around to get a look at the kanji on the back of it. Kurama was the first to notice the difference. The writing's different, the fox pointed out. Naruto looked down at it, and raised an eyebrow in confusion. Instead of the symbol for fourth, it said, sixth. The sixth Hokage? He asked confusingly, had one been named since he went away? There's another one, Kurama said pointing down to the second Howry. The blonde reached down to pick it up, and as he did a folded piece of paper fell out of it. Huh? What's this? The blonde asked, as he unfolded it, and began to read it. Dear Naruto, I was going to tell you about this little hidden seal when, and if we returned from the war, or you find it on your own, whichever came first, I suppose, I had Shizune put this somewhere that would take you a while to find. These are two of your father's Howries. I thought it would be perfect for you, since you mean so much to the village, even though the village didn't seem to care for it at the beginning, you ignore it all, and rose to the top. I am proud of you. But just in case we all die out there, and you're the last one left to defend Konoha, I am naming you the sixth Hokage. But knowing you, you somehow joined us on the battlefield. Heck, I am probably shouting at you as we speak, but in all seriousness you deserve this. Minato would be proud. Remember, everyone will always be with you, you always have the village behind you. From Granny Tsunade P.S. Stay true to your ninja way, brat, and if I am still alive after the war and you found this letter, you're not the sixth Hokage. The blonde looked at the note for another moment. He was close to bursting into tears. She did this for him. She made sure that he could reach his dream. Even though he had lost everyone, they were still rooting for him until the end. Tsunade, Hinata, Sakura, Kakashi, all of them were right here with him. He wouldn't fail them. He couldn't fail. He won't. Hell, protect this world. He was brought here for a reason. He's this world's hope. A feminine voice said from the doorway. Huh? The blonde asked. He looked over to see Akame looking over at him, with a small smile. That's what that coat says in kanji. Hope, she said pointing to the Howry. Naruto hadn't even looked at the Howry that the note fell out of. He picked it up, and turned it around. It was exactly like the one that said sixth Hokage, except only on the back in kanji it spelled out hope. The blonde was stunned for a moment. He hadn't known he meant so much to his village. This brought a few tears to his eyes. After a couple seconds he began to wipe them away. Yeah. Granny always knew how dense I was. No wonder I didn't find the seal until now, he said with a sad smile, admiring the Howry. It fits you, Akame said walking up to him, with a small blush. Naruto wondered why she was blushing. Hey, are you alright? He asked, moving closer to her, but as he did, she moved away quickly. I'm your clothes, she said with a stuttered. If the rest of Night Raid had been there they would have tilted their heads in astonishment. The famed Night Raid assassin was actually blushing, and stuttering. It took a moment for things to register in Naruto's head. He looked down at his bare chest, and then up to Akame. His face got as red as his mom's hair. He shouted out, as he quickly ran towards the closest with the Junin gear. After a few moments of awkward silence, and Kurama laughing his ass off, Naruto slowly emerged from the closest. He had the full Junin gear on, but instead of the traditional blue shirt and pants, Naruto wore black ones. The green flak jacket rested above the uniform, and fit snuggly. He also wore a pair of fingerless black gloves like Kakashi. He stared at her for a moment. While she stared at him, they didn't know what to say. Kurama would have found this amusing if there wasn't a giant monster on its way here. Right now, he seriously needed to teach his Jinchuriki how to talk to women. Hey Akame, what are you doing here? He finally asked, as he began to tie his headband on. I am coming with you, she said, still equally embarrassed as him. The moment those words came out of Akame's mouth, Naruto's expression turned from embarrassment to seriousness. You can't, he said, staring at her down at her. Kurama knew this was about too interesting. Why not? She asked, looking up at him with confusion. They worked good as a team, she didn't know why. Because this is my fight, and I don't want you to get hurt, he said, slightly embarrassed. She lowered her head at this. He wanted to protect her. She didn't need to be protected. She needed to protect. Death's part of the job, Akame said, in a slightly cold tone. Naruto froze at this. He knew what she was doing. It was something that's had happened to him multiple times before. She was someone that thought she could handle all of it on her own. She had that look in her eyes. They always had that look. Well, it's not part of mine. I don't want to see any of you hurt. I couldn't protect everyone back home. But I intend to protect all of you here. I specifically intend to protect you, he said with determination, moving closer to her. In truth, Naruto was staring to feel slightly overprotective of Akame, like he was with Yukari. He didn't know why though. Akame looked up at him, with a small little twinkle in her eye. There was honestly no one in this world like Naruto. He was too good for this horrible place. He would be so selfless to put himself between her and a danger. She began to feel that strange warm feeling in the bottom of her stomach again. And Naruto, she said with a stuttered, It was the only thing Akame could say at this point. Please don't come. If you got hurt because of me, I'd never forgive myself, he said, taking both of her hands without thinking. Her face grew red, and the feeling increased in her stomach. But her mind could not be swayed. She was going to go, to tell herself the truth. Ever since they met, Akame didn't like being away from him. She's seen him fight, and seen how good he is, had been so selfless, and fearless. Maybe that was the reason they fought so well together? I am still coming, she simply stated. One good thing about fighting for the Empire, she knew how to hide her emotions well, but she didn't like acting that way in front of the blonde. Naruto shouted out. He had given her the big speech, but it still hadn't worked. If you're going to protect everyone here including me, then I am going to protect you, she said, with a defiant expression, letting her assassin mask fall, deciding not to act like that in front of him. Give it a break, kid, she's got a resolve like yours, Kurama said from the bed. He was already itching to leave. Fine, Naruto said, reluctantly. If things really got heated, he could always move her with one of his clones. Enough talk, let's move, Kurama shouted out, as he suddenly poofed back into Naruto's seal. Right, Naruto shouted out, as he grabbed the haori that said hope. Once he put it on, the two quickly sprinted out the door. When we get close, I need you to lay low. No telling what's going to happen, or what it can do, Naruto told Akame, as they ran through the halls of the base. Understood, she called out. They didn't even notice the rest of Night Raid, as they passed by. Tatsumi was nearly knocked over by Akame, and Leone was almost flattened by Naruto. The two didn't even stop for them. Kurama's status on target? Naruto asked. As they neared the exit of the base, the Jinchuriki wondered if they spent too much time talking. 1 mile ahead, and closing fast, the fox said through his mindscape, but just as they ran outside, Kurama's anger suddenly spiked. Kid, the scent suddenly disappeared. He shouted out. This made the blonde come to a full stop. Akame stopped as well. Disappeared, what do you mean? He shouted out loud, clearly panicking. I can't smell a damn thing, Kurama grunted out. Naruto cautiously looked around. They were right outside of the hideout. This wasn't good, it could cause major damage. Akame, see anything? He called out. The girl quickly looked around, but all she noticed was the peaceful night air, and the sounds of animals. If there really was a danger beast here, it didn't feel like it. No, not a thing, she said, still looking around. The two cautiously walked out onto the cliffside that stood in front of the base. They looked out into the valley to see if they could spot anything irregular. Naruto looked out one more time, before he began to speak. It has to be here, spread out, but he was stopped by the sudden and aggressive growling of Kurama. Kid, under you, he yelled out, just as something else up from the valley. It was massive. The only thing Naruto could even say it resembled was a dragon, except it didn't have any wings, but it had a long neck. It was easily double the size of the base. It was black with red, almost neon-like lines all across its body. It had equally red eyes. They were pointed straight for Naruto, but before Naruto could react, it moved with lightning speed. It snatched up Naruto with its hand, and brought him up to its face, all in the span of seconds. Naruto! Akame shouted, with panic. This thing was way too fast for her. Damn! The blonde grunted as he looked up at the beast. Aren't you one ugly iguana? He said with a small chuckle. The Kaiser-class wasn't amused. Before Naruto could even think about doing anything else, the beast chucked him towards the cliffside above the base. Shit! He shouted out, as he flew over Akame, who could only watch in horror. A moment later he impacted with so much force, that Akame felt the shockwave. A moment later her eyes widened in horror. Naruto! She screamed out, voice full of terror. He was defeated in seconds by that thing. The beast now looked down, menacingly at her. The killing intent this thing was giving off was insane. She had never felt something like this before. For once in her life, Akame backed away in fear. Akame! A voice suddenly shouted out from behind her. She swiftly turned her head, to see almost all of Night Raid standing in the main entrance to the base. Get away from that thing! Tatsumi called out, beckoning her to run over to them. But as she was about to, a massive arm slammed down right in front of her, blocking her means of escape. Damn you! Akame called out, as she pulled out her Murasama. The assassin quickly sprinted over to the exposed skin of the Kaiser-class. She was planning to end this in one hit, like always, but as her blade hit its flesh, nothing happened. The blade had made a fine cut into the skin, but nothing had happened. The wingless dragon just stared down at her, with a very pissed off expression. Murasama has no effect. She stuttered, backing away from it. The rest of Night Raid was busy trying to get their bearings of what just happened. the beast hit the ground near them so hard that a few of them were sent flying back into the base. Damn it, she needs our help. Let's get in there. Tatsumi called out, as he raised his sword, preparing to run out of the door, but he was stopped by Leonie, who put her entire body in front of the doorway. Wait, she said, looking down at him with an intimating look. Nei-san. What are you doing? He called out, as Doya and Seo both agreed with him. The rest of Night Raid already knew what she was doing. They just watched the newest members, as they readied their Tegus. We're no match for that thing, Leonie said, crossing her arms. She wasn't going to move, she would let those three go farther and get killed. But she needs our help. Tatsumi called out, trying to force his way through the door, but Leonie held her ground, and pushed him back. This caused the young man to fall to ground. She had to admit he had a good heart, but Tatsumi didn't see the full picture. No, she doesn't, Leonie said, standing above him. Doya and Seo looked at her with anger. What? Tatsumi asked, also angry. The boss picked Naruto to take this thing on for a reason, she said, with a smirk. The three's anger quickly turned into confusion. Akame was breathing heavily, as she dodged another one of the relentless attacks from the Kaiser-class. This danger beast's attacks had a wide range, so she had to use all her speed and agility every time it tried to hit her, hence why she was already exhausted. I can at least get this thing away from the base, she thought to herself. Scanning the area around the beast, she spotted an opening, and quickly took it, barely making it past the creature and into the forest below. But before she could even catch her breath, the beast was already on her. It slammed its massive arms with lightning speed towards her. Luckily for Akame, it missed by a couple feet. Instead, it slammed into the ground behind her, and sent her flying into a nearby tree. Shit, she said to herself. A second later, her eyes widened in horror. The danger beast now stood above her, looking down at her with great anger in its eyes. No, this can't happen. I won't be able to save my sister, or protect Naruto, she shouted out, as the creature roared down at her. There was no way she was going down like this. Like hell. I am not going to accept this, she screamed out, grabbing her sword, and putting it up defensively. The creature, with no hesitation, began to slam its fist down. Akame closed her eyes, and braced for the worst, like it would help. But suddenly she heard an agonizing scream come from the beast. She opened her eyes. Get the hell away from her. Naruto screamed out, as he punched the danger beast again, this time with so much force that it was sent flying back, farther into the valley. She looked up in amazement, but then a second later she found herself on top of the cliffside again. She found herself in the blonde's arms. Don't push yourself too hard. You have other people that care about you, remember that, Naruto said, looking down at her with heartwarming smile. And Naruto, she gasped, with wide eyes. The feeling in her stomach had increased tenfold, as she stared up at him, and now her chest had begun to hurt slightly. It's all right, he said, putting her down. The two looked at each other for a moment. For some reason Akame wanted to take in every feature of his face. The same could be said for Naruto. They kept this up for a couple more seconds before the sound of footsteps brought them back to reality. Naruto. You're both all right? Doya shouted out, as she ran up to them with the rest of Night Raid. The blonde smiled at all of them, and was about to say something, but the massive roar caught his, and everyone's attention. The Kaiser was coming back. This thing's out of your league. Leave it to me, Naruto said, walking forward, standing on the edge of the cliffside. You can't really believe that you can really defeat this thing by yourself. Seo panicked. Some of the others panicked as well, but Akame watched in silence. She knew what he could do. That symbol on his back really did represent him. The blonde simply chuckled, as he watched the Kaiser-class prepare for an attack. It began to gather energy all around its mouth, similar to a tailed beast, when it prepared a bomb. Ha! He shouted out, as he stared at the beast with determination. Piece of cake, right, Kurama? He asked his fox friend. Yeah. Kurama roared in his mind. Just as the danger beast finished charging his attack, everyone immediately became on edge. A split second later the Kaiser fired its attack. It reminded Naruto so much of a tailed beast bomb. He already knew what to do for it. As if on command, a yellow Rasengan appeared in his right hand. Naruto closed his eyes, and lifted it up into the air. He poured more chakra into it, and it turned into a massive Rasengan. It rivaled the size of the incoming attack. Everyone held their breaths at this moment. Don't fuck with me, he said, throwing the Rasengan into the attack. They both met halfway, and the explosion blinded everyone besides Naruto. He stood his ground, arms crossed, as the shockwave passed him. Incredible, Shiel stammered out. Looking at the explosion, the rest of Night Raid had to agree with her. They had never seen anything like this in their lives. The blonde was truly the strongest. They all moved up to talk with him, But Lubbock was one to spot the fast-moving target running through the valley. It rushed into the smoke that lingered from the attacks. It moved towards Naruto at lightning speed. Incoming! Lubbock shouted out, pointing down at the incoming danger beast. Naruto wasted no time to bring out the big guns, Kurama. He screamed out, as the area became bathed in orange chakra. A blinding moment later, a massive orange and luminescent fox stood tall on the cliffside. All of the Night Raid members looked up in amazement. This was the little fox that was always wait Naruto? He was way larger than the base, and even a bit bigger than the Kaiser. He had thick black lines across his body, and if one looked closely they could see Q figure way up in his forehead. Naruto had manifested him in full form for once. But this didn't even stop the Kaiser. When Kurama appeared, it viewed the large fox as prey, so it leapt towards him with the intent to kill, but it was swiftly met by an uppercut to its face. Kurama sent the beast flying back. He let out a massive roar in the direction of the Kaiser-class, Kurama. The almighty Nine Tails would not be intimate Ted. He sprang off the cliffside, and into the valley below, landing on all fours. The fox didn't hesitate to sprint forward. All of Night Raid watched in astonishment from the cliffside, especially Akame. The Nine Tails rammed its head into the beast's neck, pushing it back further, but it retaliated, biting Kurama on the neck. The fox used its massive tails to throw it away, before he could do any serious damage, but as soon as he pushed it away, it was on top of him, trying to kill him again. The fox punched it straight in the face, hopping to send it back, but it simply stunned it. Kurama was beginning to get annoyed. Naruto, on the other hand, was thinking of what he and Kurama could do to defeat. He couldn't use a tailed beast ball, that took too long, and it could possibly level everything in a 1-mile radius, which is something he didn't want to happen. Suddenly he got an idea. He knew his target was fast, but it could only focus on one thing at a time. If he attacked it as well as Kurama, they could make this a whole lot easier. He looked down at the fox, with a smirk. It could work. It's not enough. Kurama's separate. He shouted out to the fox. You got it. The fox responded, and a second later Naruto leapt out of his forehead. He quickly shunshined back to the cliffside, startling everyone. Naruto? Tatsumi asked in surprise. Looking at the blonde, he didn't speak to anyone. He simply got into a cross-legged position on the ground, and began to meditate, while Kurama fought the Kaiser-class in front of them. Everyone was intrigued as to what the blonde was doing, but no one dared approach him, at least until Akame walked over. What are you doing? She asked, looking slightly surprised at his chakra cloak. Even though she's seen it before, the glow his body gave off, with the flickering chakra, seemed to attract her so much. Channeling natural energy and chakra. I could do this instantly, with Kurama, but I am separated from him at the moment, he explained to her. When he was connected with Kurama, he could use his abilities much easier and quicker. Not saying it wasn't easy for him without Kurama, it just took a couple more seconds. Kid, you almost done? The fox roared, putting the monster into a headlock. He slammed his fist several times into its head, hoping to stop it, but because Kurama was one of the unluckiest foxes in the world, it didn't stop. He reached up and grabbed Kurama by his neck and chucked him to the ground. He immediately looked back at the Kaiser in anger. I am getting real tired of your shit, he shouted, preparing a tailed beast bomb, but immediately stopped when he sensed his Jinchuriki immediately behind him. Kurama, duck! Naruto shouted out as he came flying through the sky. He still remained in his tailed beast cloak, but something was different. Around his eyes was an orange pigment, and his pupils now had the horizontal toad pupil. With the vertical Kyuubi slit, he had entered Sage mode, while in Kurama mode. But the real threat was in his right hand. What he carried, a flaming Rasen Shuriken. It glowed a bright neon red. The blonde intended to end this fight here. He flew straight through the sky, towards his target. Of course he wasn't actually flying. He had just jumped from the cliffside, and used the momentum to carry him. The Kaiser didn't even know what hit it, until it was too late. Everyone on the cliffside, including Kurama, watched in awe. Sage art. Fire release Rasen Shuriken. Naruto screamed out, as he slammed the Rasen Shuriken into the beast's gut, forcing it to go flying into the air from the amount of force. The Justu was quickly ripping through the monster's skin and muscles, nearing its vital organs. It tried to fight back, but Naruto pushed it all the way through. Die! The Jinchuriki shouted, letting go over the Rasen Shuriken. A moment later, then Justu exploded inside the Kaiser, ripping it clean open, forcing both it and Naruto fall back to earth. As he stared at the body, making sure it's dead, he felt Kurama slowly moved back into his seal, but as he felt it, he saw the creature still twitching, barely alive. Naruto would not stand for this. No, you don't. Take this, he yelled out, forming another type of Rasengan in his hand. One large Rasengan took shape in the middle, while 3 smaller ones took shape around it, and began to spin. Naruto knew this would take care of the job. He deactivated Kurama mode, and stared down at the beast. As they continued to fall, planetary Rasengan. He suddenly shouted out, slamming the Rasengan into the open area of its chest, grinding up any organs that might be remained intact. Naruto suddenly began to feel weak, and he let go of the Rasengan, leaving it, and the beast to fall to the ground very violently, resulting in a rather large explosion a couple moments later from the Rasengan. Naruto, who was still falling, began to consciousness. That was fun, kid. Kurama voice suddenly rang out in his head. The blonde let out a small chuckle. As they neared the ground, you get a bit roughed up there, furball? I have no idea what you're talking about, the Nine Tails said, with a small chuckle as well. Night Raid watched as the blonde finally lost consciousness, and smacked into the ground above the cliffside. His body skidded to a stop a couple feet away from the front entrance to the base. Naruto. Akame called out, running over as fast as she could to him. She slid over to him, picked up his head, and rested it on her 2 legs. A minute later the Uzumaki regained consciousness, and looked up at her with a smile. Hey Akame. You know it's been a while since I did that. My body was not prepared for it, he said with a small laugh. You were incredible, Akame said, as she looked down at him. By now the rest of Night Raid had surrounded them, and were looking at Akame like she was crazy. The older members had never seen her act like this. It was almost like she was in love. Yeah, I guess I was. I am just glad you, and everyone else is safe, he said, as he cupped her cheek before he faded from consciousness again. To Leone, who watched the entire thing happen, it seemed like both of them were in the beginning stages of love. As Akame stared down at the unconscious and bruised boy, her heart started to hurt a bit. She didn't like seeing him in this state, so defenseless and vulnerable, but this did give her an excuse to protect him, until he got better. But still the problem remained. Her chest still hurt, and her face got red. Even though he was unconscious, what could it be? She narrowed down every possible solution, until only one remained. Is this love? She asked herself. 2 days later, several individuals stood at attention inside the Emperor's throne room. They all had nervous expression, as they stared down at the man kneeling before them. What he had just inframed them, shook them to the core. Say that again, Major, one of the men in the throne room commanded. He wore an imperial general attire, and had short black hair. He was fairly young to be a general. It's confirmed that the Revolutionary Army has taken out a Kaiser-class danger beast. The man kneeling in front of the throne informed them again. How in the hell is that possible? Another man asked, clearly freighted. He was clearly overweight. Even Esdeath and Budo wouldn't be able to do that, a different man stated, which earned the nods of the others. Just how in the hell did they accomplish something like that? The man in the general's attire asked, with a sense of urgency. If they have a powerful enough force to take out one of those, then we need to strengthen up our military even more, the overweight man shouted out. Emperor, what would you have us do? The general asked, looking up to the throne. Everyone else turned as well. A young boy with green shoulder-length hair which is braided on the sides and green eyes, sat on the throne. He wore a purple outfit with white boots and a blue mantle, as well as a large headdress. He looked bored in all honesty. Strengthen up our army would be good, wouldn't it, Prime Minister? The young boy asked, looking over his shoulder. Behind the throne emerged an enormous old man who chomped down on different pieces of meat. He had long gray hair and a beard, as well as a mustache. He wore a gray jacket with a white coat on top. This man was the Imperial Prime Minister, Honest. Yes, boy, it would be an excellent strategy, but to do so we need to take care of our little assassin problem first, he said with a cheerful smile. Prime Minister, do you really think it's the time? We have a powerful force on our horizon. We should be worrying about assassins. The young general shouted out, calling out the Prime Minister. Honest simply smiled, and walked down to the man. This put everyone on edge. He walked straight up to him, and towered over him. Exactly my point, General, which is why we need to take care of them now, rather than later, he said with another smile. I can see you point, sir, Abe stuttered out, clearly scared of the man. Honest smiled again. Good, and now, he said, leaning next to Abe's ear, if you ever speak out of term like that again, General Abe, I'll see to it your entire family is hanged for treason, and I'll make you watch, he said, with another smiles, before moving back to his place on the Emperor's side. The general looked down in fear, before he began to speak again. Why, yes, sir. Good. Now, Esdeath, do you have anything to report on this Kaiser-class kill? Surely the 3 beasts, or your spy ring would have picked up something, Honest asked the blue-haired general in the corner. She looked up from her spot in the corner with a sinister smirk, knowing who was already responsible for it. Yes, actually it's part of the reason I wanted to talk with you. Oh, please do explain. The Prime Minister asked. I believe that I know who was responsible for this, she said moving forward to the front of the throne. Oh really? Honest said with a smile. He could always trust Esdeath to get the job done. It wasn't a super weapon of some sorts, or a massive army, it was a person, Esdeath revealed. Almost everyone in the room besides her went wide-eyed or were shocked. Even Honest had a serious expression. Surely this wouldn't be correct. There's no one in this world that can take on a Kaiser-class, Honest said, staring down at her. Until recently, and it makes me so excited, she said with another sinister smile. Esdeath was going to get the boy on their side one way or another. He calls himself Naruto Uzumaki. He's a very powerful boy. He uses a power that makes Artigas useless, she revealed. Again everyone in the room was shocked, they couldn't believe it. But suddenly the two massive doors in the throne room burst open, and a large hulking man walked in. He had spiky blonde hair with blue eyes, with two long pieces of hair jetting out behind him on each side. He wore a dark gray suit of armor with a red cloak. This was the great General Budo. Impossible. And if he's just a boy, then how can he be so strong? Budo said, as he walked up to them. General Budo, I can assure you that this boy is probably far stronger than any of us. He nearly defeated me in a single attack, Esdeath told them, and again nearly everyone's faces filled with shock. Honest was now particularly nervous. This Naruto boy was now officially on the top of his shit list. What? The overweight man shouted out. Impossible, General Abe said under his breath. How in the world can someone be strong enough to wipe the floor with Esdeath? Now Esdeath, surely you must be joking, Honest said, with a half-hearted smile. I am not. He is a very powerful individual. He killed 2 ultra-class danger beasts, with ease as well, she informed the Prime Minister. If he is as dangerous as you say, then he needs to be brought in, Budo said, walking up to her. He crossed his arm with confidence. He was not going to be intimidated by some boy. The general's right, the Emperor said with a cheerful voice. Oh, how naive the young boy was. I doubt you could bring him in, Esdeath said, turning to him. As much as she respected him, and knew how powerful he was, the man could stand alone against the blonde. Watch me, Budo said, voice full of seriousness. Do you know where he is? The Prime Minister asked. Now came the complicated part. She didn't exactly know where he was, but if he hunch was right, he'd go for Night Raid. If they'd go for him. Either way, there was still a strong possibility that he was with them. Possible, he may be with Night Raid. Night Raid, you say? Honest asked. This made him 10 times more stressed, causing him to eat more meat. His blood sugar was going to go through the roof. If they've gotten a hold of him, then we really need to get them, the Emperor said, trying to be serious. Honest knew he couldn't lose his cool in front of the Emperor, so he went back to his calm mode. That's correct, Emperor, he said, smiling, returning to his face. From here on the Imperial Guard will be put on high alert. Same with the police, Budo said, as he turned for the door, and I'll personally hunt this boy down if I have to, he added, before walking out of the room. Well, coordinate with our spies to find their location, Esdeath said, with a bow. As she did this, the Prime Minister began to dismiss everyone. She remained in her bowing position, until everyone left the room. Now then, Esdeath, is there anything else you would like to discuss? Honest asked her. Esdeath looked up with a sinister smile. Yes, Prime Minister, there is one thing. Ask away. Honest said with a confident smirk. He could always count on her for anything, so he needed to give her the best in return. Anything she asked for, he would provide. Naruto is the man I would like to marry, she revealed. The Emperor's eyes grew wide, as Honest began to choke on the food. Just what kind of monster must this boy be? Honest thought to himself, as he threw up a piece of food. Esdeath just smirked. Hey sis, we're all going out to train. Want to come with? Tatsumi asked, as he walked past the blonde Tegu user, with the rest of Night Raid, minus Bullet. He was already out training. They were currently standing in the dining room, and Leone was preparing a plate of food. A lot had happened in the past 2 days. Tatsumi and Seo were beginning to train harder, and harder with Bullet. Agents from the Revolutionary Army had arrived to take away the Kaiser-class body. It was safe to assume that the men that arrived were surely surprised to see the corpse of the giant dragon. All in all, things were looking good for Night Raid. Yeah, sure. I'll be out there in a second, Leone said, as she finished preparing food on the tray. Everyone already knew who it was for. Going to check on them again? Lubbock asked, moving to the front of the group. Yeah, Leone said, not paying him much mind, as she finished preparing the food. She hasn't left his side, Leone said, picking up the tray and walking out of the room. When do you think he'll wake up? Doya asked. No idea, Tatsumi replied. The blonde had done a lot. He had saved all of them from that Kaiser-class, they wouldn't be here without him. Lubbock stepped forward, and put his arm around Tatsumi. He had a bright smile. You saw the damage, and power he unleashed. It was insane. The Empire definitely has something to fear now, he laughed. I heard Kurama talk about how he hadn't even gone full power, Shiel added. God, that's scary, Mine said, with a shudder. How could this boy be that powerful? It was just unimaginable. Sorry Seo, and Tatsumi, looks like you won't be able to train with Akame for some time, Lubbock said with a devious smirk. Tatsumi knew he was up to something, and it couldn't have been good. Mine got the same feeling. That's fine, Seo said with a smile. She understood that Akame wanted to stay by Naruto's side right now. Yeah, you'll be trained by Mine instead, Lubbock said with a wide smile. Both Tatsumi and Mine's expressions immediately changed. What? They both shouted out in unison. Lubbock fell on the floor laughing. Suddenly Bullet popped his head through the open door to the training grounds. Hey, what are you all doing? Let's train, he shouted out with glee. That could rival Rock Lee. You got it, bro, Tatsumi said with stars in his eyes. Doya and Mine just snorted and rolled their eyes. Leone walked down the hallway towards the blonde's room. After the battle with the Kaiser-class, Naruto had fallen unconscious, and has still yet to wake up. Just as she reached the doors, Najenda walked out of it, with a small smile. Yo boss. How are they doing? Leone asked. She was worried about Naruto, but she was also worried Akame. She had never seen her act like this. Good. I expect Naruto will wake up soon. He'll make a full recovery, Najenda said with a warm smile. She was glad to see the old members already warming up to the new ones. And Akame? Leone asked. Najenda's smile got wider. It's so amazing to watch. She's finally falling for someone. So you were correct, Leone added, hinting towards their conversation a few days ago, about the two. Yeah, she hasn't left his bedside at all. It's good to see her like this, Najenda explained. What, all worried? Leone asked, raising an eyebrow. No, finally opening up, and putting more care into someone than just her sister, Najenda said, looking towards the closed door that lead into Naruto's room. Leone immediately began to die laughing. Ha! You can't be serious. Akame's goal has always been to save her sister. She loves that little demon to death. She can't care about anyone more, she snorted. Well, Najenda said, beginning to trail off. Leone raised her eyebrow again. There was something the boss wasn't telling her. I'll believe it when I see it. To tell you the truth, Leone, while I was away, I came across something interesting. I didn't just go on a trip to go update command about how we were doing. I was also given some pretty interesting information from a reliable source, Najenda explained to her. What was that? Leone asked. It revolves around those two, the boss said, pointing to the closed door. But you left before Naruto even showed up. How do you know it revolves around him as well? Leone asked. She was curious before, but now Najenda had her full attention. Suddenly Najenda's mood changed. The air in the hallway suddenly became a lot colder. Najenda moved closer to Leone, and narrowed her eyes. What I am about to tell you is classified beyond belief, do you understand? Leone knew it was time to get serious. Yes, I'll also tell Akame and Naruto this over time, Najenda added. Shoot, boss, Leone said, crossing her arms, looking over towards the door. What could Akame be thinking right now? She thought to herself. Akame sat in the chair next to Naruto, her hand on his. She squeezed it tightly, and in her lap sat a sleeping Yukari, who also refused to leave his side. You'll wake up soon, right? Akame asked out loud, looking at the unconscious blonde. He slept peacefully in bed. Akame was remembering everything had done for everyone, including her. He stopped the beast, saved everyone, joined the good fight, and protected her. Naruto gave her hope that this corrupt world would be saved, but also he gave her something more. She couldn't explain it. All she had was a warm, and sometimes painful in her chest. It made her feel good. He's a good person, she said to herself, looking down at his sleeping figure. His chest slowly moved up and down as his spiky blonde hair shifted slightly. She wanted to know more about him, so much. He had told her about some of his life, but she knew he was holding back some. Maybe, just maybe, he could help her understand love. Akame? Yukari stuttered out, finally waking up. She looked up at the girl with sleep still fresh in her eyes. I am here, Akame said with a smile. She had to admit, having this little girl around changed the atmosphere of the place. She was still so young and innocent, but she still knew the hardships of the world. Akame wondered what she would grow up to become. Well, with Naruto as her father figure, she could only guess. Has Papa woke up yet? Yukari asked, looking back towards the sleeping Hokage. The day after Naruto had gone unconscious, Yukari started to call him Papa. Akame asked her why she did that. Yukari just said that she's never had a dad before, and Naruto seemed like he'd be a good one. No, he hasn't, but I am sure he will. Akame responds to her with a smile, as she squeezed Naruto's hand. Good. What he did was amazing. He saved everyone from that danger beast, Yukari said with a bright smile. That he did, Akame replied. She was so glad Yukari was grateful for what Naruto had done for everyone. Suddenly Akame felt a slight squeeze on her hand. She immediately looked over to see Naruto smiling at her. Hey Akame, he said softly. Akame's eyes immediately lit up, and she couldn't help but to smile. She knew he'd wake up, but she couldn't help herself. Both her and Yukari reached out and hugged the blonde tightly. Papa! Yukari exclaimed with glee, Papa! Naruto managed to get out, while being crushed to death by both of the girls. Yeah. I thought that because I've never had one that you'd be mine, the little girl said with a bright smile. Naruto looked shocked for a moment. He couldn't believe she wanted that. It made him truly happy. Of course I will, Yukari, he croaked out, trying not to get emotional. Yay! She shouted out, bouncing on his lap. Akame smiled down at her. This little girl seemed like she was so full of energy. Akame looked over to Naruto. He smiled down at her. Akame's heart jumped a beat. It was that smile again. She loved it, but something was slightly off. It looked like he had something on his mind. Say Yukari? Naruto asked. Yeah? She looked up at him with her big blue eyes. Could you go find Leone and Najenda for me? He asked her with a small smile. Akame looked at him, with a raised eyebrow. Why did he need to find those two? Roger Dodger. She said, giving him a salute, and walking towards the door. Naruto looked back to Akame, and she at him. Both of them never noticed the hands that grabbed Yukari, as she walked out of the door. Akame just stared at him for a moment in silence, but she got antsy, and tried to start up a conversation. She's going to turn out great when she grows. Naruto reached, and grabbed Akame. He brought her in close to him. She was in shock, as well as embarrassed. Naruto. She stammered out, trying to keep her cool. He didn't say a word, and just held her tight. Akame didn't protest much. She liked it, a lot, but then she noticed something. He was crying. Tears slowly fell from his face. He was hurt. She didn't like that. I am glad to see you're okay, he finally said, still holding her tight. Are you all right? She asked, looking up at him. His eyes were red, and he looked very saddened. She really didn't like this. I am sorry, it's just, I needed to get this out of the way now. When I saw that danger beast attack you, I was boiling with rage. I didn't want to see you hurt, Akame. I acted on instinct. I mean, I've liked girls before, but now it's completely different. My chest hurts whenever I look at you, he revealed, tears streaming down his face. He was remembering the attack with the danger beast. He had almost lost her, someone he considered to be his precious person. He had already lost so many. He didn't want to lose her too, but it was different with her. His chest began to hurt severely whenever the thought of her being hurt inched its way into his head. And Naruto, Akame began, her eyes wide. She couldn't believe it. He was experiencing the same thing as her. It made her happy that he was feeling the same thing as her. Naruto looked at her for a moment, and realized she wasn't going to say anything more. He now realized how stupid he was being. He had to try and fix this. I am sorry. I understand if you. Akame's eyes widened. She had to act fast. No. I don't know, Naruto. She shouted, gripping his shirt. She moved closer to him, and was literally sitting on him now. She continued, my chest hurts too. Every time I look at you as well. Since the first time I met you it's been like this. I've only ever had love for my sister. But now, even after this short time, I think I have it for someone else, she said, moving her mouth closer to his. Naruto did the same, and the two met, with a long and passionate kiss. Wait, so you're saying? Leone quietly shouted. These two were destined for each other. That's what the catalyst said, Najenda whispered, pointing to the closed door. That's impossible, Leone said to herself. From what she's been told, Akame and Naruto will be extremely important in the future, like life-changing. He's never been wrong. The catalyst is the only reason we've been winning against the Empire, Najenda explained to him. Shit. If he predicted this, then what they'll do, Leone trailed off. It's scary, Najenda said, slightly shuddering. Suddenly the door began to open. Leone and Najenda froze, staring at the doorway. Yukari looked at the two, with a raised eyebrow. She was about to signal Naruto, but Leone grabbed her. Najenda grabbed the door, and closed it just enough so they could see in. Shoot. We've been caught, Leone whispered. Removing her hand from Yukari's face, she looked up at the two. Oh Leone. Naruto wanted to talk with Leone, immediately covered her mouth again, and signaled her to be quiet. We don't want Naruto, or Akame to find out that we're here, Najenda said with a smile. Yukari nodded, and Leone removed her hand again. She looked towards the crack in the door. Damn. The blonde Tegu user said to herself. As she watched the sight before her, she had to give credit to those two, they definitely work fast. The two finished their kiss, and looked at each other, with bright smiles. They were both happy. But there was something the Akame wanted to tell the blonde. Do you remember the other night, when you told me about your dream to become Hokage, and how you finally achieved it? Yeah, what about it? He asked. I'd have a dream, she said, with a confident expression. This dream was something she would achieve, just like Naruto has achieved his. Really? The blonde asked. He was surprised, but at the same time he wasn't. Everyone had a dream. Yes. Want to hear it? Akame asked. I'd be happy too. The blonde said with a smile. If this was important to her, he would hear it. Hell, he would help her reach it, just like others helped him reach his. My dream is, she paused for a moment, my dream is to save my little sister Kurama. She's with the Empire. She's a part of one of their assassination squads. She believes that they're right and just, but she's wrong. They give her drugs to enhance all her abilities, and she suffers greatly from it. I want to take her away from all that. Be it taking her away, or killing her. I will do it. Akame revealed to him. She didn't know how he would take it, so she patiently waited for an answer. Then Akame, Naruto began. Yes? She asked, getting nervous. Akame didn't know what to say. What you have between your sisters is your own, but I won't let you kill her, Naruto said, narrowing his eyes. He was tired of all this killing crap. But Naruto, she began, but was stopped by Naruto, who brought her in close to him. He began to whisper to her. I give you my word that I'll save your sister from all that, and I never go back on my word, because that's my ninja way. And Naruto, she stuttered out. Akame couldn't believe it. How in the world could he promise her something like that? It didn't seem real. But then again, he didn't seem real. Everything about him just seemed too good to be true, so she just leaned into his chest, and let him continue. I've seen enough death and destruction to last a lifetime. I am not gonna let you go through with it. I don't like seeing people in pain, especially you. Enough people have already died, Akame. If this is a burden on you, then please let me bear half of it, he said, looking down at her with another heartwarming smile. Her hair skipped a beat. She continued, believe it. Why in the world would he do this? But he also guessed it was the same reason he saved her, and cared for her. It was something that couldn't be shaken. He cared about her, and it was slowly developing into love. She was still speechless, but Akame knew he was waiting for a response. Thank you, she whispered out, putting her face into his chest. She wanted to cry. She was crying. He would so easily take this burden onto him as well. Naruto was one of the most selfless people she'd ever met. Had renewed hope in the world. She just knew he would. Hey. That's what I am here for. I have to live up to being a Hokage. They protect everyone. I also have to live up to the word on the back of that jacket. But most of all, I decided, for as long as I live I will protect you, he said, stroking her hair. This caused her to cry even more. She cried into his chest for a couple minutes, before beginning to calm down. Little did both of them know Leone, Yukari, and Najenda had watched the whole thing. Leone and the boss both had large grins across their faces, and Yukari was trying not to tear up. Akame quickly whipped the tears, and looked at Naruto with a smile. She was happy. But suddenly something immediately crossed her mind. That he said earlier. Say, you mentioned a girl named Sakura. She was one of your teammates, right? Yeah. Naruto said with a sad smile. He wasn't going to lie. He missed her. He missed everyone. You have feelings for her? Akame asked, getting slightly worried. Naruto looked towards the window, out to the beautiful day which awaited them. He didn't like to talk about this, but he knew he would have to get it out of the way sooner or later. Naruto slowly exhaled, and looked back to her. Well, when I was younger, yeah, I cared for her. I still do. I see, Akame said, putting her head down in sadness. There was another girl. This didn't make her feel good, that there was another girl out there who Naruto cared for. The blonde saw this, and immediately realized he said the wrong thing. He grabbed her shoulder, and made her look up at him. She's like a sister to me. It was stupid of me to think I would ever date her. Personally, I was getting tired of being thrown around, and being ignored, and abused, he said, looking down, with some sadness in his eyes. You were thrown around? She asked, with a slight frown, but inside she was steaming. This girl would do all that to him. Naruto was one of the nicest people in the world. So why in the hell did this Sakura girl do that to him? Akame swore that if she ever met Sakura, she'd make her pay it. Yeah, a lot actually. I couldn't tell you the amount of times I've been thrown in a sushi bar. Oh, those poor fishes, he said, with an awkward smile, as he rubbed the back of his neck. This earned him a small giggle from Akame. She was like Granny, Naruto laughed. Granny? Akame asked, tilting her head. Yeah, Granny Tsunade, the 5th Hokage, she threw me around too, whenever I acted like an idiot, he explained to her, with a wide grin, remembering the women. Suddenly a unique thought popped into Akame's head, so he likes rough relationships and rough women, she thought to herself. But I don't want you to think I like that kinda stuff, Naruto stammered out, making sure Akame didn't get the wrong idea. Deleting mental note, Akame thought to herself, with a small smile. Naruto began to speak up. Well, since he wasn't able to finish, as loud noises began to come from behind the door, the two raised their guards slightly. Leone, watch out, a voice whispered. Sorry boss, another whispered back, but then a large bang was heard against the wall. Yukari. The other voice whispered loudly. Both Akame and Naruto had deadpanned expressions on at this point. I don't know what's going on. A smaller voice shouted out, as another loud yelp was heard. A couple seconds later Leone came falling through the door, followed by Yukari, who landed on her back. Najenda just looked away from the group. She still stood in the hallway. Most people would think that she wasn't trying to show embarrassment, but in reality Najenda was trying to hold off the laughter. Heyo! Leone shouted, looking up at them with an awkward smile. They had been caught. Papa, I found them for you, Yukari said, jumping off Leone's back, and onto the bed towards him, and Akame. That you did, Yukari, thanks, Naruto said with a smirk, looking down at Leone, who continued to awkwardly smile. Najenda walked back into the room, whipping the tears from her eyes. She has laughed too hard. My, you two have seemed to take a liking to each other. Naruto and Akame's faces both got extremely red. They had heard the whole thing. Both of them began, but Najenda stopped them. Relax, I am just messing with you two. Although it's still strange to see Akame like this, she smirked. Akame's face got even redder. It makes me happy, Najenda added. But then she immediately focused attention to Naruto, who was looking up at the ceiling, like it was the most interesting thing in the world. It's good to see you're okay, she told him. Naruto snapped back to reality, and gave her a wide grin. Yeah, I am fully rested now, he exclaimed. Najenda was about to say something, but an immediate puff of smoke in the middle of the room caught her attention. Hey, what about me? Kurama yelled out, looking up at her. Leone got up from the floor, and looked down at the small fox. Ah, poor little Kurama. Want a hug? She asked. Kurama kept a neutral expression on, and looked at her. No thanks, I can smell where you've been. Why, you little? Leone began, and the fox snickered, but immediately after he remembered the one person who gave amazing hugs, he quickly sensed for her, and finally located her at the training grounds. Kurama scampered over to the window, and looked out of it. Shield, he yelled out. Everyone thought he was crazy. There was no way in hell that she'd hear him. But by the power of Kami, it happened. What? A faint voice asked in the distance. No one could believe it. Kurama simply smiled. He had waited for this. I am all better now. Can I get one of those hugs? He shouted out. Again, everyone in the room didn't think she would accept, but again they got a response. Okay, she'll replied. Kurama's eyes instantly lit up. He loved her hugs, they were legendary, but he was too busy focusing on his fantasy of Shield to pay any attention to the figure approaching him from behind. Leone, with lightning speed, picked the fox up, and hoisted him above her. Kurama looked down at her with a don't do it look. Leone smiled. Bye. Wait, what the hellllllllllllll? He screamed out, as she threw him out of the window, towards the training grounds. That was mean, Najenda said, crossing her arms. Naruto snickered at this. He's an immortal fox, hell survive. The Jinchuriki explained, with a laugh. This earned him another giggle from Akame, and also Yukari. A couple seconds after, they all heard a loud gasp from outside the window. Kur-kun, what happened? Shield said, with a panic. She had gotten in the habit of calling Kurama that now. He didn't mind it at all. I got pushed out of the window, by Leone. The fox shouted. Naruto could have sworn he heard a sniffle as well. God, that fox was acting like a 5-year-old. You poor thing, Shield said, with an innocent voice. Yes. Kurama shouted out a couple seconds later. Naruto had to guess that he got his hug. God, this fox was worse than pervy sage. After another small laugh from Kurama's antics, Najenda turned to the blonde. Anyway, Naruto, you said you're back up to full strength? Yeah. I don't think something like that will happen again. My body's fully adjusted to using Sage Chakra again, he explained to her, tightening his right fist. Kurama has explained to him that he was exhausted from chakra loss, and overusing it, for he hadn't used that amount of sage chakra for some time, but now Kurama told him he was good to go. He also explained how him falling unconscious had to do with him going through the portal, but the blonde didn't pay much attention to that part. Najenda smiled. It was time then. Good, because soon you'll be going on a mission. Akame looked slightly shocked. Was the blonde ready to take on an assassination mission? He could barely kill the intruders. But Naruto knew he had to do this. What are the details? He asked. Najenda and Leone smirked. Akame again looked shocked, but then it was soon replaced by a small smile. He was really trying. It's simple. There's a pretty popular slave owner in town. We've been requested to take him out. He's located in the red light district, near all the whore houses. We need you to take him out. Leone explained to him. Normally we would get to this a couple weeks later, but since we have more people we can get to it now, she added. Akame, Leone, Tatsumi, and Seo will be running other missions that night as well, so you won't be alone in the capital, Najenda said, crossing her arms. She knew very well that the blonde could level the entire capital if he wanted to, but he was still new to killing people. If things went south, Akame or Leone were going to be instructed to intervene. When do we leave? Naruto asked. In a week, so feel free to train and get more comfortable with the members, she said, with a wink, looking over to Akame, whose face brightened again. Najenda made her way to the door, said a goodbye, and walked out. Who knows, maybe you can teach them some things, Leone said, carelessly following her out, and waving goodbye. See ya. Akame said with a quaint smile. Naruto without warning got up out of bed, picking up Akame and Yukari. They both were shocked for a moment, but quickly settled down. Yukari was beginning to hum, while Akame's face was bright red. A second later he set both of them down, and went to grab his flak jacket, for he only wore the black pants and shirt. Come on, let's do some training, he exclaimed, zipping his flak jacket up. Naruto decided to leave the haori on the desk in the corner. He wouldn't need it for training. Yeah. Yukari exclaimed, with a bright smile, almost as bright as Naruto's. They both moved to the door, and looked back at Akame. You coming? Yukari asked, impatiently. Naruto smiled, and walked over to her. He offered her his hand. Come on, he said quietly. Okay, she said with determination. If Naruto was going to have this much determination to protect her, then she would also do the same for him. She would protect him as well. Day of the mission. Tatsumi shouted out. Rushing Bullet with his sword, almost all of Night Raid, was at the training grounds now practicing. Bullet stood his ground, and patiently waited for the young boy to reach him. What Tatsumi didn't know is, with age comes experience. He was about to find out the hard way. As Tatsumi ran towards him, Bullet breathed in for a moment. Tatsumi was closing in fast, but Bullet waited. Just before he reached him, Bullet moved to the right, and tripped Tatsumi. The boy tumbled to the ground, and landed on his butt. Crap, he said, breathing heavily. Bullet walked over to Tatsumi, and offered him his hand. He gladly took it. You're getting better, Tatsumi, Bullet spoke, with a smile. You really think so, bro? Tatsumi exclaimed. Sure do, he responded with a nod. The biggest grin appeared across his face. Yeah, he exclaimed. Let's go again. You need to prepare for your assignment tonight, Bullet said, raising his sword again. Hell yeah, bro, Tatsumi said, raising his sword as well. Shiel, Kurama, and Seo all sat off to the side on the porch, watching the two duel. Tatsumi's so energetic, Shiel said, petting Kurama who sat on her lap. Well, he was the most eager one of us to go rush into the capital, Seo said, with a bored expression. She had trained all week with Shiel and Leone, but now she took a must-needed break. I expected as much, Doya said, walking up to them. She smirked, and looked down at Shiel, noticing Kurama in her lap. Having fun, Kurama? Kurama dug more into Shiel's lap with a smile. I've decided Shiel will be my wife. Everyone's eyes widened, as the words came out of his mouth. Doya and Seo shouted out in unison. Did the fox just claim someone? Could he even do that? Oh, Kur-kun, Shiel said, with a smile, hugging him. I am serious, Kurama said, looking up at her with a blank expression. Before anyone could say anything else, Doya smacked the fox on the head. Geez, you mangy little furball. Ow. That hurt. Kurama said, rubbing his head. You're a freaking ancient fox. How does that hurt? She asked, looking down at him, as he continued to rub his head. A couple seconds later Shiel began to pet him again, which calmed him down. Anyway, where's Naruto? Doya asked, not bothering to look around. Over there. Seo pointed into the far distance. Doya looked past Tatsumi and Bullet to see Naruto and Akame in the far corner of the training field. They both stood looking at each other. readying themselves for what Doya could only guess was a duel. Alright, one last time, let's go, Naruto exclaimed, with a smirk. Naruto, if this thing cuts you once you'll die, remember that, Akame said to him, with a serious expression. She didn't want him to get hurt, or die. Be careful, Akame, Naruto said, rising his weapons. She nodded, and got into her stance. The two stared at each other for a moment. She was the one to make the first move. Akame immediately rushed the blonde, with her blade, but Naruto countered with his 2 chakra knuckle blades. Thankfully no chakra was being moved through them right now, as Naruto didn't want to land a severe blow on her. The two then quickly began to exchange blades. This went on for a good 2 minutes before Akame backed away. His defense was solid, but if she could get him to attack, then she'd find opening. She baited the blonde towards her. Naruto took it. He rushed towards her, with full intent to finish it with the blades. Akame slightly smirked. Luckily he had only agreed to use one jutsu against her during their match. Naruto clashed one of the blades with hers. As he aimed his other for her stomach, Akame used her leg to kick the approaching arm up. She didn't even realize that she pushed it right into her blade, but he jerked his right arm away, so he wouldn't get cut by it, leaving an opening for her. She used the chance to kick him in his stomach. Naruto quickly flew back, and toppled over on the ground. Akame immediately rushed over to him, and raised her sword above him. It's over, Akame stated, looking down at him. On the outside she held a neutral expression, like she always did when battling, but on the inside she was ecstatic. Akame couldn't believe that she actually beat him. Fine, you got me, Naruto said, holding both of his hands up. Akame slightly smirked, but a split second later Naruto disappeared in a puff of smoke. What? Akame asked out loud, looking around. An instant later, she felt a cold piece of metal move across her neck. Or so you thought. I win, Naruto whispered into her ear. She nodded her head, and he lowered the blade. Naruto, that's not fair, Akame said, turning around, and looking back at him. Shadow clone jutsu. One of my most signature moves, he said with a smirk. She slightly pouted, but stopped when she heard the sound of footsteps approaching them. Hey, you two lovebirds, done yet? Leonie asked, walking up to them, and slightly annoyed. She was suffering from a hangover. What is it, Leonie? Akame asked, sheathing her taigu. Boss called you in. It's almost time to go, Leonie responded, rubbing her head, with a groan. Alright, come on, Naruto said, looking back at Akame. The three quickly made their way to the main meeting room for night raid. Najenda sat in her chair. Yukari was surprisingly playing with mine in the corner. Tatsumi and Sayo were also standing there, waiting for them. Finally here? Najenda asked, looking up at all of them. Yeah, boss, Leonie said, rubbing the back of her neck. Well then I can get straight down to business then. We're here to give the rest of you details on your missions, Najenda revealed. The biggest smile appeared on Tatsumi's face. Yes. Finally, he exclaimed. Tatsumi, Sayo said, elbowing Tatsumi in the ribs. Ow, sorry, he said, rubbing the side of his chest. He didn't want to admit it, but Sayo hit hard. Anyway, Akame and Leonie, Najenda said, looking to the two assassins. They both stood at attention towards her. Your target will be the oil merchant Gamal. Got it, Leonie said, giving her a smirk. She knew this was going to be too easy. Tatsumi and Sayo, your target will be Ogre, captain of the city guard, Najenda revealed to the two. Understood, Sayo said with a nod. She knew exactly what they had to do. Sheil had trained her well, in the past week. Wait, what did these people do? Tatsumi asked. Najenda didn't say a word. She just motioned towards Leonie. Explain, Najenda ordered. Ogre had been accepting illegal bribes from Gamal. Every time Gamal did something illegal, Ogre would frame someone else for it. I've gotten all of this from the client who asked us to do this, Leonie explained to everyone. Wow, wait. Someone asked you to do this? Tatsumi asked, slightly shocked. Yes. Even though we get missions from headquarters, we also take missions from the people, showing them that we really are on their side, continue Leonie, Najenda said. Anyway, the client's husband had been framed, and killed by the two. She paid us to kill both of them, Leonie said, tossing a bag to Najenda. She caught the bag with ease, and tossed it up and down. That's a lot of coin, Tatsumi said, staring at the bag. He couldn't believe someone would pay that much to kill people. I caught the scent of some unsavory things on her. I believe she was selling her body to get all this, Leonie said. Tatsumi's eyes widened. That's disgusting, he thought to himself. As for you, Naruto, there's been a change of plans, Najenda said, looking to Naruto. What do you mean? The blonde asked, looking at her. What could have possibly happened? The slave owners moved shop, Leonie said. He's now operating closer to the palace, Najenda revealed. Just outside its walls in fact, Leone added. Akame's eyes widened slightly. This wasn't good. You'll be at great risk there. I am pulling you from the mission, Najenda said, hanging her head low. Akame sighed a sigh of relief. He wouldn't have to put his life in danger, even though she knew, he could take the entire empire on if he wanted to. Like hell you are. Naruto shouted out. Everyone froze. What? Najenda asked. Looking up, she was confused. I am not gonna sit around here while a piece of trash sells people off like animals. Why the hell would I do that? Naruto yelled out. He wouldn't let these bastards get away with this. People weren't meant to be treated like this. Naruto, Akame said, reaching out towards him. She knew he was right, but she didn't want him to go so close to the palace. No, Najenda said, causing everyone to take another pause. He's right. I don't want to underestimate Naruto here. Hell go, Najenda said with a nod. Thank you. When do we leave? Naruto asked. Immediately. You'll all be in the capital for a couple hours. I don't want these men dead until tonight. Understood, Najenda ordered. Yeah, Leone said, with a smirk. You got it. Tatsumi exclaimed. Seo smiled as well. Don't get yourselves killed. Mine finally spoke up. She looked directly at Tatsumi when she said it. He just raised an eyebrow in return. Good luck Naruto, Yukari said with a bright smile. Naruto grinned, as he gave her a thumbs up. Akame was looking at him the entire time. She had an extremely worried expression. For some reason, something felt strange to her. Then go all of you. Strike quick and precise, Najenda commanded, with determination behind her voice. They all nodded, and walked out of the room. Naruto had entered the capital some time ago. He was now wandering around the street. As the sun reached the horizon, this particular part of town seemed more lively than the rest. But people still had some pretty big frowns on their faces, as Naruto passed them. God, he wanted to help these people. Man. Why do I get this assignment? I am all alone. I wish I had someone to talk to, he said, putting his arms behind his back. People gave him odd stares, as they walked past him, but he was used to it. You have me, Kurama said, out of the blue. I thought you were with Shield? Naruto asked. I figured you'd need someone to talk to. Besides, she's not going anywhere, Kurama said with a chuckle in his voice. Kurama, you scare me sometimes, Naruto said, with a sigh. Hey, it's my job, kid, he laughed. I thought your job was to never meet up with rest of the tailed beasts, so the 10 tails is released again? Naruto sarcastically asked. Ah, shut up, Kurama said, with a grumble. Ha ha ha, the blonde laughed out. So what about you, and Akame? The 9 tails suddenly asked. Naruto's face immediately blushed. I don't know what you're talking about, Naruto said with stutter. Oh, don't bullshit me, kid. You two are head over heels for each other, Kurama said, with another chuckle. He had watched their whole little moment unfold earlier. Yeah, I guess you could say that, Naruto said, with a nervous laugh. I sensed that you have the same feeling for her that you had when you met Minato and Kushina. More Kushina though, since the first thing you did when you saw your dad was punch him, Kurama said. Naruto's face blushed even more. Ah, shut up, you noisy fox, he shouted out loud. Everyone around him gave him an odd look. Ha 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 ha. You look like an idiot. Kurama laughed inside his head. Naruto was about to yell back, but there was a rather large bang in one of the shops to the side of the street. A second later, a young boy was pulled out of the shop by 2 imperial soldiers. A little girl followed them out. She had long curly, blonde hair, with green eyes. She wore a simple white dress that a girl her age would wear. Let me go, the boy shouted out, as they dragged him out to the middle of the street. You know the law. No tearing down the wanted posters, one of the men shouted out, as he held up a crumbled up picture of Bullet. Oh dear, the onlooker said, this is bad, an old woman said, who was standing behind Naruto. Then young boy got out of the soldier's grasp, and looked up at them. Why should NTI? Night raids doing the right thing, taking out filth like you. Poor choice of words, brat, the other soldier said, cocking his rifle. The little girl rushed up to the man with the gun, and tugged at his arm. Please sir, he's an idiot, don't harm him, we're very sorry, she said, bowing to him. Nope, was all the officer said in response, as he smacked the little girl across the face with his rifle. Ah, she shouted out, as she was sent to the ground. Her forehead began to gush out blood, and she began to cry. What the hell? You monsters, leave her alone, the little boy shouted, trying to get to his friend, but the soldier in front of him, with the rifle, pressed his foot on his chest. The other soldier walked up to the little girl, and grabbed her by the front of her dress. How about we have some fun with you? You little bitch, he said, licking his lips disgustingly. Hey! The blonde shouted out, rushing towards the man. He gripped his arm tightly and stared him down, but the man was only slightly scared. What? Let go of me, he shouted out, trying to get out of the blonde's iron grip. You can't hurt those kids, Naruto shouted out. Oh yeah, watch me. The man standing over the boy said with a laugh. He pulled out his sidearm and immediately shot the boy in the right leg with a sadistic smile. Ah! The little boy screamed out in pain as blood began to pour out of the wound. The soldier above him smirked. See, you don't mess with us. The soldier trailed off as he watched his partner get sent flying into a nearby wall. He hit with so much force that it cracked behind him. Naruto didn't know if he was dead. He didn't care. The Jinchuriki looked over the man with a very pissed off expression. The man knew he fucked up. Naruto instantly put on his knuckle blades and rushed the man. The soldier immediately began to open fire at the blonde. Naruto dodged the bullets with ease and reached the man precision. He grabbed the Mon's gun and snapped it right in half. How the hell? The man asked, looking at Naruto, scared shitless, so much even that he pissed his pants right in front of everyone. It's over, the blonde called out. He punched him directly in the jaw, shattering it, and also cutting into it. The man went flying into his partner. Too easy, Naruto said, taking his knuckle blades off, but as soon as he took them off, the little girl came running up to him. She was still bleeding from her forehead. Help! She screamed, pointing over to the little boy who was still bleed on the ground. The Jinchuriki immediately rushed over to him and kneeled down. The boy looked up at him, with tears rushing out of his eyes. I can't feel my leg, he stuttered out. Naruto's expression immediately changed. He was about to come to tears. There's no reason that this little boy should be hurt like this. He was starting to grow a deep hatred for this prime minister. Hold still for me, Naruto managed to say. He put his hand over the boy's leg. An orange chakra began to swirl around it. A second later the bullet was pushed out, and the wound healed. Amazing, the little girl gasped out as she kneeled by him. She helped him up, and Naruto kneeled down in front of the two. What you did was very reckless. Those men could have killed you, Naruto said, basically scolding the two. Yes sir, thank you very much, the little said, with another bow. Don't mention it, Naruto said, getting up from the two, but he was immediately surrounded by all of the people that watched it happen. Unbelievable. One of the men, eyes full of glee. You have a gift, my boy, an older man said. Is that a tegu? A woman asked. Naruto was getting swamped with questions. He slowly backed from all of them. Well, I better get going. Naruto began to walk away from the group, towards his objective. But the little girl rushed over to him, and grabbed his haori. Wait, who are you? She asked, looking up at him, with her big green eyes. For some reason he was reminded of Yukari. He turned, and kneeled down in front of her. You'll come to know in time. But for now, just believe that what's on my back still exists for all of you here, he said, getting up and walking away. The little girl was confused for a moment, until she saw the kanji on the back of his haori. Hope, she said out loud, as she watched him walk away. A slight blush appeared across her face. Naruto continued to walk down the road, as the large walls of the Imperial Palace came into view. That wasn't exciting, Kurama said, with a bored tone in his voice. Well, it's not like we're going to fight strong opponents every day, Naruto told the fox. True, the Nine-Tails snickered. Yeah, we're closing in on the area. Keep quiet for now, Naruto ordered the fox. You got it, Kurama replied. Naruto turned down the alleyway, and immediately jumped on top of the roofs. He rushed across the rooftops, closing in on the target. There's the house, he said to Kurama. Naruto jumped onto the roof, across the way of the target house. He looked past it, and at the enormous walls to the Imperial Palace. It was now dark now, and the city's lights were now on, lighting up the sky. Leone was right, it was right up next to the wall, Kurama said with a whistle, appearing next to Naruto. Doesn't matter, let's go, he told the fox. Naruto also created 4 shadow clones. All stood next to him, staring down at the house. Naruto gave a certain signal, and all of them jumped. No problem, Kurama said, jumping down off the rooftops. Following the clones, he was ready. Little did they know that a certain blue-hair woman was watching the entire thing go down from on top of the palace walls. She grinned. Finally, he's here. She jumped down off the wall, off towards the building where the blonde was headed to. Things were about to get interesting. Inside the house, over 12 men sat around a table, happily drinking booze and smoking. Security stood in every corner of the room, with guns at the ready. Towards the center of the table stood a skinny man, who had an almost lifeless girl next to him. She looked half dead. When the man saw this, he pushed the women away from him. "Dumb bitch," he shouted out, looking down at her with a disgusted expression. "Another one down?" one of the men next to him asked. "Yeah, they are falling like flies nowadays," the man responded back. "You know, we should really think about expanding our area," another man across the table suggested. "Yeah, we could find more whores," a man next to him cheered out. Gentlemen, that's not why we assembled here today," a voice said. They all turned back to see a young man standing in the room. He had light brown hair and amber eyes. He wore a formal suit with an orange jacket and tie. "Ah, Mr. Bach, I take it you've brought us something special?" the man in the center asked. He was clearly the one in charge. The man now known as Bach nodded, and he motioned towards the door. A second later they opened, and 3 little girls were brought in. They looked around, slightly scared. The one in the lead had long pink hair with her bangs hanging just above her pink eyes. She wore a pink raincoat with a matching hat and boots. She proudly took the lead even though she clearly looked frightened. The one behind her had shoulder-length golden blonde hair and amber eyes. She wore an orange raincoat and a pair of matching boots. The girl looked more frightened than the one in the front, but still she walked with confidence. She wasn't going to be intimate Ted. Then there was the last one. She had neck-length dark blue hair and light blue eyes. She wore a blue raincoat with bunny ear-like attachments on the hood and a pair of matching boots. She looked around at all the men, with cautious. "I present the fresh meat," Bach said, pointing to the girls. As they walked up, all 3 of them looked surprised when he said it. They were promised a nice master. They thought they were going to some nice cushy place inside the palace walls, Bach added. "Well, they were dead wrong," one of the men laughed. "They're ours now," another snickered, as they moved from the table, and grabbed the girls. All of the girls struggled and the men's gasped, and then the blue-haired one looked up at them in anger. "Let us go. You have no right to do this," she hissed. All of the men began to laugh, as one of them looked at the blue-haired girl. "Rights? We don't need a right. It's the imperial capital. We can do whatever the fuck we want. Now be a good obedient little bitch, and sit," he commanded. "Screw you," the girl shouted, spitting in the man's face. He slowly wiped off the salvia, and looked back at her with a sadistic smile. "Oh, I wish you wouldn't have done that," he said, instantly snapped his fingers. Within seconds 2 guys grabbed onto the little girl. "No, let me go," she screamed out, trying to get out of their grasp. Her friends could only watch in horror. Bach simply smirked, and walked up to the man, and whispered into his ear. A second later a smile appeared across his face. "Put her there," he commanded, pointing to the table before them. They complied, and threw her down. The man looked down at her. "Now I am going to show you what happens when you mess with someone better than you here." Her friends are terrified. "Ha ha 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 ha," Bach shouted out, pointing to the pink and blonde-haired girls, whose eyes were frozen in place, watching. "Teach them a lesson too," one of the men shouted out. The guards complied, and began to punch and kick the small girls. The lead man gave a nod, and one of the men holding her grabbed onto her eye and tried to rip it out. She began to scream in agony. "No! Let go of my eye." "Ready to go, blind bitch?" the man in charge asked, with a sadistic smile. God, he loved this. "Ready to die, asshole?" a voice shouted out, all throughout the room, as if it was coming from all directions. "What?" the man asked, looking up confused. A shiver went down Bach's spine, and the man trying to take the little girl's eye out stopped. A split second later Naruto barreled through the wall directly in front of them. He had his chakra knuckle blades at the ready. "Enemy attack!" one of the men shouted, but it was muffled by the other explosions. Multiple other Narutos rushed in, and began to engage the other guards. "Cover the boss!" one of the men screamed out, as Naruto sprinted towards them. He wouldn't let these men get away. "Fire! Fire! Fire!" one of the men yelled out. They all began to shoot towards the blonde. A wall of lead quickly approached him, but the blonde paid it no mind. He made some hand signs, and disappeared just before the bullets would have hit him. He reappeared right next to the man who had almost ripped the little girl's eye out. Naruto dug one of his chakra blades into the man's chest, and the other into his cheek. He tossed the man aside, and picked up the little blue-haired girl. His clones reached the other 2 girls, and grabbed them as well. All of the Narutos disappeared, with the girls. "Where the hell did they come from?" one of the men asked, clearly panicking. "How many are there?" another asked. "Who cares, just fired," Bach shouted out, taking out a pistol, and shooting in random directions. The rest of the men soon followed. After a couple seconds the gunfire died down, and the men began to try and get a grip on the situation. Crap, anyone see them? One asked. The little bitches are gone, the lead man said to Bach. Damn it, Bach shouted out, he had just lost a goddamn prophet. We've lost 9 guys, another said, as they began to huddle around the boss and Bach. Shit. Cover me you idiots. The boss shouted out, they all continued to surround him, and began to wait in silence. Suddenly through one of the broken walls an yellow glow appeared, it caught everyone's attention. What is that? One of them asked, clearly being attracted to the light, like a moth to a flame. 2 of you go check it out, Bach ordered. A second later the group pushed out 2 men, and they slowly began to walk towards the pulsating light. One of the men neared it, and reached out to touch it, through the wall. Is anyone in here? The man was immediately interrupted, as the wall was torn apart, and 3 Narutos barged in. Rasengan. One of them shouted, shoving it into the man that was closest to him. The clone pushed him back into the man behind him, they both went flying across the room. Take him out. Bach ordered, standing at the front of the group. He was confused, with the amount of copies there were of the man, but he didn't pay it much mind. Bach was more concerned why no one had charged yet. All of the clones in front of him smirked. Guys? Bach asked, turning around, his eyes widened in shock and horror. Another one of the blondes stood behind him, with all of the men's bodies on the floor. Bach pissed his pants, as he fell to the floor. What the hell do you want? Money, power, women? I can give you it all, just don't kill me, he pleaded. I don't think so, Naruto said with a blank expression, something that Akame had taught him over the past week. He was glad he picked it up quick, otherwise he didn't know if he'd be able to do this. Who are you? Bach asked, looking up at the blonde. Naruto readied his blades. Me? I am nobody, he said, raising his blades above the man. Bach screamed out, no wait. But it was soon silenced by a splatter of blood on the floor, and a thump. Naruto didn't bother to look back. As he walked away, he didn't want to. The Jinchuriki moved into the another room off to the side where a couple of his clones were, and the little girls. Are those girls okay? He asked, pointing to each of them in a different clone's arm. They're all injured, we need to take all of them with us to the base, so we can properly heal them, one of the clones explained. Kurama immediately began to growl at this point, but the blonde didn't have time to ask what wrong. He needed to get these girls out of here. Alright, let's move, the original Naruto ordered. They all nodded, and jumped through the hole in the roof, created earlier by the blonde, to make a quick escape. Naruto was the last one up, but as he jumped on, all his clones stared forward with anger in their eyes. The original moved up to the front, where he got a clear view of what they were all staring at. I thought I'd find you here, Naruto, the blue-haired woman laughed, as she stood before all the clones. Esdeath, Naruto growled, so this is what got Kurama wilded up. Akame stood, watching over the streets below. She looked all around for the slightest bit of activity, particular for a certain blonde. She knew she shouldn't be worried, he was basically unbeatable, but still Akame couldn't shake the feeling that something bad was going to happen. Phew, that was easy, Leonie yawned, jumping into the roof, next to her. Yeah, was all Akame could say. She was too busy lost in thought. Hey, what's wrong? Worried about your lover? Leonie joked. Akame's face instantly turned 10 shades darker. He's not she began. Leonie began to roll on the roof, laughing, ha ha ha. Your face is so red. A moment later Tatsumi and Sayo appeared in front of the two, both were slightly bruised and bloody. Hey guys. Tatsumi shouted out with a smile and a wave. No matter what happened, the boy would always have a smile on his face. Oh Sayo. Tatsumi, you're back. How'd it go? Leonie asked. Target eliminated. Sayo said with a smile. Leone's eyes instantly lit up. Some other Night Raid members, mainly mine, didn't believe that they were ready for this. Good job you two. I knew I was right to have faith in you. Thanks, Tatsumi said, with an awkward wave. He then focused on Akame, who stared off into the city. If Tatsumi knew any better, he would have guessed that she was getting antsy, but she stayed focused in the one directions. What's wrong with Akame? Tatsumi asked. Leonie waved him on, and she approached the girl. Leonie knew there was something wrong with her, as her eyes were now filled with seriousness, but then a second later Leonie felt something as well. A massive amount of killing intent rushed past her. You can feel it too, Leonie began. This killing intent, Akame said, eyes widening. It's coming from the same direction, where Naruto's supposed to be, Leonie said, crossing her arms as she stared off towards the palace. Akame looked up to Leonie, and she nodded in return, so a second later Akame jumped off the side of the roof towards the source of the killing intent. Akame. Tatsumi shouted out, rushing to the edge of the building. I wouldn't bother, it's no use now, they've grown attached to each other, Leonie said, with a snicker. But still, Tatsumi said looking down, he wanted to help his teammates. She'll be fine, Naruto's over there remember. He could level the entire city if he wanted to, Leonie joked, but deep down inside she was slightly worried, as well, could it be another Kaiser-class? Naruto stood on the roof, facing Esdeath with a scowl on his face, his clones stood behind him, holding the little girls, they were all on the defense, for any sudden movements. What do you want Esdeath? Don't tell me you want to fight. Naruto spat out, crossing his arms. She smirked. Oh nothing like that. The sky had now turned to night, and spectators below were now watching from the streets, some of them ran away in fear at the sight of Esdeath. Others were fascinated by Naruto. How could someone stand so strong against the Empire's strongest? I am not going to join this pitiful empire. I've already told you I want, the blonde spat out, as he raised his weapons, his clones got ready, as well. I know Naruto, I just wanted to see you again, Esdeath said, with a soft voice, as she began to approach him. Stay away from them. Naruto shouted out, moving forward, he turned back to his clones, with a sense of urgency, get the little girls out of here. You got it. One of the clones said, with a salute, but suddenly the girl with the pink hair, slowly opened her eyes, in the clone's arm, she looked up at the clone, and spoke in a weak voice. Where are you taking us? The clone smiled down at her, someplace safe, as the copy spoke the words orange pigment formed above his eyes, the same could be said for the other clones, as well. The pink-haired girl's eyes widened, this mon's smile looked sincere, and warming, nothing like the hollow, and fake smile that Bach presented them with. When her and her friends met him, she believed he was telling the truth. Thank you, the pink-haired girl said with a weak smile, before falling unconscious again. After the little girl fell unconscious, Naruto's clones began to jump from roof to roof, off into the darkness of the Imperial City. The original began to speak with Esdeath again. Now then, what is it that you want? Esdeath smiled again. The Prime Minister has requested an audience with you, as well as the Emperor. Naruto's eyes instantly widened. Why in the world would he want to meet with him? The Prime Minister knew that Naruto could kill him at any time, right? What makes you think he'll attend? Naruto asked, regaining his composure. You don't have to, of course. I am just messenger, Esdeath said, with another smirk. Naruto got the strange feeling that there was something else. You're here for another reason, aren't you? Naruto said, with a raised eyebrow. He figured out quick. Esdeath said to herself, my, you're quite perceptive. So what is it that you want? Naruto said, crossing his arms again. She walked closer to him and pointed straight at him. Naruto Uzumaki, you're no doubt the strongest man in this world. That's why I've officially declared that I have fallen in love with you, and I am going to marry you. What? Naruto asked, deadpanned. What? Kurama asked, inside his head. I don't expect you to accept, but I'll get you, one way or another, she said, walking away from him. She knew she would get him, she was the first to claim him. Sorry Esdeath, but I already am taken by someone else, Naruto said with a grin. Huh? Esdeath asked. Someone else had what? But before she could say anything else, Esdeath immediately moved to the side, just in time to dodge the katana that passed her face. Akame came flying by, and aimed a punch at Esdeath. The general simply dodged again, flawlessly. Akame grabbed her sword, and moved back to Naruto. Who are you? Esdeath demanded. Akame, what the hell are you doing here? Naruto shouted out, trying to get her attention. The assassin turned back for just a second. I am here for the split second was all Esdeath needed. She barreled towards Akame with a sadistic smile. Never take your eye off the enemy, she yelled out, aiming her rapier, with a laugh. Now time to die. She yelled aim, reaching Akame with her sword. But a moment later Naruto shattered her sword, with his fist, that now glowed bright orange from Kurama's chakra, but only his fist had the chakra cloak on it, nowhere else on the body. He stared at Esdeath with anger. I won't let you touch her, he shouted out. Esdeath immediately knew what was going on, as she watched Naruto instinctively protect her. Ah, I see, so she's the one, Esdeath said. She now knew that this girl Akame was the one she needed to get rid of. Leave now, or I'll kill you, Naruto shouted out again. Fine, but remember the request. Meet us at the place where we first met, she smiled. Leave. The blonde spat out, with anger. Esdeath smiled, and walked away, but she stopped right in her tracks, and turned back to the Jinchuriki and Naruto. What? He yelled out again, Was this woman seriously not getting the message? Don't think the Revolutionary Army is all that just either. You should see some of their higher-ups, and who do you think unleashed the danger beasts on that village? Esdeath explained to him. What? Naruto froze, as the images of the destroyed village came back into mind. He knew she had to be lying, he just knew. I know the Empire's corrupt, but do you really think the rebels are so much better? Their leaders aren't even of this nation. Just remember that Naruto, Esdeath explained to him, before jumping away back towards the palace. Naruto froze for a moment. He was going through everything she just told him. He still believed she was lying though, but Naruto had to confirm it with Najenda. He needed to meet with the head of the Revolutionary Army. The Jinchuriki needed to be sure he was actually fighting the good fight. Naruto? Akame asked. Looking at him, he had been quiet for some time, as he stood on the roof. The blonde instantly snapped out of his thoughts, and turned to Akame. I am fine, are you okay? He shouted out, looking at her for any sign of injury. I am fine, okay. Thank you, Akame said with a slight laugh. You never knew what you'd get from the blonde. Without saying a word, Naruto picked up Akame bridal style. We need to get back to base, hold on, he commanded. What are you doing? Akame stuttered out, getting slightly red. This love that they were forming was certainly developing beautifully for them. It's similar to my father's Justu, that let him teleport to his kunai, but I've been working on a new one, which allows me to teleport to any of my clones, who probably have already returned to the base by now, Naruto explained to her. Akame's eyes widened, with shock. There was no way his clones could travel that fast. There's no way they can be that fast, Naruto, Akame said, looking at him, with a skeptical expression. Yes, with Sage Mode they can. Now hold on, he said, beginning to make various hand signs. Akame held onto him tightly, as he finished the hand signs. A split second later they disappeared from the rooftop, leaving the area in silence. Moments later they reappeared behind one of Naruto's clones. They were now in a darkened forest. Naruto and Akame had popped out right in the middle of the clone group, which startled almost everyone. They all came to a stop to try and get their bearings. Boss. One of them shouted out, trying not to run into them. Naruto. Tatsumi shouted out, staring at the two, who appeared right in front of him. Naruto and Akame looked behind them to see everyone on one of the clones' back. Naruto. You're both okay? Leone shouted, running up and hugging both of them. Yeah, we're fine. What's going on? He asked, looking around at all his clones. Your clones caught up to us, as they were leaving the city, Tatsumi explained, walking up to them. We decided to give them a lift, boss, one of the clones said with a smirk. 3 more of his clones walked up with the still unconscious girls in their arms. Although Leone was kinda heavy, another clone said, walking up to them, and rubbing his neck. Naruto guessed that his clones made more of themselves to carry the rest. Ow! One of the clones shouted out, as Leone smacked him across the head. Shut your mouth, she yelled out, trying to strangle him. As Leone was trying to murder one of the clones, Sayo walked over to them. What happened? She asked. We ran into Esdeath, Naruto said, with a sigh. Tatsumi's eyes widened. You did? What happened? He shouted. Naruto took a deep breath, before deciding to tell all of them the news. The Prime Minister wants to meet with me. This time everyone including Leone and Akame looked shocked. Akame hadn't heard about that at all. This wasn't good, not at all. Leone immediately ran up to the blonde, and began to shake him like crazy. What? She shouted out. Naruto just awkwardly smiled at her, but in his head the things Esdeath said about the Revolutionary Army kept coming up. What if she wasn't entirely wrong? He asked himself. Thanks for watching.